Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents An Ideal World for a Sociopath, Book 3, by Oleg Sapphire, translated by Colin Parker, narrated by Matt Godfrey. Chapter 1. I couldn't remember the last time I'd run so fast. Before I even had time to recover my senses, I was at the skyscraper and jumping into the yard using Blink. I wrote Combat an urgent message. Call everyone in from outside and stand to. Or whatever it is you say. Gather everyone urgently in the grounds of the base and be prepared for unpleasantness. It was a good job I was in invisibility mode and nobody could see the great Varg trying to catch his breath. Screw that. I was not about to do battle with those beasts all on my lonesome. I wasn't even prepared to take a rough guess at how many of them had come crawling out. But when the flyers emerged, I realized the shit had hit the fan. They were like regular bats, only twice bigger and skinless. "Roger," came the immediate reply from Combat. I could see with my own eyes just how well-trained the soldiers were. 1 minute, they were calmly minding their own business in the yard. The next, they were forming up like they'd been stung in the tuchus. I hoped the beasts from the portal wouldn't make it this far and would instead flock to Fedot, who had more people. After recovering my wind somewhat, I went to see Combat. The corridors clattered with the noise of armed fighters hurrying downstairs. Even the civilians and women folk were getting involved. Fuckity, I cursed under my breath. Combat's office was, as always, crowded with people. I did not like places like that. They made me feel jumpy. But people had to be informed of the situation on the ground. I would do it quickly and ride off into the sunset, by which I mean go home. War was all very well, but lunch was scheduled, as Shatan liked to say. "Hi, everyone. I'll be brief. We might well be in deep shit, so be prepared." I began to speak just as soon as I stepped over the threshold of the room, sending everyone into a tailspin. "Well, that's just fucking great. Hello to you, too," said Tactic. "What have you done now? Whose backside did you put an arrow in? If you're going to talk to me like that, I'll break your arm," I told him with a smile on my way back out the door. "Wait!" Combat didn't understand what was going on. Like everyone else, he was in deep shock. "Help me, I beg of you." A woman I had not immediately noticed fell to her knees before me. And who are you, exactly?" I didn't understand what was going on myself now and began to freeze slightly. I tried to take a couple of steps back, but bumped into the door, which had been shut. "I beseech you, help me. Only you can help me. I'll give you everything I've got. I'll do anything you say," she said emotionally, tears running down her face. Just a fraction more of this would have my brain switching itself off. Carefully, so as not to harm her, I tried to extract my leg from her grip, but she realized what I was doing and dug in all the deeper, although her voice did soften. "He's just a child. They've got nothing to eat. I'm begging you. They won't hold out for long." "Explain what's going on," Combat demanded. "Yes, explain," echoed the support group. But I had no idea myself what was going on, nor who this woman was. "I don't know who this is. I never seen her before." "For fuck's sake," said Fedya, breaking into hysterical laughter. "Wherever Varg shows up, chaos breaks out." "What has Zana got to do with anything?" Combat frowned and looked at me ominously. "I'm asking you. Why did you raise the alarm?" "Huh?" Then the penny dropped. "Help me extricate myself from her vice-like grip and I'll give you all the details." "Zana, stop it," demanded Combat. "No. You don't want to help me, but he can," the woman said. If I could just understand what she wanted from me. I was even ready to pay her just so long as she left me alone. She was muttering something about a child and food. "Take this and let go of my leg already." I handed her a pile of gray boxes from my inventory. She raised her head towards me, then looked at the food boxes with an uncomprehending expression. What is wrong with this woman? What's wrong now? "It's not me who needs the food, it's my son," He and his father, along with other survivors, they can't get here. They've got no food left. They're dying. Her sobs and pleading eyes stopped me using force to push her away. Combat? I said, shifting my gaze to the one person who could explain the bedlam occurring around me. Zana's family are currently a half-hour walk away, but they're still waiting their turn. There's one dangerous section which the soldiers can't take without loss. We discovered them a couple of days ago, but we're only planning to go that way in a couple of days' time. We tried to break through twice, but the road is blocked by arachnids, so we had to retreat, Combat explained briefly, rubbing his temples nervously. I was now beginning to understand what was happening. A mother was worried about her child and trying to do everything in her power to help him. Did I pity her? I didn't know. Unlikely. I did, however, understand her, for I had also been refused help in the past. She reminded me of a woman to whom I owed a debt. When I was 10, I was very sick and ended up in hospital. The treatment wasn't cheap, and my grandmom scraped together all her money. Naturally, it wasn't enough, so she turned to her friends. Practically all of them refused to help, and the sums of money donated by those who didn't were laughable. I recall that day. I seem to remember I was on the way out and felt so bad I didn't have the strength to speak. Grandma was pleading with the doctor to do something, anything. But he'd seen the situation too often before and was accustomed to ignoring relatives' requests. In a way, it was understandable. You couldn't help everyone. But then I saw the tears in Grandma's eyes as she stood over me, weeping. Suddenly, she was approached by a woman we didn't know, who also had a sick son in the hospital. She gave Grandma 3 banknotes, and it was enough to pull me through. Grandma was a proud lady, but that time she swallowed her pride and accepted the money. She told the woman we wouldn't be able to return it, but the other replied, "Children must not be allowed to die." When Grandma asked her why she was giving money to a complete stranger, the woman replied, "Because I can." Right now, the eyes of Zana displayed a similar desperation to my grandmother's back then. Would she become like me if her child died? More than likely, she would take her own life. "Because I can." That soft whisper, long forgotten, resounded in my head. The system did not let me continue the thought. Attention. The Red Plan has penetrated the outer limits of our town. Try to make it through the night. It will be difficult. Important note. Only large groups will be able to help repel the attack. Singles are advised not to leave their accommodation. Individual task. Reward for granting the woman's wish. The next skill you receive will be 1 level higher. Important note. Refusal of task does not incur a fine. Was it just me, or was the system playing on my meanness? For fuck's sake. Fedja sat down where I'd been standing. Abso-fucking-lutely, Mikhail, a.k.a. Quartermaster, said in Fedja's support, as he produced a small flask from his inventory. "You don't have to tell us what happened," Combat said, trying to gather his wits and make sense of what awaited them. It was easier for me. "Oh, yes," I said, remembering something important. "I found some beer. Would you like some?" With a smile, I pulled 2 barrels from my inventory. "Do I have permission to hit him?" Tactic asked somewhat absently of the gathered company. "My son's out there. They've got no weapons. They're hiding in a basement." The woman's arms were weakening and slipping down my leg, and she stared ahead with empty eyes. Fuck, why is it always this way? "Combat, you've got 5 minutes to have a group of 10 men waiting for me downstairs for an urgent evacuation mission," I said. Judging by recent news, it was likely not the wisest decision, but still. Combat was not remotely surprised, and he didn't argue or try to dissuade me, instead looking at me with a certain expression of gratitude. "I'll see to it," he said. "Tell the soldiers this sortie will earn them 10 gray boxes each from me personally." The best motivation for a soldier was food for their family. "Roger that," he said. Why was I doing this? I didn't know. I just wanted to. Logistically, it was possible to rescue her little one in the morning after the red plant attack. But I was 99.9% fucking certain they would all be massacred tonight. The eyes of this woman would be embossed on my memory for a long time to come. It would soon be dark and we didn't have much time to waste. So much for fucking dinner. Invisible, I sprinted into the elevator and pressed the button. Doobie-doobie-da, doobie-da-da-da. What the hell is that? I asked out loud in surprise. There had been no music here before. Although, in fairness, it was a jolly way to leave on a mission. The elevator doors opened on the first floor to reveal a crowd of gobsmacked people staring back at me. They had no clue. What the... The cabin was empty, but there was no time for that, and I shot out like a bullet and headed for the yard. "Combat, who am I looking for?" I wrote, realizing I'd forgotten to ask which team was mine. "Shatan and Clubfoot. They're waiting for you by the gates." Now that was an efficient response. And sure enough, when I got to the gates, I really did find my people there, standing right by the entranceway between two stone towers. Peter had truly unleashed the building beast here. Stone towers stood around the entire perimeter, shoring up the already robust fence. Sentries on the towers kept a constant watch, prepared at any moment to repel an attack. It was a hazardous job. They were the easiest to kill, and the alarm would only be raised after one of them had been. "Hi, bear cubs." I sprang from my invisibility right before their eyes and immediately dodged a wide swipe from Clubfoot. "Varg?" "Grr," he growled. "Don't startle me like that. I might strike you down." While he might have struck me down in the past, I was now a fleet and nimble lad. Although, in truth, an attack by him could well cost me a life. Plus, he was holding the shield I'd given him. It was nice to know a gift was appreciated. "You'd have to hit me first," I grinned, shaking the hand extended to me. "So, guys, an urgent task has cropped up. We need to get to our target point quickly and get the people out of there." "We know," Shatan interrupted. "Combat already briefed us on all the details." "Excellent, then we move out. I hope you're all ready." I cast an eye over the troops. "Varg, brother, we got back from a raid 10 minutes ago. Of course we're ready." Shatan guffawed. He could certainly raise a smile. "I don't know if you've been told or not, but each of you will receive 10 gray boxes for this mission," I said, noticing their mood improve in an instant. "So what are we waiting for? Onward, troops." One of the delighted soldiers led the way for his compadres, and as they walked, they discussed what a good thing it was they'd signed up for the job. "You sure know how to derail discipline," Shatan said with a disapproving shake of his head. "New group of Z's to the right. Dead men behind us as well. Clubfoot, deal with them," Shatan told his brother. "Varg, there's at least 100 up ahead. They haven't seen us yet, but as soon as the first shot goes off, they'll come for us. Use bladed weapons and crossbows," I said. No point in using firearms on them. Meanwhile, I conducted a careful scan of the building using vision. I did not care for the arachnid asleep in the basement. It might turn into an unpleasant surprise. I drew my bow and began shooting the nearest zombies, covering the troops as I moved. Clubfoot was having the most success. In one hand, he held a huge shield, in the other, a similarly huge sword, which theoretically was a two-hander, but he clearly hadn't received that memo. "Look out!" The shout came from behind me. Hanging from the facade of the building by one arm, an archer zombie aimed its bow at us with the other. It had already shot one of our guys. Fuck. As if by magic, an arrow fitted itself to my bow and put a hole in the zombie's head. I rushed over to the soldier, although I knew it was too late to help him except by finishing him off. I had never seen an antidote to zombie poison. However, despite the barb getting him smack in the chest, he was still alive. I ripped open his camouflage jacket, only to blink in amazement. "You are one lucky fucker," I said, heaving a sigh of relief. Beneath his jacket he wore light armor, which had taken the force of the blow. Not that I was worried about the people entrusted to me, but I didn't want to lose them on my own sortie. The blame would be laid to some extent at my door, and I would feel guilty. "Fall into line," I commanded him, while I blinked over to the nearest zombie and brought my hammer crashing down on its head. I was beginning to like the hammer more and more. It had class and resonance. And it went thwack. We hadn't gone far from the base. A mere 5 kilometers, 7 tops, but the place was heaving with unreal numbers of zombies and more aggressive than ever. Could it be something to do with the incursion? We had to hustle. If we got stuck here when night fell, we'd be toast. Well, maybe not all of us, but my fighters and my reputation would be. People would say I hadn't been able to protect them and had led them to certain death, knowing full well of the danger they faced. "More on the way," a soldier shouted. I didn't need him to tell me that. I was already shooting at them. Shoot, how do they all get to be chicks? Have they escaped from a beauty salon or a fashion show? Who cares? They will die as regular zombies. But no, it wasn't all that simple, for there were 2 hounds with them. Perhaps they were Pekinese that had mutated and broken free of their fashionable handbags. The most inconvenient thing in this situation was keeping an eye on the soldiers. One had just narrowly avoided being scratched, but I managed to shoot the zombie just in time. "Varg, it's getting worse and worse. Maybe we should get our shooters out." "Leave your shooters where they are." The last thing we needed was every zombie in the area on our backs. Shit, I was becoming hemmed in. One blink up onto a balcony on a nearby building and I was free to shoot again. In fact, it was a better vantage point. Although I didn't have time to fell the whole wave of Z's before more came running from the next street. Shit, okay, let's not panic, let's splash out. Earlier today on the trading platform, I'd snagged a couple of arrow cards. Frozen Explosion and Snowstorm Amok. Frozen Explosion was the same as Fiery Explosion, except that the shockwave was cold and froze everything in the vicinity. Snowstorm Amok I would save for later. It created an icy blizzard, but I'd never had to test this wonder before, and it cost almost the same as a Merc plus a set of winter tires. I loaded a Frozen Explosion arrow, which was cold to the touch, and let fly at a group of zombies running towards my troops. The first 3 ranks were turned to icicles and ejected from the game. The rest, not quite in the epicenter, had their limbs frozen and broken into small chunks of ice. Pitiless, I followed up with another 2 explosions and finished off the whole crowd. The soldiers spent a few moments in confusion, but soon regained their senses. They were also doing their best, but they didn't have anything deadly that might turn the tide of the battle in our favor. A hilarious thought occurred that maybe we should dress Clubfoot up in square armor. I even smiled to picture him in that image, creepily amusing and cussing loudly. Sitting on the balcony, I calmly picked off zombies, blinking down on occasion to quickly collect my rewards. But just as we seemed to be winning, everything went tits up again. "Arachnid!" came the cry of a soldier whose mouth would require gagging later. The arachnid had crawled out of its basement and was now scampering hard at the soldiers. I was just about to cook the spider's goose with a fiery explosion, but was beaten to it by the hulking body of Clubfoot, suddenly making a beeline for it. The arachnid accelerated, and soon they tangled. The picture made me hold my fire to follow what would happen. Shatan missed, and the arachnid took a swipe that might have sliced Clubfoot in half. The latter, however, amazingly fended off the strike with his shield before removing all the beast's limbs in one fell, swooping slice. The spider howled in pain and launched itself at Clubfoot again. A fatal mistake, since Clubfoot now had free access to its head, which he removed with his sword. Note to self: never get Clubfoot's hackles up. If the soldiers' faces were anything to go by, they were making the same mental note. Shatan, on the other hand, looked very pleased for his brother. Importantly, nobody noticed this apart from me. What a lucky little bear cub, I whispered with a smile as I beheld the yellow trinket casket that dropped from the dead arachnid. Clubfoot flew into such a rage that he started roaring like a real bear and ran on to crush more zombies. His blood was boiling and he wanted to party. I understood him. I did not slouch either, maxing out with my fire. At some point, I realized my shots weren't reaching the enemy, so I blinked onto a lamppost, almost falling straight from it, but miraculously managing to regain my balance. "Clubfoot, come back," I shouted at the peckerhead, who was already 20 yards from the arachnid. Fuck, he didn't know the casket would disappear in 10 minutes. He couldn't hear me over the din of the battle and continued battering everyone within reach, for some reason reminding me of the Incredible Hulk from the movie. Fuck, why is he twatting poor zombies with his shield? "Clubfoot, on me, at the double," I yelled at the top of my voice, ignoring the jeopardy it put us in. Zero reaction. I blinked over to Shatan. "Bring your brother to heal at once." "Next to the dead arachnid is a skill reward that will soon go to waste," I said, spinning him around by the shoulders as I explained the situation. "Holy crap," Shatan swore softly as he observed his brother. "He's lost control again. He's reveling in the battle. Has he gone berserk or something? Maybe give him a quick hammer blow? Although, no. If he decides to fight back, I'm dust." However, everything came good in the end. Shatan messaged his brother via the system, and Clubfoot gradually regained his composure. "Clubfoot, on me at the double," I shouted again, whacking zombies with arrows as I did so. He eventually heard me, and after launching a zombie on a long flight with his shield, trotted in my direction. "Sorry," he croaked wearily. "Go get that trinket casket. This is no time for apologies. Skills, that's what you need, skills." When he first clapped eyes on it, those eyes widened in astonishment as he stretched his hands towards it. Pity you couldn't take others' skills. Although I'm not convinced I would have done the same, I will admit the temptation was significant. 1 minute the casket was in his hands, the next he was holding a card. Had he decided to unpack it on the spot? He might have waited until we'd cleared the area. Clearance took us another 20 minutes, and only after dispatching the last zombie were we able to breathe easy. It was too early to relax, mind, for ahead lay a task that required completing. I will save the child and return the favor. Maybe not to the lady I owed my life to, but still, it would be the right thing to do. A life for a life, as they say. And given it was the system paying for his life, well, that was simply fantastic. Chapter 2. I don't know by what miracle, but we managed to make it in time to save people. It wasn't easy, mind. The zombies kept attacking us like things possessed, crawling out of every nook and cranny. Surely the red plan hadn't affected them so. "Another 5 minutes and we'll be there." Shatan hand signaled to the squad that they could take a breather. I was surprised by his approach to the problem. The people were so gaunt as to look no better than zombies. Shatan's first order was to carry the weakest on the soldiers' shoulders, while the rest of us defended them on the way. And so began our crazy forced march back home. The warriors may not have had my level, but their fortitude and composure was enviable. I did not hear a single complaint throughout the whole mission. Perseverance. I avoided having to help carry the living cargo by clearing the area, moving ahead of the squad to deny infecteds the opportunity to attack. We were met at the gates by a delegation of stretcher bearers who carried away the survivors. The sobbing Zana ran straight to her son and nigh asphyxiated him in her embrace. Shatan had ridden ahead to announce our arrival, so everyone knew the situation. As I entered the grounds of the skyscraper, I saw everyone standing by to repel an attack. Machine guns were installed on the towers, and people were herring about delivering ammunition to vital positions. Where had all this gear been hidden? I'm glad everyone's in one piece, said Combat, creeping up on me unnoticed. Have you seen what's going on up there? All the way back, I'd been peeking up at the sky, which had started out a shade of orangey red and was now the bright crimson of blood. Uh-huh. I took another look up, but nothing had changed. I'm afraid we were in for a hard night. We reckon the same, he said seriously, still looking up. You've got to admit, it might be interesting, though. I was curious what the system had in store. Or maybe it wasn't the system this time. What could possibly be interesting about the possibility of us all being killed today? Combat did not share my curiosity. Sometimes a frolicsome death is better than a dull life, I said, reminiscing on my past life. There's not many would agree with you on that, snickered Combat, before lighting a cigarette. Anyway, I'll go check on the rest while you take 5. You gave it your all today, he continued, putting a fatherly hand on my shoulder. Then before leaving, he added, and thanks for your help. Not only did you save 7 lives, you also enabled one poor mother not to lose her child. I did not tell anyone about the system task. I would wait until I received my next skill, and I was already anticipating what it would be. Combat left me in the yard, pondering his words. It wasn't easy for him. His decision regularly dictated who lived and who didn't. He couldn't save everyone. I so wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Fuck that shit. Night was drawing in and everything was quiet. Yet it was a deceptive quiet. Everyone knew it could all change dramatically without warning, and so they were fully prepared. I kept an eye out to see what Combat and his guys were up to. Floodlights, powered by storage batteries, were spread throughout the grounds of the skyscraper, as were machine gun emplacements, and even those for grenade launchers designed for larger targets. Rightly or wrongly, Combat had given the sky due consideration. As explained to me by Peter, the walls could not actually be any stronger, while we were poorly protected from the air. He truly had made an effort. These were no longer fences, but authentic fortress walls, and they were guarded around the clock. Also, there were battlements to hide behind in case of bombardment. While there was time, I ran home to instruct the girls what to do in case of attack. I also wrote to Combat and asked him to allocate 2 people to keep a constant guard by my door. Once I'd briefed them, I could relax and give myself fully to the forthcoming battle. The system did not do anything just for shit and giggles. If it said it would be hard, that meant it would be hard. Another 2 hours of absolute silence passed, if you didn't count the odd lone zombie at the bottom of the wall outside, whose asses I lazily put caps in. I was also able to log on to the trading platform and top up my reserves. I did not want to wait at home for the chaos to begin, and I took up my position early so as not to miss out on all the fun. It was lucky my position was next to the gates, for it was the weakest spot, the wall here passing above the gates. And while they may have been massive and iron, they were far from fortress standard. I overheard a conversation between 2 soldiers. What do you reckon? Maybe it'll be okay? I'm not convinced. I reckon it's going to be much more serious this time. I'd at least like to make it through the night. Masha's worried, didn't want to let me go. Mine was crying too. My girls were also upset when I told them, but they let me go without a fuss. They were smart, they understood. Varg, it seems to be kicking off. The scouts have spotted movement, said Combat's message. Far? I inquired. 10 minutes out. Far enough, but it was worth being ready. If we survive, we get hammered again at Quartermaster's, except without the homebrew. For some reason, I now recalled what a heartwarming session it had been. If we survive, I'll bring some homebrew cognac from my special reserves. Good luck, Varg. You too. I was expecting a ground attack, but the enemy came from the air. Only it didn't look like an enemy. Airborne, Shatan ordered. Cleaving the clouds, a transparent red beam descended from the sky directly onto my skyscraper. Not good. I waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. I could do nothing to change the situation, and could only hope it wasn't a weapon of mass destruction. If it annihilates my skyscraper along with the people in it, then I swear to the system I will find whoever is responsible and make them regret it. Everything turned out just fine, however, thank the system. The beam hung there above the skyscraper, but not touching it. Then I realized there were other beams over the city. 10, 20, 30, freaking loads of them, too many to count. People didn't appear to be panicking, but I did notice one nearby soldier clutching his weapon and looking around anxiously. The analysts are saying they're base markers, Shatan announced. He and Clubfoot and the other commanders were each in charge of their own section of the wall, and it just so happened that Shatan had drawn the short straw with my section. I had already guessed that the beams were markers, and in my opinion, there were too many groups in the town. The attack came out of the blue, starting with gunshots on the eastern wall. My vision didn't reach far, and I saw no point in running like a bat out of hell. They would cope by themselves, and if they didn't, then Combat, who was high command, would send reinforcements. I soon heard the sounds of machine gun fire, mowing folks down. I could imagine how painful it was for Quartermaster to hear such colossal wastage. 5 minutes later, the horde hoved into view, and the time for contemplation was over. It was a very strange horde. An avalanche of regular zombies was streaming our way, prominent among them a worrying number of hulks. The distance was too great for me, but the snipers immediately got down to work. The first giant fell after 3 direct hits to the head, crushing others beneath its huge frame. There was something unnerving about these zombies. No matter how hard the snipers tried, they could not fell them all. And then the hounds showed their faces. My night vision allowed me to see everything superbly. Combat. There's something strange going on here. I see familiar hounds, and ones that have come from the portal. Our terrestrials look remarkably scabby, like after a battle, and they've got bizarre creatures on their heads which look like stingrays, I reported, leaving it up to the commanders to mull over the details. For some reason, I was reminded of a movie where these tiny creatures took possession of the consciousness and manipulated it. There may have been hordes of them, but they didn't appear to be a serious threat just yet. After the snipers, other soldiers joined in. The floodlights shed a bright light over the entire grounds. Whoever thought of them deserved a prize. Fuckery, prize, that's it. I'd forgotten to give the soldiers the boxes promised to them. Awkward. Troops live through this, and I promise you will get double tomorrow. Things weren't going too badly. In fact, it seemed we were beginning to take the upper hand. The soldiers weren't sparing their ammunition, spending it generously on all the zombies and mutants that deserved it. All good things must come to an end, however, and our current situation was no exception. 200 meters from the wall, portals, already so familiar, began to open, releasing new beasts of the Red Plan. What a scumbag you are, Urdash. You think you're the smartest? I'm gonna fuck up your plans. So you don't want to do me any harm, right? I suppose a louse like you has no need for grimoires. All manner of monster began to emerge from the portals, making a beeline directly for us. Was this some kind of joke? Zombie home delivery? WTF. In front of my very eyes, a gigantic fucker exited the portal, similar to a Hulk but twice the size. I was just reaching for a dark energy arrow when I was stopped in my tracks by a deafening noise. It was one of our soldiers blasting the beastie with his grenade launcher. Good work, soldier, I shouted with a smile. He didn't care, he was busy reloading his devil tube. Wow, the explosion had even shut the portal. What the hell am I doing idling here? 2 quick blinks, maximum distance, and the dark energy arrow entered one of the other portals, bang in the center, kicking off the beastie's evening mix. The red portal became black and literally gobbled them up. They howled frenetically but could do nothing. One more portal down. 2 more blinks and I was back by the wall. Damn, flying beasts were on the approach. They weren't so easy to hit with a firearm, but my bow and arrow were tried and tested. I stood there for 5 minutes, keeping the air attack at bay and not allowing those insolent insurgents access to the people, who in their turn were spraying fire on the ground forces. Everyone put everything into the fight: crossbows, rotationally fired by some and reloaded by others, and skills used to mow down strong singles as well as whole groups of zombies. If other groups were coming under similar attack, we might well be the only ones left in town. I was confident we would tough it out. But the others, I didn't even know. Aha, here come the arachnids. What would we do without you? Red arachnids, local ones, with those bizarre suckers on their heads, but not close enough to evaluate. A dozen were headed for us far too friskily for comfort. They were 100 meters from the wall. The gunners were having trouble hitting them, so I was compelled to launch 3 frozen explosions at them. It may not have killed them, but it certainly froze up their legs nicely. Then I finished them off with regular steel-headed arrows. And when the guys saw the spider's friskiness wane, they also joined in the firefight. What concerned me most was the other sections of the wall. "I'm out of ammo," shouted a machine gunner from one of the towers, and a scrawny lad, who was shaking noticeably at every shot, scurried into the building. A mini armory had been set up inside, and had a steady stream of people running there for ammunition. "You louse," I spat in my rage. Then I showed the full extent of my mastery by taking 2 blinks towards a new enemy I spotted at the last moment. Never before had I had to fit an arrow to my bow so quickly, and all because I nearly let an invisible beastie slip past. A regular-looking zombie with long legs, but also with talons the size of hunting knives. Although that was nothing when you looked at the face, or should I say, the face it didn't have. No eyes, no nose, just skin and a deformed mouth. What is this Pokemon? I don't give a toss that it's dead. Good job it didn't make it inside. 1 strike from that, and no freaking way would you be able to stitch up the wound. My joy was short-lived. Well, here comes another one. I let this one get right up to the wall before activating my skill. Evaluation. Ripper. Invisible. Likes to carve its prey up thoroughly. What an interesting description. Forward to combat pronto. We're in deep trouble. I found an invisible zombie. Sharp knives instead of fingers. Tell everyone, although I don't know how it'll help. I dispatched the message instantly. Then I realized only Fedya could help, and that wasn't a given. Fuck. Fedya's wounded. You're the only one who can see them. If one of them gets onto the wall, we're done for. This was not a request, nor was it an order, but I was left with no choice. Now I was thinking not about the walls so much as the building. If that fucker gets inside, fuck knows how many disembowelings it'll take before it can be laid to rest. Although what laid to rest? These aren't zombies. There's something else. I spent the following 2 hours running around the wall like a scalded cat, not sparing the blinks while I put holes in the invisibles. Praise the system there were so few of them. I looked hard everywhere and found just the 7. I hoped they now understood I was the invisible predator daddy in these parts and were preparing to fuck off. By the time I got to the North Tower, it was unfortunately too late. The guys had killed the giant, but not before it had killed 4 of them. Not nice. They were good soldiers, and their families were left without a breadwinner. That night seemed eternal. The stench of rot and gunpowder hung in the air. I could not even imagine how much ammo we'd gotten through in that short stretch of time. The constant drawing of my bowstring had made my fingers not merely hurt, but burn. You have gained level 20. Your body has become stronger. You receive immunity from poisons. From now on, you are almost impossible to poison. Fuck. Does that mean I can't have a proper drink now? What a great gift from the system. I was not remotely joyful, only deathly exhausted. Even now, reading this notification, I was still shooting zombies and not allowing myself a break. The bottom of the wall was one continuous hell of zombies that came running in their hundreds, attracted by the loud sounds. "Ah!" shrieked a soldier to my right. A spike projected from his shoulder, loosened by an archer zombie I hadn't noticed in the onslaught. Luckily, there were fewer reds now and fewer portals opening. I had to give Combat his due. He was doing his damnedest. Each new portal received a battering from the heavy artillery, and then vanished. Were they to remain open, even for just 10 minutes, we would have been overrun by their sheer numbers. "Help us get him to a doctor," ordered a soldier I didn't know. Did they not understand he was a goner? They understood, all right. But they would help get him to a doctor, and on the way they would cheer him up and try hard not to stop looking at him. They didn't want him to see the sadness in their eyes. Previously, I'd thought hulks and arachnids the most fearful enemies, but now I understood just how wrong I'd been. They really were a force to be reckoned with, but they were big and easy to target. The snipers would work them over flawlessly, simply preventing them from reaching us. Whereas these vast swarms of regular zombies were the real problem. I looked at the wall and swore. There were bodies practically halfway up it, and that meant they were just 4 meters away. A message from Combat. "Varg, they're overwhelmed on the north wall. Can you lend a hand?" It was a no-brainer. I was not about to surrender my skyscraper just like that. I sprinted over there, despite being low on speed, to see a red hulk nearly at the wall. Shit. I ran to the edge and leaped over it, then blinked to the space above the giant's head, my hammer raised for the strike. Ding! What was its skull made of? The kickback vibrations were fairly serious, and I struggled to maintain my grip on the hammer. Good job I hadn't used the sharp end, otherwise it would have gotten stuck. Another blink and I was back on the wall, bow in hand. A fortuitous exit, for just then one of our guys began spraying all the zombies, a weapon in each hand. An interesting skill. I was seeing more and more soldiers with attack skills, while I was unlucky in that department. Literally a half hour ago, I'd seen one of the old warriors launching random garbage at the zombies. Turns out he was a strong telekinetic. I knew they weren't weak, but I was accustomed to considering myself stronger. Evidently, while I was working my balls off, they were also not sitting idly around. From the eastern wall came a deafening roar of such power that many crouched down in surprise. It was a bad omen. I ran there along the wall, on the way killing a couple of flyers that had flown a tad too close. There was that roar again. The roar that robbed me of all my mirth. No sooner had I gotten to the eastern wall than I had to blink twice upwards to avoid an enormous pillar of flame. Is this some kind of joke? I blinked hard in the hope that what I'd seen would go away. A portal opened in the ground 5 times bigger than all the previous ones, and from it protruded a snout. A dragon's snout. Its whole face was covered with wounds and scars. One eye was missing, the gaping socket discharging a murky ooze, and the one existing eye burned with malevolence, and, it occurred to me, madness. "Combat, there's a... shit." I didn't know how he could help, but I messaged him just in case. "I've already been told." Well, yes, only to be expected. I could imagine what he'd been told. The soldiers left the small fry to its own devices and turned all their weapons on the dragon. Somehow I doubted it would be that simple. Why had this fellow come crawling out at this precise moment in time in the early hours when we were nearly done? Never mind, no time to waste, time to act. It was still just the snout sticking from the portal, and we couldn't let it come all the way out. I dispatched 2 poison bite arrows in the hope of poisoning the sucker. Fail number 1, the arrows bounced off without leaving so much as a scratch. What about this? I aimed an explosion arrow right at its only eye. Fail number 2, the explosion was just fine, but the dragon managed to close the eyelid and avoid any damage. In return, it dispatched a fresh burst of flame at the wall, which was fire damaged enough as it was. I had never thought stone was so easy to melt. People scattered in all directions, some even jumped down from the wall. My commandos seemed to be intact. I took 3 blinks to the side, which was good because the column of fire had done some serious damage not only to the wall, but also to the zombies that stood in its path. Wait a minute. That's an idea. Too many blinks was making me nauseous and sapping my energy, and I didn't know how long I would hold out. I blinked to the other side of the wall, where the zombies were, and began moving among the crowds, sometimes killing the most dangerous with my hammer. I drew very close to the dragon, more of which was protruding from the portal now, and I could see its claws. Under no circumstance must it be permitted to reach the skyscraper. I drew an arrow of darkness and let fly at the eye. The result was more pleasing this time. The arrow did not pierce the eyelid, but the darkness effect was activated and began to envelop the dragon. The critter did not appreciate my gift. Excellent, I muttered beneath my breath, and doubled up on the gift. Then I activated Blink again to dodge another burst of flame directed at me, waiting for the right moment to stand aside and let it roast other infecteds instead of the wall. Everything for 50 yards ahead was scorched, within a band at least 4 meters wide. Excellent. It has no problem roasting its own kind. I shifted a little further to the left and stood right in its path, where a large group of zombies was tramping. The darkness gradually began to take effect, and the red of the dragon's face was enhanced by a new black coloration. Judging from the spasmodic shakings of its head from side to side, the creature was deriving no pleasure from the experience. What a problematic beast. Such a waste of valuable arrows. After tonight, I'll be in null form again, or dead. Fuck it, not my life or my base. I drew my last resort, a snowstorm amok arrow. Instant cold. Not a soft cold, but aggressive and harsh, and it seemed capable of freezing my bow should I spend too long taking aim. The arrow took off with a whistle. Or that's what I thought. Then I realized it was my bow cracking. Oh, shoot. Now I was holding 2 halves of a bow instead of a whole one. Dear Diary, it is hard to convey the pain I felt at that moment, and even harder to explain what happened later, after the arrow entered the beast's eye right up to the feathers. In the time it takes to snap one's fingers, winter descended upon an area of radius 30 meters around the portal. I was doused with such cold air that my blood seemed to freeze in my veins, and my breath was exhaled in clouds of steam. I took several hasty blinks backward, and realized my strength was all but gone, each blink producing pain that racked my body. Today, I have reached my limit. Meanwhile, the dragon was not having an easy time of it. It tried to breathe fire, but to no avail, being right in the epicenter of a blizzard. Those zombies unlucky enough to be standing close by had frozen solid in an instant and crumbled into tiny shards of ice. I scarcely had the strength to blink back onto the wall, and now, scarcely able to breathe, I was trying with trembling hands to remove the cork from a bottle of healing potion. "How's it going, brother?" A crumpled Shatan ran over to me. "Let me help you," he said, reaching for the potion. I unclenched my fingers. His assistance was just what I needed, and the life-giving tincture revived me. "Look, something strange is going on over there." I didn't need him to tell me that. I couldn't take my eyes from the portal as it was. It really was a joyful sight to behold. The dragon was already surrounded by dark magic, and now it began to develop a crust of ice. It did not want to surrender, and was still trying to awaken its fire, but each attempt met with failure. My vision was much better than that of a regular human, so I could see it clearly. Shatan, on the other hand, could see absolutely nothing because now the snowstorm was running wild. "I'm done, Shatan. I am no longer a fighter. If that sucker makes it out of the portal, I've got nothing left to hobble it with. I don't know why, but your shots, even the large caliber ones, had absolutely no impact." Perhaps that's it. The secret why the system is against firearms. Other worlds were inhabited by beings with immunity to such weapons, and only magic could help. These thoughts crowded in on me in my desperation. I had tried so hard, developed, yet I could do nothing to this freaking dragon. Were my strength up to full, then possibly I could have dealt with it. But all I could do now was curse it and deal it a couple of hammer blows, after which it would incinerate me. That was all I could hope for the blizzard that, thank the system, showed no sign of abating. The night of the Red Plan is over. Congratulations to all survivors. 4 groups in your area have been completely destroyed. The invasion by the Red Plan is over. The Honor Group receives gray boxes, 345 pieces. Red boxes, 221 pieces. For the next 2 weeks, any member of your group may refuse a test without loss of level. "No way. We're off the hook?" whispered the exhausted Shatan, unable to believe what was happening. I wasn't sure. "We've still got shitloads of zombies outside the walls," I reminded him. "We had a ton of work ahead." We watched as the portal began to close, and the body of the dragon was withdrawn back inside. It roared and dug its paws in to try and hinder its retreat, but it was hopeless. It quickly began to disappear into the portal, and when it was totally gone from view, the portal imploded. Interestingly, all the other portals simply disappeared, just this one imploding. What followed was absolutely bonkers. Survivor Varg from the Honor Group has destroyed Temple Complex number 34 of Urda-Osh, ruler of the Red Plan. Ruler Urda-Osh loses all the knowledge collected in this temple. You have killed the enslaved Red Dragon. You receive a reward for these 2 honorable achievements. Dragon blood. From now on, your veins run with the blood of dragons. Dragon blood has regenerative properties unthinkable for your kind and equal to level 10 regeneration skill. As it stands, your body can withstand regeneration only up to level 7. Dragon blood unleashes its full potential after level 35. Beware. There are many who desire your blood, which will heal any wound, even those inflicted by early-stage infecteds. You have gained level 21. Your body has become stronger. Your muscle tissue is now thicker. Attention. Modification of your blood is underway. For 24 hours, your level 2 regeneration skill is replaced by another skill. In no condition to endure the pain, I fell to my knees and yelled. The pain burned as though my veins had been flooded with red-hot lava, and it did not want to desist. This is no freaking magma. I've got the sun in my blood. The shock made me dig my fingernails into the wall and scratch it with force, in plain view of shocked onlookers. I wore my bloodied fingers to the bone, and my nails splintered like the shells of sunflower seeds. They dropped off, but instantly regrew, although I could not find it in me to be concerned. Put 10 caps in my leg right now, and I would only have smiled, such was the pain. Water. I could hardly manage a croak as I stared into the distance and writhed in agony. I was hoping to extinguish the fire inside me using water, but I couldn't even summon it mentally from my inventory. First to run to my assistance was Shatan. After that, my consciousness slumped into a delirium in which there was just me and my pain. At times I was roused, taken somewhere, and molested, but I could do nothing about it. Thank you, freaking dragons, was probably my last conscious thought. Chapter 3. I can officially announce that the night of the Red Plan invasion was the most hair-raising of my life. Of course, the attack itself was difficult, and of course I coped. But in an economic sense, it was a disaster on my part. It's painful to recall how many valuable arrows I wasted. Everything had kicked off when the dragon appeared. Then the system decided to warm me up with its reward, and I now understood that level 10 regeneration was fantastic, and level 10 awaited me in the future. However, purely from a human perspective, it was overkill. For a week, I lay like a vegetable, wishing only for death to relieve the suffering, my blood becoming my new enemy. I lay in a state of delirium for the first 3 days, and by all accounts, everyone thought I was on the way out. On the 4th day, I consciously opened my eyes, immediately regretting it when the pain washed over me with renewed vigor. During this time, I was cared for like a small child by Polina and Katya, who did not leave me alone for a minute, in turns keeping vigil by my bedside. The healing potions did not help. It occurred to me that with my new dragon blood, I was immune to them. The only thing the girls could do was wipe me down with a damp cloth and hold my hand. And in all honesty, I'm not sure it helped that much. They gave me a bunch of pain-killing injections to zero effect, and in the process bent the first few syringes before they found one meant for a horse. My skin was tougher now. Much tougher. It had been 2 weeks since the attack, and I was at last fully recuperated. I sat on a tower in the yard and looked out over the field of battle, which was by now cleared up by the people. It was hard to imagine how much strength it had taken them to remove all the bodies. Hunger was not yet a problem, and plenty of rewards had been reaped. A message from Polina. "Sweetie, where are you?" Getting a breath of fresh air. After my week at home, my relationship with the girls was improved. "Dinner is ready. We're waiting." Excellent news. After the dragon blood acclimatized itself to my body, my appetite was voracious. Simply a nightmare. I did not know how these things worked, but I could easily eat 5 meals a day and still be hungry. I had already put my regeneration to the test, and I could genuinely say it was quite something. Minor injuries were no longer a concern, testament to which fact was an experiment I conducted by thrusting a broken piece of blade into my arm to see what would happen. The pain didn't bother me remotely because I was already used to it, and my greatest hope had come true. However, after the wound miraculously healed over in no time at all, the shard was gone, and that was another miracle, but one that concerned me. Lost in thought, I found myself back at the apartment, and when I opened the door, the little ones threw themselves at me. "We were beginning to think you would leave us to go hungry, disappearing for a whole day like that," Liza objected. Her exasperated tirade, combined with her funny face, made me smile. "You've got a table full of food. You should have gone ahead without me," I said, seeing no problem with it. "Uh-huh," she muttered sulkily. "Mom said we couldn't start without you." Today was my first day fully convalesced and back on my feet, and we hadn't dined at the same table for eons. "Igor, are you going to be long? It'll be cold," came Polina's bubbly voice from the living room. I smiled again. "Let's go eat," I said to the girls, and together we sat down at the table. "You must be kidding," I said, unable to believe my ears. "What freaking portals? I'm away for a week and everything goes to shit." "Not just a week, a whole week," snickered Combat. "By the way, perhaps you could tell us what happened to you?" It was true, I did have some reporting to do. The system gave me a reward and my body wasn't ready for it. I'm stronger now, but I don't want to go through that again. "Fine," Combat said with reserve, deciding to drop the subject, which was just fine by me. Yes, I trusted them, but information like this was still dangerous. "Fancy a quick arm wrestle, Varg?" "Uh-huh. Excellent idea, Clubfoot." Combat wasn't alone in his office. "Ixnay on the arm wrestling," Combat barked. "How many tables have you broken already? What did I tell you about your games?" Clubfoot had received an interesting skill from an arachnid they'd killed. It was called Brawn of the Bear. He could become 4 times stronger in battle now, and, like a small child, he couldn't stop rejoicing in the fact. If only I could have a skill like that. I'd take everyone's heads off with my hammer. "Sorry, Clubfoot, but I'm quite attached to my arm. I need it to fire my bow," I jested, shrugging as if to say, "Go easy on a sick man." The last 2 days I'd been on the mend, and the pain had been slowly subsiding. It was boring lying around and doing nothing, so I'd been catching up on all the latest information in the group chats, and the girls had been popping in to see me to deliver the latest news. "Shall we have some tea?" Combat suggested. "I'm parched." I calculated how much time I had. "Yeah, go on, I can squeeze 1 cup in," I agreed. "Another jaunt?" he said with a frown, Clubfoot seconding the gesture. "There's some business I must attend to. And anyway, I'm tired of lying around idle." "Okay, let's get back to the subject of portals, then," said Combat. "We've noticed new portals opening all the time around the city and releasing those new infecteds from the Red Plan, but that's not all." He paused. "We have also heard that people come out of them as well. We haven't mentioned it to the group so as not to sow panic, but things don't look too rosy. We can assume they're people from other worlds, but their clothes are different to ours. And they are serious cutthroats. Apparently one such squad completely carved up a small group of 20, and another group chained up 30 people and led them into a portal. So we're getting tourists now. Sounds like me in one of my tests. We don't have enough information to talk specifics." A silence hung in the office, everyone thinking their own thoughts. Work seems to be piling up for me. I wonder if I can get extra inventory volume for it. "Listen, has anyone seen any orcs? It's just that I played a dirty trick on one," I said. "I hoped they wouldn't pay a visit to our world. What if they came looking for me to avenge their supreme old man, the shaman?" "Orcs," spat Combat. "Is there anyone you haven't fallen foul of?" I pondered his question. "Well, I did save some folks in a certain country," I said, recalling Gefaya and the face of her minder at the moment of our parting. It would be better for me not to bump into her father. Tea had been served, and Combat now choked on his. "Pfft, I'm afraid to let you go on any more tests," he said, shaking his head. Maybe it really is worth me being more restrained. Nah, that's stupid. "Okay, I'll be off. I've got an urgent matter to attend to, and if it turns out well, then we'll have even more problems," Combat interrupted with a smile. "That's right," I replied, returning the smile. "But I can assure you everyone's going to like it." What an interesting place I found myself in. Standing on a chimney, Santa Claus style, I used vision to look down on a room and the interesting couple within. The interesting thing was that the couple consisted of 2 girls, and as I watched, they whacked a guy. And just in time, too. Running around the city in search of a victim to experiment on, I came across a lad, a real kind soul. He ran into a store where a girl lay trapped under a shelf on the floor. Tears flooded down her cheeks, but suspiciously she was wearing camouflage face paint. Were I in his shoes, I would have thought very hard before approaching her, but he, like a fool, ran right in there to assist the dolled-up doll. He dodged the first strike with ease, but the second, a bolt fired by a second girl hiding behind the counter, he could not avoid. It was no regular bolt either, glowing green, but I saw no signs of poisoning when I approached his plundered body afterwards. The girls had found themselves a fairly decent side hustle. Since she'd been watching the lad through the wall, it occurred to me the girl with the crossbow had a sensory skill, or some analog of my vision. What sort of idiot do you have to be to fall for a trick like that? 30 yards away, out on the street, a couple of zombies are fussing about, and here's a girl lying down and chilling in a shop. Presently, they were sorting through the goodies stolen from the lad and not finding anything interesting. What were they expecting? People kept the valuable stuff in their inventory. I blinked down from the roof and approached the main entrance. The door had a coated lock and was crisscrossed with deep scratches left by zombie claws, and nearby lay those that had attempted to enter. It was obvious my tactic was being used, except with a crossbow. I kept my contemplations short, taking out my battle hammer and smashing the door with all my might. It didn't give way on the first strike. But after the second, something inside the locking mechanism broke and the door opened easily. The girls started. Then the zombies came running. I stood there for 30 seconds without invisibility, allowing the zombies to set a correct course. Then I went up to the 4th floor and, without hesitating, struck the entrance door several times, simultaneously waving at the girl who was now staring at me. She was overcome with surprise and gripped her crossbow tighter. The door crashed open, and I activated invisibility and blinked aside to let 24 zombies burst into the apartment. The first 2 retreated to bolts before close quarters fighting broke out. What can I say? They coped, almost. The comely blonde who had served as bait fell first, although to her credit she battled to the last with the sword she'd summoned. Despite being bitten multiple times, the second girl remained alive. I was forced to intervene and shoot a couple of zombies with my new level 2 short bow of Larsky. The girl lay there, clutching her side, which was blood-drenched due to contact with one of the beast's talons. "Did you and your girlfriend kill many?" I asked her, stepping out of invisibility. On seeing me, she tried to reach for the blade she'd dropped, but her pain was too great. "Why did you attack us, you piece of shit?" she whispered, spitting at me. "How petulant and nearly dead you are," I said with false remorse. My desire to speak with her all used up, I whacked her around the head with a regular wooden stick, and that was that. Her head is intact, and that means she didn't overexert herself. I came closer and opened her mouth. Then I made an incision in my palm, purposefully deeply, and let a thin trickle of my blood drip directly into her mouth. The experiment had begun. I figured she'd lie there unconscious for a while, but I tied her up with rope just in case. The incident with the injury had taught me a thing or two, and I now knew it didn't pay to underestimate your enemy. While there was time, I tossed the apartment for anything of value. All I found was red boxes, which they had evidently found no need for. Then I went to the balcony, which was boarded up and full of garbage. I ripped away the plywood, and when I stepped out onto the balcony, the crowd of zombies grew and headed for me. Excellent. While I waited for the girl to regain consciousness, I could do some target practice and simultaneously break in my new bow. I drew it and began shooting. The arrows flew just fine, and the bow showed its worth. Yet it could not hold a candle to the Archivarsky bow, which was more robust and had greater range. But what could you do if there was nothing suitable on the trading platform? Here come the new boys, I thought, as I set eyes on 2 skinless red zombies. What was this fetish Urda-Osh had? I didn't know where their strengths lay, but they fell just like the most regular of regulars, with maybe just a touch more post-mortem twitching. I spent the next 30 minutes killing zombies, rounding off the spree with 2 flyers. What the hell were they doing out in daylight? They'd probably been sleeping on a rooftop and had been woken by a loud sound, something which could not be said of the Sleeping Beauty. Although that wasn't strictly necessary, as I could see perfectly well that her wounds had healed over and she hadn't turned. Now I was faced with a dilemma. Trust combat and give him a few vials of my blood, or keep the fact hidden. Logic dictated I should hold my tongue because the information would put me in danger. On the other hand, I didn't want to lose people. The previous incursion had not passed without bloodshed, and we'd lost about 30 people. Not nice. They could have killed me or abandoned me, but instead they'd helped. The system was clearly antagonistic towards loners, since it allowed motherfuckers from the Red Plan to indulge in some serious subterfuge. I would love to have seen Erdash's face when he found out who destroyed his temple. I wonder if he's actually got a face, or maybe he's just a little angry fairy, or perhaps he's a big angry dragon, which I shouldn't have teased. Anyway, everything's okay. But I've still got one unresolved issue with this bimbo. What should I do with her? Maybe just kill her and be done with it? Although, no, that might be too simple. The girls had been killing the people coming to their aid, as evidenced by the dozens of different bags in their house. What do I do? That's it. I've got it. I grabbed a hold of her throat and dragged her out onto the landing. There, I threw her back first against the balustrade and bound her to it. Now she would definitely require assistance. I wondered if she'd hope for real help this time. Back there, it was her girlfriend who'd played the victim. Ooh, just imagine they'd changed places. 3 steps toward the exit and the penny dropped. Why was I being so stupid? I went back and untied the girl from the banister, then threw her lifeless body over my shoulder and smiled. Sorry, my pretty, but your life is not yours anymore. Wrapping up my business here, I made for the exit to collect my rewards from the dead Z's. On my way home to the skyscraper, I killed at least 200 zombies, to a minimal extent restoring my stocks of boxes and caskets, which were so depleted as to make the soldiers richer than me. Well, if I lay around for another 2 weeks, that is. Kiss goodbye to your uniqueness, Varg. The kids could take level 20. The girl still hadn't come around, which suited me just fine. She was causing me no problems, and she lay there tranquilly as I killed off another group of zombies. On arrival, I was able to get another look at the powerful walls, which Peter had almost rebuilt in this short time. They seemed even bigger. I was not in invisibility, so everyone knew of my return in advance. And frankly, I did not like the fact that our snipers could spy on me. Combat awaited me at the gates. "Varg, have you got your hands full again? Who's this?" he asked, nodding towards the girl slung over my shoulder. "A prisoner. She needs to be kept under guard and preferably without anyone knowing about her." I didn't know how he would receive my idea, but that wasn't my business. I'll pop by later today and explain why she's here. "Good," Combat agreed. "Take her away," he ordered his 2 accompanying soldiers. As soon as I was relieved of my load, I hit invisibility. I felt naked without it, and I wasn't keen on personal attention, although things were improving on that front. There were lots of people in the grounds of the building, all busy, and huge heaps of various goodies littered the place as well. It appeared they were now gathering anything they could lift and were taking a more serious attitude to the question of stockpiles. As I gleaned from the group chats, Dog End was almost a star, having managed to earn himself level 8 since we'd been out on maneuvers. He'd been given experience for craft, as Peter had for construction. Peter was passionate about his business, and he was already building a stone defense around the skyscraper because he wanted to safeguard the lower floors against penetration from outside. They weren't residential anyway, so it was hard to monitor each and every window. It was as though my tower had emerged from beneath the ground, parting the bedrock on its way. How interesting everything was. "Back so soon, sweetie. How was your first jaunt after the long break? Does anything hurt?" Polina caringly inquired as she embraced me and wouldn't let go. "Everything's fine." I hugged her in return. "You don't have to worry about me. I feel better than ever before." Recent events had definitively relocated the girls from the neutral buddy-buddy drawer to the mine drawer. While they'd been attending to me in my vegetable state, they hadn't pitied me openly, instead telling me every day that it would pass and everything would be okay. I did not like pity or sympathy. The little ones had also spent time with me, forever regaling me with tales, and Anya had even left her favorite doll to watch over me. Best of all was that the girls did not let any visitors in to see me. although there was no shortage of well-wishers. They were sent packing forthwith, for which I was most grateful. Who knew what they might do as I lay impotent in bed? "Let's eat. I cooked some finger-licking good chow," said Polina, her nose held high and proud, and without waiting for an answer, she led me by the hand. "Where's Katya?" I asked, seeing no evidence of her presence in the apartment. "She's with the girls," Polina replied sprightly. "They're at school right now. There is security there, but we don't want to leave them alone." And rightly so. There were lots of children, and no guarantee that security would react quickly enough if something happened, whereas a mother would intuit instantly where the danger to her child was coming from. At the very least, she would be able to get them to safety and inform me, and I would come a-running to annihilate everyone. Anyway, long story short, we sat down to supper 2 hours later. Polina had missed me and led me to the bedroom first, arguing that if I wasn't hungry, we could wait for the others, and I hadn't yet worked up a sufficiently wanton appetite to repel her advances. Katya sensed something and messaged Polina their ETA, so we had time to make ourselves look presentable before the delicious dinner. Until very recently, could I even have dreamed of a life like this? No way, Jose. I couldn't communicate with people adequately before, and I'd always been repulsed by rules and societal norms, which now gave me a wide berth. It was up to everyone else to align themselves with my demands now. I had a girl who understood and valued me, and an interesting life in which I felt legitimately free. Chapter 4. "What you're suggesting sounds very strange," said Combat with a look of disapprobation. "Do we have a choice?" I asked, seeing no reason not to try my strange suggestion. After paying several gray boxes for some files on the trading platform, I filled 20 of them with my filtered blood. They were regular chemical files, in which my blood would not coagulate. I sat straining the blood until midnight, and in the morning I went to give them to Combat. "It's unnatural, not normal," said Tactic, who was also there. "Is losing fighters normal? She killed everyone who tried to help her, and here you are, sniveling." "I was planning to leave her tied up and call some zombies," I said, the conversation beginning to infuriate me. "Calm down, Anton." Combat stopped his friend before he could start arguing again. "Varg's right. This potion, meaning Varg's blood, will help us. And we can't just guess the correct dose without experimenting." Finally, thank the system, he understood what I was talking about. I got the impression he'd understood the crux of the question from the start and was just showing off in front of Tactic. Combat was very decisive in questions of survival, but he was not one to sacrifice his people. As a matter of fact, my blood will save lots of lives. I brought the conversation to a close and made to leave, but turned back at the door. Let's not forget this is a big secret, and nobody knows what I told you. Combat gave a groan and a weary nod before saying, "I hope no one else finds out. We'll say the system gave you the files as a reward." Agreed. I went home, where I decided to have a workout in my personal gym. I wanted to be sure I wasn't out of shape and that my body could still do what I wanted. The next 2 hours I spent on the treadmill and pumping iron, and I was pleased with the results. I felt no weakness whatsoever, which meant the dragon blood had acclimatized itself to my body. Afterwards, I took a shower. "Igor, what plans do you have for this evening?" Katya asked as I came out of the bathroom. "Polina and I were thinking of visiting some friends. Would you like to come with us? It's a children's birthday party." "No way. I think I'll pass. You know what I'm like with big crowds of strangers. A couple of people I could cope with for a short while, but I'd go loopy if there were loads of them." "We thought so, but we decided to check anyway. Or maybe you just don't need us today?" Katya asked with a pout. "Go, don't worry about a thing," I replied. Was she asking for permission? "Okay, if you need us, write via the system." Katya kissed me on the lips and flitted away like a butterfly. It looked as though she'd decided to initiate something. So what? I wasn't against the idea, if it was okay with Polina. I settled myself more comfortably on the sofa and dove into the trading platform. Lady Luck was smiling on me today. I managed to scoop up 3 blue trinket caskets for 100 gray boxes. I hadn't seen them there for ages. I figured they usually got snapped up quickly, and I had neither the time nor the inclination to sit there all day waiting. Also, I found 2 new arrow cards for rupture arrows. Summoning one of them immediately, I activated it, and 10 arrows were deposited in my inventory. Then I summoned one of them. Evaluation. When a rupture arrow hits its target, the tip explodes. Pretty freaking excellent, if you ask me. Let's see what the blue caskets have to say. You have received a hint fact card. You receive fact number 2223. Each region has increased chances of a reward of a specific color dropping. So that's it. And here's me wondering why I so rarely get green and other colored caskets. Did that mean the system was using this as a way to encourage people to trade? What did it mean by region? Country or city? Perhaps even continent? An interesting and somewhat important point. Let's move on. You have received a hint fact card. You receive fact number 65. You can travel to another world for a test, and representatives of other planets can travel to Earth for tests. Freaking excellent. A horde of motherfuckers from the Red Plan plus their dragons. My darling system, give me something useful. Something like a firearm, yeah? I'm using my last trinket casket. You have received a hint fact card. You receive fact number 781. The system does not welcome sentient beings disclosing the information from fact cards to others. If a survivor does this, their chances of receiving another fact are significantly reduced. I figured as much. I'd had my doubts to begin with, but the soldiers hadn't uttered a word about facts, although they had definitely received them. So that meant they might have been given the chance and revealed everything, putting an end to the question. In principle, I was happy with it. Anyway, it was time to go for a stroll and bag me some boxes, as I only had 300 left, and that was way too few. Before leaving, I left a pile of 30 boxes in an obvious place for the girls. Since food went so quickly, I would leave them boxes from time to time. Out on the street, my attention was attracted by a gathering near the wall, so I went to investigate. Several lengths of barbed wire were being laid along the top of the wall to a height of 3 meters. Were they making a barbed wire net or something? I didn't understand. It wouldn't stop anyone shooting, but it also wouldn't stop zombies. But anyway, why make empty guesses? I exited invisibility and crept closer. Would you mind telling me, sirs, what you are doing? I asked. In surprise, one of them dropped his hammer. It landed on his foot. Fuck! Oh, it's you, Varg, he said, waving. Good to see you've recovered. You really socked it to him on the last sortie. As for the razor wire, it's protection from rippers. Now here's a turn-up for the books. I hadn't thought of that. When a ripper tries to climb over the wall, it touches the wire, and you immediately know about it, I said, stating the obvious. Uh-huh. But we're also going to hook up some motion detectors and an alarm. That way, not only the sentry will find out about the transgressor, but also the people at the monitors. Genius. I'd been wondering how to deal with rippers. Excellent idea, I said, appraising their plan. You ain't seen nothing yet, he said dismissively. Peter's devised... I didn't know what Peter had devised, but the man rolled his eyes wistfully. He's going to build the walls even higher, so even flying parasites will have problems flying over them unnoticed. The towers will be taller, too, and they'll be multi-story. I wasn't convinced it was a great idea. What if a strong opponent destroys a tower with a skill? It'll collapse and create a ton of problems for us. By the look on his face, he was in absolute disagreement with me. But I understood that basically he just liked to talk. "Nah, that's gonna be difficult," he said, before explaining more finer points. "Squads of gatherers are already collecting metal to reinforce the towers from inside. They'll be several times stronger." Fuck. Had I been gone a week or a year? When had they found time to do so much? Crack. A shot rang out, and we all turned in its direction to see a flying zombie downed in the distance by one of our snipers. Now I was scared. Who had I created? They were so weak and feeble. What did it all mean? Even I would struggle to pass through such defenses. They should install machine gun turrets for good measure. "Good shot, Grishka," the man praised the sniper. "That's the third he's shot down on this approach today." "Uh-huh," I answered on autopilot, while trying to figure out what wasn't quite right here. Then the penny dropped. "Listen, where's the building that was there before?" I asked, pointing to the place where a 4-story parking lot used to stand. "What? Don't you know?" he asked in surprise. Then he slapped his forehead. "Sorry, I'd forgotten you were sick for a week. We demolished it because it obscured our view of the locality, and we needed building materials for the wall." Now something was definitely not computing. If they needed building materials, where had they taken them from before? But I didn't bother asking. He probably thought I was stupid because I didn't know the simple things the community was doing to survive now. But that wasn't of much interest to me anyway. I was more concerned with my personal strength. And I would think about the community when they had a problem with gray boxes. Hungry people did not work well, but feed them, and they went at it like troopers. "I see," I said drawlingly, looking at the empty space. "Okay, I shan't get in your way any longer. Good luck. And don't you go getting sick again," he replied, waving as I walked away. A message from the scouts. Motion detected in Zone 6. A group of 15 humans, with prisoners. Nothing out of the ordinary for me and the group leaders. "We're quite a way from you. We can be there in 30 minutes, came the reply from Shatan. While the other group leaders were responding to the message, I ran at full pelt to get there, assisting myself with blinks. I did not write anything in the group chat and would work everything out when I got there. And anyway, I wasn't sure I wouldn't get distracted on the way. Like now, for instance. Running past a small house with a red tile roof, I spotted a family of 4 inside. And they were very close to us. Without breaking stride, I marked the house on the map with a short description of the situation. I arrived quickly at my destination and had no problem finding the soldiers. They were also monitoring the movements of the people they'd spotted. "I'm nearly with you. Don't be scared," I wrote from right behind them. I didn't want to screw up their concealment by my appearance. They were hunkered down on a roof and observing people. And there was plenty to observe. They appeared to be our touring party. They had no firearms, but they did have a cold weapon each and were dressed in red armor. Ensconced in a small square, they were waiting for something. Their shackled captives corralled into a group in the middle. The fighters kept a constant lookout as they waited for me, and so as not to make them wait any longer, I deactivated my invisibility. "It's a very good thing you're here," said the main man of the group. "We're awaiting instructions from combat." "You do realize they're not of our world?" I asked him. "Of course, that's what worries us. We've got no idea what surprises they might spring on us. I think they're waiting for a portal to open. We really ought to let them go, but I don't like them stealing our people," I said through clenched teeth. "Do they think we're cattle? I propose we kill them. You know, just in case." "I support that motion," one of the fighters said in a deep bass. "I'll sort it out now," I said, and wrote to Combat. "Combat, I'm here with the tourists and ready to get involved. If a portal opens now, it'll be too late." We were seriously short on time, and I didn't want to waste any. I did not care much for their free-for-all hunting of people, and I was also curious to know what could be gained from them. "If you're sure, do it," Combat wrote in reply. I thought he was still having doubts about whether to begin the operation, but understood I would attack in any case. I didn't really need his permission anyway. At least no one would say I was being insubordinate again. "Be ready. I'll go in first, and you step in when there are half of them left," I said, enveloping myself in invisibility. Without waiting for an answer, I blinked twice down to ground level and began my encroachment upon the enemy. Drawing closer, I was able to make out their swarthy faces and see they weren't so different from us, and they were speaking our language. When I'd been sent to that other world, the system had given us knowledge of the locals' language. Perhaps the same went for this lot, although in truth, it didn't much matter. I drew my bow and sank my first arrow into the nearest person to me. He was fully armored, but his visor was raised, as were all the others, and the arrow thwacked him right in the eye. "You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. Why so little? I wondered. However, I was not given time to complain about the miserly reward, for the warriors or knights or whoever the hell they were leaped immediately into action just as soon as the first of them had fallen. Magic clots were launched in my direction, and I was forced to blink hastily away. Scumbags. They lowered their visors and quickly formed up. Nothing to worry about, though. Still invisible, I skirted around them in a wide circle, then let them have it with an explosion arrow. It hit the target and exploded, sending more clots and other objects flying at me, once again compelling me to blink urgently aside. The objects turned out to be small vessels, which shattered and released clouds of smoke. Over there came an unfamiliar growl before more missiles were hurled towards me. Not quite so artless, this lot. Excellent reactions, I thought. I began blinking hither and thither and showering them with metal-tipped arrows. The explosion arrow had proved unsuccessful, and that was a worry. A message from one of the fighters, call sign Dead Calm. Varg, behind you. I didn't quite understand what he meant, but I did the first thing to enter my head, which was blink upwards. And not a moment too soon, because the silhouette of an armor-clad person grew out of the shadows next to where I'd just been standing. It's... What the fuck? I said aloud in my surprise. Big mistake. The shadow reacted instantaneously to my utterance and came for me at a jump. And his jump was so light and graceful, it seemed neither his armor nor even gravity were of any consequence to him. I should probably have blinked away there and then, but I got carried away, and raising my arms above my head, I summoned my hammer and brought it crashing down on the head of my startled opponent. His short dagger afforded him no help, and I distinctly heard the grating of metal and the crunching of skull. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. No sooner had he died than shots rang out. The fighters had entered the fray. Retreating to a safe distance, I realized why my fiery explosion hadn't killed anybody. The legionnaires had taken shelter beneath their shields, for one, and second were the auras surrounding them, which became visible at the moment of contact. Protective skills. Or, more probably, artifacts. Dead calm, they've got protective artifacts. Try to work on one of them at a time. I sent the message post-haste to the squad commander who was providing my covering fire. The squad took immediate notice and began to concentrate their attack on a single opponent, whose barrier became practically visible from the ensuing barrage. This was bad. My arrows would do minimal damage. I was not about to give up, however, and this time I would be supremely attentive, for I did not need a second shadow warrior emerging. Strange, the first legionnaire I'd felled with an arrow, and he wore no protection, and the shadow's defense hadn't worked either. I needed more information about this user-unfriendly opponent. I blinked onto a tree, settled myself comfortably on it, and let fly with a regular arrow. Not at the guy who'd been bombarded by Dead Calm's squad, but the commander. He was the only one with a wreath of feathers on his head, and he was the only one I could hear talking, giving his people commands. Also, my arrows didn't reach him, blocked by a shield. What's going on here? I'm going to complain to the Archers Association. How was I supposed to kill them? I could hit them with something really brutal, but then I would also kill the prisoners, and that was not permissible, for the prisoners would be a fount of information concerning the tourists, whose conversations they surely must have overheard. You've really pissed me off, you fuckers, I snarled, drawing my hammer once more. I already knew their protection didn't work in close combat. 3 long blinks, and my hammer pulverized the ribs of the nearest legionnaire, who was firing clots from his hands at the closest bushes because that's where he thought I was hiding. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. A skip to the right and another strike, which hit an opportunely presented shield. It didn't help the bearer, mind you, for I knocked out his defenses and he lowered his shield, allowing me to deal his ear a heavy hammer blow that spilled his brains. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. That's better. Then I had to avoid their magic clots using blinks and acrobatic tricks. Shoot, if only I knew what exactly they were firing at me, maybe I could use my hammer to deflect. But what if I couldn't? I didn't like uncertainty. A new enemy was always a lottery. Defense formation, do not be distracted by the jumper, the commander shouted. Uh-huh, it's me letting you get into formation. Using blink, I attacked one from above, but he managed to dodge aside and lay a strike on me, which ought to have removed my head. My hammer destroyed a paving slab, and I didn't have time to raise it quickly enough. So at the last moment, I replaced it in my inventory and instead produced my sword, with which I blocked the next strike. Ding! Fuck, where do they get all their strength? My sword cracked, and I scarcely had time to blink away from the enemy blade. I sent a message to the general battle chat. The enemy is very strong. Do not engage in close combat. Varg, don't you dare die. Screw the prisoners. Hang in there. Assistance is on the way. Combat's response was instantaneous. Surely he didn't think I was really having a hard time. It was more likely that Dead Calm was a pessimist and had been telling combat tales. Damn, they'd gotten into formation and created something like a Roman testudo. One of them produced short spears from his inventory and proceeded to hand them out to the Ironsides, who hid them behind their shields. I see. They're waiting for me to attack before trying to reach me with those spears. As ill luck would have it, I had no grenades, although again there were the prisoners to think of. And the prisoners were no idiots. Seeing their captors had stepped aside, they began inch by inch to creep away. Oops, clocked. One of the Ironsides left the formation and ran to the chain that bound all the prisoners together. This is my chance. I accelerated towards him using blink, smashed him with a mighty blow that swept him aside like a tin can, and promptly ducked 2 red clots. Good job I had invisibility. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. I was able to blink away, but 3 others weren't, and their bodies went up in flames. Ah! Screeched people being burned alive. Fuck. I couldn't contain myself and looked with hatred at the people in armor. I was just about to attack them, but events dictated otherwise when a portal opened behind them. It was what they'd been waiting for all this time. Since they had a portal location here, I would have to advise combat to mine the whole freaking area. Fall back, said the commander, when he realized they weren't going to catch anything here. No. Letting you go that easily would be inhospitable. I took a dark energy arrow and fired. Not at them, but directly into the portal. I hoped it would work in there and that a place infected with dark energy was now waiting for them. And so they retreated, lost in the red glow of the portal. At the last moment, they all turned their heads to look at the remaining prisoners and the bodies of their own people I'd destroyed. The portal imploded, but the most interesting was yet to come. Attention! 10 people from the honor group are invited to take part in a test. Participation is obligatory. Level of difficulty: High. Important note. Your group has a survivor who is higher than level 20. He is worth 10 regular group members. Important note. If your participant is victorious, the reward for your group will include skill books. Countdown to decision time. 35 minutes, 59 seconds. 35 minutes, 58 seconds. 35 minutes, 57 seconds. I almost let my hammer slip from my hands. What was this hint from the system? Give me Varg and you can keep everyone else? A message from combat. Varg, have you seen this? Is it just me, or am I being invited to a tea party? A stupid smile on my face. I'd forgotten all about the Ironsides. Ignoring my question, combat replied, Have you made your own mind up as usual? I suppose there's no way of changing your mind. That's right. Okay, then. Can I just ask, are you already on your way to the tower at full throttle? And then I got it. Tower. Teleportation. The system was returning me to the place it had taken me from. Better my tower than a street full of zombies. Holy crap. Chapter 5. When I realized just how catastrophically little time I had, I sprinted over to the legionnaires I'd killed. There I was met with disappointment. Their bodies did not fit in my inventory, and neither did their armor, although there was plenty of room for their swords and shields. Evaluation. Legionnaires Short Sword, level 3. Senior Legionnaires Field Shield, level 5. Curved Blade of an Imperial Shadow, level 7. Junior Legionnaires Field Shield, level 3. Junior Legionnaires Field Shield, level 3. Legionnaires Short Sword, level 2. Senior Legionnaires Short Sword, level 4. I was gobsmacked. Level 7? I wondered what kind of armor they had. Evaluation. No info. Logical, I supposed. Armor could not be evaluated while its owners were still wearing it. 32 minutes, 30 seconds. The timer in front of my eyes continued its relentless countdown. And here was me wasting time like an ass. But this was my loot, for Pete's sake. And hell, there were zombies surging in this direction, begging the question, where the hell had they been when the tourists were here? Surely the system hadn't kept them here on purpose. No matter, it wasn't the end of the world, and I could see Clubfoot steaming towards me like an icebreaker, brandishing his massive sword. Clubfoot, I got a jam. You deal with the prisoners and trophies. I wrote to him, already moving out. I had to hustle. The battle hadn't been heavy, but it had been royally draining. What with me being constantly on the move, Blink was eating away at my internal energy, and I barely made it back to the skyscraper. 2 minutes, 36 seconds. I ran into the elevator and began furiously pressing the button for our floor in the hope it would kick into life faster. It was no doubt a joke on the part of fortune or karma, but the elevator moved slower than ever before. Glancing at the timer, I sent combat a message. Close the second elevator. I'm stuck inside it. It was all I had time for. 0 minutes, 7 seconds. Shit. It had just occurred to me how much I loved my destiny, when my world faded and my consciousness vanished into the distance. I was wakened by the bright sun shining in my face, making that awakening hard to call pleasant. I was about to ask Polina to close the blinds when I became conscious of where I was. Before I even opened my eyes, I wanted to activate invisibility, but I decided to check out my surroundings first and understand what lay in store. It turned out to be a wise decision. Fuckery, was all I could find to say. I'd been the first to stir, and littered around me in the field were hundreds of unconscious bodies. Blacks, Chinese, Indians, Europeans. Those were just the ones I could identify. We all lay quietly, not touching anyone else, and surrounded by no fewer than 3,000 soldiers in medieval armor. Although in fairness, it wasn't quite such funky armor as the legionnaires from earlier. This lot looked simpler and not as hardcore. But fuck, system, where have you landed us? Probably out of pity, it deigned to reply. Attention. You have been transferred to the world of Amala. Your mission is to survive. Whoever kills the most sentients will receive an increased reward. Important note. You are located inside a protective circle and cannot be harmed. If your account is not credited with a minimum of 10 kills by the end of the test, you will incur a fine of 5 levels. Important note. Weapons from your world do not function in this world. Attention. It is forbidden to harm other participants in the test for the first 24 hours. Violation of this rule incurs a punishment. That means we're in danger. It also explained a lot, including why these motherfuckers had formed a cordon around us but not yet attacked. The news concerning firearms warmed my inflated ego nicely. During the next 2 hours, people slowly regained consciousness, while I, quite the opposite, faded. This was hell for me. A whole crowd of people, all of them very vocal, shouting, proving points, and some of them simply clueless as to what they'd done to deserve all this. And I simply felt bad. I was prepared to do anything at all just to disappear into invisibility, but I refrained. I watched others using their skills while the people surrounding us paid close attention. To activate invisibility would mean to blow my cover in front of everyone, and I still had to find out what the fuck was going on here. Surely they couldn't be waiting for us just for shit and giggles, could they? Perhaps I could come to some arrangement with them on terms that were good for me. With a certain amount of difficulty, I managed for intermittent brief moments to focus my attention enough to scan my surroundings. We were in the middle of a military camp, with a humongous castle visible in the distance. Then the big cheese of this surreal zoo had an announcement to make. Attention, strangers. You have been sent to our assistance by the Great System. I am Shog Morin, commander of the 6th Army. From now until the end of your test, you will answer exclusively to me. We are not your slaves, came an instant reply. Are you going to feed us? Came another. Furnish me with a chick and I'll go fight for you, said a shaven-headed man who had twigged what was going on. Interestingly, the blacks and the Chinese were speaking the same language and understood each other perfectly. The commander-in-chief paid no heed whatsoever to their hollers, merely smiling a satisfied smile as he beheld his fresh meat. You do not seem to understand, meat, he said. I had guessed correctly. That you have no choice. You will now form up into 10 ranks, and one by one you will exit your deflector shield. You will then swear a pledge of allegiance, which is valid until the end of the test, and then do exactly what you are ordered. A number of dissatisfied voices piped up. Screw you, schmuck, I'm not fucking lining up for you, said a man with a bushy mustache, earning himself a couple of brownie points in my eyes. The commanders to whom we were to pledge our allegiance stepped forward. And what happens to those who don't line up? I asked in an unconfident voice. When would I shed this phobia? I lived and communicated with people and had begun to notice some improvement in this area, yet here I was back at square one. It's good you asked, chuckled the commander. Hands up, who wants some gold? He asked us. Big mistake, why would we want gold? But no, the dumbest of the dumb raised a hand. Still, my question held. Why would he want gold? Gold has fallen out of favor with us recently, but we are very fond of artifacts and system weapons, replied an Asian. The commander uttered pensively. In that case, hands up if you want artifacts to the value of 50 gold. At this point, people began to raise their hands. You will have to remain inside your deflector shield and eject from it anyone who does not want to exit it of their own accord. It is impossible to kill inside it, but to eject from it is perfectly possible. I see. The worst thing was that I could already see takers. They began discussing the question and looking around at others, while many approached the captains who were waiting for them to give their oath. Dumb swine. I left it as late as possible. What with my condition being not exactly great right now, my head buzzing like a nightmare. Then, when there were only about 24 of us left, came my turn. Meanwhile, the rats stood by their new masters and awaited orders. "Do you need a special invitation? Meat?" the commander asked, raising a scornful eyebrow. "In that case, I shall give you some motivation. Eject them from the shield, and I will personally execute the last 3. The remaining people exchanged glances and raced each other towards the shield, while I remained standing just where I was. The area enclosed within the shield was vast, and in the distance I saw more people in conference with other representatives of the local militia. Jolly stuff. "I take it you are the most obstinate one." "Yes," the commander asked me, before turning to the people who had already crossed through the shield. "You are obedient little piggies, and I will not cut short your pathetic lives. This one, however, has earned his punishment. Eject him from the deflector zone," he commanded the people still inside. The sheep ran in my direction, but I could not kill them, except by shoving them out through the shield, that is, and there was a bunch of them against one of me. Mind you, anyone I ejected couldn't come back. One had tried, but to no avail. The commander looked pleased with the spectacle, and I knew he was just loving it. Other people also looked on with interest, albeit without the pleasure. So, I had gleaned what I needed, and I made my decision. "I surrender," I shouted. "I beg you for mercy." I was in the middle of an enemy camp, teeming with soldiers, so I took the only sensible course of action and approached the shield. As soon as I stepped out through it, a hand was raised to stop my pursuers and prevent them from following me out. "Correct decision. Such a pity it's too late," the commander said with a smile as he unsheathed his blade and came for me. "I beg you for mercy," I repeated, kneeling to await his decision. The man was totally relaxed as he approached. Then one of the test participants piped up. "Comrade Commander-in-Chief, forgive my interruption, but he might have valuables in his inventory. You can take everything he's got and kill him afterwards." The commander-in-chief mulled this over for a few moments and smiled a happy as a clam smile. "Excellent idea." His attention distracted, I blinked to his side and thrust with my shadow blade. "You..." I had merely been waiting for a convenient moment, and he gifted me this. He grabbed my blade with his free hand, and his face distorted in a grimace of shock and contempt. I had crushed all his stereotypes. How dare this swine attack him, a great military leader? In his ire, he clutched my blade all the harder until it began dripping blood. I'd been planning to cut him down right from the very beginning. Then he'd gotten distracted, and everything turned out most fortuitously. Had he wanted to enslave and use me? I had no clue why the herd had agreed to their terms, but the system hadn't mentioned anything about working for them. The instructions had been to kill sentients, and the fucking sentients had transpired to be the kind I liked to tear apart with my bare hands. "I'll skin you alive and feed you to the worms," he said, his eyes reddened in anger. He now understood just how close he was to death, but he didn't understand he was already a corpse. A smile broke out on my face. "What a fool you are," I informed him with a smile, before blinking 2 meters upwards, activating invisibility, and then blinking once more to the side. Magic and arrows bombarded the spot I'd vacated. I'd been planning to whack him with my hammer, but I now realized I had no time. The only choice was my blade. But he wore a full suit of armor, which I wasn't sure I would be able to penetrate. It was awkward, but hidden by the crowd, I was able to smear the blade with poison and time my strike with such precision that he would grab it at the very last moment and not suspect anything. A colossal commotion surrounded him. So what did I do? I made a run for the end of the camp. Unaware of my invisibility, they would probably figure I'd teleported. More fool them, but I had to buy some time before they came looking for me, as I was sure they would. I was very doubtful he would survive. My smearing of the sword had been most generous. I ran for 5 minutes without reaching the end of the camp, which was bestrewn with tents and carts. Darting into a horse enclosure, I crouched down behind a pile of hay, where I could recover my breath and observe people. Attention! Varg has killed the commander of the 6th Army, Shog Morin, of the clan Mora Shog. The entire Empire and Shog clan mourns the passing of its son. In this world, the murder of a commander-in-chief is a kick in the face of every citizen of the Empire, and the Emperor personally. When this information reaches the Emperor, it is 90% certain he will put a price on Varg's head. From this day forth, Varg is an enemy of the entire Nirgata Empire. My face showed zero emotion as I read the system message. Nothing new here. I had played a dirty trick on the Turus and the Urus and destroyed Urdaash's temple. I was evidently developing a taste for such things. For the next 6 hours, the camp buzzed like a disturbed beehive, soldiers scurrying everywhere. They combed the camp for the first hour before roaming the surrounding area in search of me. They would need to search harder, however, for I had found an unoccupied tent and was now chilling in it. As it happened, a soldier did run in a short time later and began rooting around in his bag, so I found myself having to thrust my blade into his armpit. It wasn't hard, since his armor was not full body like Shogmorin's. Towards evening, the search parties returned, and I was able to listen in on their conversations. By now, it was properly dark, and they gathered by their campfires for supper. I wandered among them in the invisibility, collecting information, and it was all rather interesting. As I understood, they were very angry at the loss of their commander-in-chief. Everyone could expect a harsh punishment, and all because of me. 10,000 warriors were gathered here, as well as 3,000 people drafted for the test. Apparently a disposable artifact had been used, which somehow sent a request to the system, which would then send out people, and sometimes not people. That said, I also gathered that this had not worked the last 2 times. My wanderings took me past some of my fellow planet men, who were discussing me and cussing me out. I had created a pile of problems for them, and now their attitude to outsiders was worse than their attitude to swine, although they couldn't kill them for fear of incurring the wrath of the system. A conversation between 2 officers gave me to understand they were ready to execute everyone, but the system would not countenance such high-handedness. 1 or 2 should be no problem, but a larger number may well come back to haunt them later. Then again, they were going to perish anyway, as they were being sent as cannon fodder to storm a town. Until late into the night I wandered, eavesdropping and reconnoitering the camp. People were idiots. The system's instructions concerning sentience had been clear from the outset, and it hadn't forced anyone to join up specifically for this. More likely, it was using the opportunity and the people's ignorance of the rules. Broadly speaking, they could go kill peasants and still pass the test. But I was not going to do that, for I was too enraged by the attitude to me. I would make this camp cry tears of blood. Just the once I nearly blew my cover, when an artifact lit up as I walked past it. Only then did I see it for the artifact it was, rather than the crystal-topped stick I'd originally taken it for. Fortunately, I was able to take cover and watch what happened next from a safe distance. 3 minutes later, a puffed-out lad of about 25, wearing a long robe, ran up and began scanning the vicinity nervously before cursing someone called Hirik, who had made him set out these artifacts, which were forever glitching. Also interesting was that I'd been spotted by a squad out eastward, and a search party had been dispatched there. I was curious to know by what miracle this had happened, since I had not left the confines of the camp. When the liveliness of the camp began to abate towards midnight, I leaped into action. I chose the left-hand edge of the camp, which was the side away from the town, for security here was weaker and this was where the stores were located. Using my vision, I found the awning I needed and made for it. As it transpired, it was where the arrows were kept. My precious. I picked up the first one I found and evaluated it. Evaluation. Regular arrow with iron head. Nothing special, but I took 700 anyway, since it would hardly stretch my inventory to bursting point. Next, I went to where they stored pots of catapult oil under the watchful eyes of a whole 4 people. I drew my bow and positioned myself conveniently for a clear view. The first victim got it in the eye, the second in the mouth. Tasty. The second 2 didn't manage a single utterance as I blinked over to them and stuck them with daggers. I listened in. Everything was quiet. Job nearly done. I opened a few pots and poured oil generously over all the others. Then I wanted to throw a torch at them, but thought better of it. What a dipstick. The whole lot might have gone up and taken me with it, all bar my boots. I retreated to a safe distance and launched a fire arrow in there. What can I say? The explosion was just what the doctor ordered, spraying the caustic oil over a fair section of the camp, which went up in flames. Not all the soldiers were asleep in their tents, most of them snoozing on the ground by their fires when the burning mixture splattered them. Ah! Screams came from all around, bringing a smile to my face. Wanted to make a slave of me, did you? Well, suck on that. I fled the place, while the people, on the other hand, ran towards it. I reached the tent I was looking for just in time to see some big shot hastening to don his armor. Flying into his tent, I spiked his not yet fully armored torso and quickly ransacked the place, pinching all the most valuable stuff. Gold, armor, weapons, and other sundry bits and bobs, as well as, most importantly, the key to the prisoner's cage, for which I had special plans. The entire camp was distracted, leaving me free to pull off another small job, which was giving me goosebumps just to think about it. The prisoner's tent was right at the opposite end of the camp from the explosion, so there weren't too many people around, just as I'd planned. On the way, I popped into a number of tents to snaffle the armor the soldiers had left behind when they ran to extinguish the fire. The odd tent had people in it, but killing them caused me no particular stress. By the time I reached the prisoners, I was fully equipped, and without breaking stride, I produced my bow and shot the sentries. There were only 2, and fortunately they were curious enough to have climbed onto a cart for a better view of what was burning in the distance. When my arrows entered their heads, their bodies collapsed onto the cart and their deaths remained a secret. It was hard to make anything out in the half-light. To be on the safe side, I surveyed the locality with vision, and aside from the far-off bustling warriors, I saw nothing suspicious or dangerous. I also checked the tent itself for artifacts and other traps. There was a trap, but it was child's play. In the middle of the tent lay a carpet, beneath which a formula was written in paint. 5 would get you 10, it was magic. I slipped into the tent ghost-like, skirted around the unsavvily laid carpet, and approached the cage. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Would you like to buy your freedom?" I inquired of the captives. They resembled people, yet something about them told me they weren't. Chiefly their elongated ears and totally impassive faces. Chapter 6. Their faces were a sight to behold, especially when their stone masks dropped from their faces and they were instantly robbed of all their inscrutability. All bar one of them, that is. One of the elves, as I called them in my head, either saw me or sensed me, and turned his head this way and that in an attempt to spot me. Invisible? Unable to believe her eyes, a girl of about 18 was staring straight through me. How is that possible? There aren't any invisibles in Alatello. Interesting. Am I being taken for somebody else? If so, that raises the question, is this invisible a good thing or a bad thing in their eyes? Niel, that's not an invisible, quietly replied a man of about 30, who was keeping a wary eye on me and looked the most dangerous of them. Who is it, then? Shoot, you could at least address me, not just each other, huh? I thought. I decided to find out. You never knew. Am I interrupting anything? I asked. He is too inexperienced for an invisible, said the man, ignoring me. When he entered the tent, the canopy fluttered. Why was I hiding? I knew there was nobody else here. In the tent were just 4 elves and 1 she-elf sitting in the same cage, the key to which was in my inventory. Are you sure you're not confusing anything? I asked, bored of being ignored. I'll ask you again. Would you like to buy your freedom? The seasoned elf smiled a crooked smile and replied, Thank you for the offer, but if it's all the same with you, we decline. How could he be so calm? It was as though he wasn't being held captive. He was clearly the chief since he was answering for everyone, and I didn't like him. Perhaps I should poison him. Are you in your right mind? I asked. His hubris made me want to punch him in the face. What gives you the right to decide for everybody else? Or did you just decide to take on the duties of an elder? I was provoking him on purpose. If he was their big kahuna, he might not appreciate my attitude, making him shoot his mouth off and disclose useful information. You are human, are you not? You don't have to answer, I know you are. We require no assistance from humans. His look held so much conceit, you'd never guess he was sitting in his underwear in a dirty cage. And you are too calm and confident for a prisoner. A smirk crept onto my face, and I deactivated invisibility so he could appreciate it. While I was roaming the camp, I overheard soldiers saying they dreamed of just one night with a certain captive girl. The girl squirmed, but her face remained a picture of nonchalance. And how would your assistance differ from their desire if you asked the same in return for our salvation? He asked ironically. If you can actually organize our escape, that is. I wasn't sure I could. I really tensed up one time when a small squad of soldiers ran past very close to the tent. I had expected them to accept my help without question, allowing me to receive my payment. But this jug-eared wanker was kicking against the pricks, and the whole business was in jeopardy. The fire would not take forever to extinguish, and the soldiers might come back to check up on the prisoners. I wouldn't argue that my strike had been no joke, but whose problem was it that they kept everything in the same place and without the necessary safety measures? I am offering to get you out of here. And in return, I need only for you to answer my questions, I said, trying a different tack. If everyone is in agreement, we can make an exchange. I provide you a service, and you give me certain material assets, such as weapons or armor. Do you desire to learn the secrets of my people? The fucker raised a single sardonic eyebrow. You have already tortured me, and I revealed nothing. What do you think is going to change now? And as far as our handiwork is concerned, you must be out of your mind if you think any of us would voluntarily give any of it to a human. Lershirail, he doesn't look like a local. Perhaps it's worth us accepting his conditions, the smart girl piped up. Humans are not to be trusted, he replied bluntly, leaving me no chance. Even if he's from another world, he is still a human, and he is also under oath. I was sick and tired of this. Okay then, you big-eared prick, screw you, I declared, looking straight at the annoying elf before turning to the others. And you lot can keep quiet as well and rot in here like a herd of sheep. I'm leaving. Good luck to you. And so I left the tent. I had genuinely wanted to help them and receive certain information as a reward, but I was not about to tolerate somebody like that. Am I supposed to win them around or something? Ain't happening. I'm no longer in the mood for doing good deeds. I'm off to kill somebody. Cloaked in invisibility, I roamed the camp, cussing beneath my breath. I was so angry that I'd twatted a passing soldier with my hammer, killing him instantly, and sending him flying into a tent and uprooting it, an action that enhanced my speed. The fire was nearly out, thick smoke the only thing remaining. Shoot. I realized I should have used my telephone to photograph the fire I'd started. I took out my phone to take some photos and a video for Combat and his analysts. only to be met with more disappointment. It didn't work at all, which meant that firearms were not the only technology that didn't work here. Never mind, who cares? Just find me an artist to paint me some pictures of this world. What was wrong with that elf? I just couldn't get the situation out of my mind. And I'd had everything planned out. I would rescue the big earses, and they would feed me information about the system. Shoot, maybe it was worth paying their town a visit and trading their information for, let's say, what did I actually have to trade with? They were unlikely to need weapons or armor. Maybe documents from the commander-in-chief's tent? Now that was an idea, and it was no sooner thought than implemented. I toddled off in search of the commander's tent, which I hadn't come across on my previous wanderings. I figured it ought to be empty. What a bummer it would be if I couldn't find any important documents there. 2 hours later, I found the tent I was looking for. Although, in truth, it didn't look much like a tent, but more like a 2-room apartment with ensuite bathroom. The bigger problem was the 10 or so people in it. They all sat, drinking in silence, no doubt reminiscing about their unfortunate commander-in-chief. The simplest thing was to send a dark energy arrow in there, but that would destroy the documents, of which there was a sizable number. Now, what was this? Only now did I realize the incongruity with the bigger picture. Inside the tent was a butch armor-clad girl with a simian face who sat there with a 1,000-yard stare on her face and tears running down it. Was it his sister? Or did he have bad taste in lovers? Her heart was no doubt riven with grief to have lost someone dear. As I took my bow in hand, I imagined the pain and bitterness she must have been feeling. Then I produced a rupture arrow. It was all my fault. I took aim. She would no doubt avenge him. I fired. I was worried the arrow would explode on contact with the tent itself, but thank the system, it worked out just fine, and it entered the neck of the weeping girl before exploding and splattering everyone else with bloody scraps of flesh. Interestingly, the explosion made practically no noise, just the pop of a party popper. I'd been expecting it to take out half the camp. Then all hell broke loose, and I made use of the opportunity to climb onto a large cart used to transport barrels and sacks of provisions. From there, I began shooting at the pandemoniac tent full of people, the darkness and my night vision working in my favor to make me more or less impossible to see. I also managed to kill 2 officers in the tent before everyone else hit on the idea of cutting the canvas and escaping out the back. After my 20th kill, I realized it was time, so I blinked down to the tent, ran into it, and began scooping up whatever my eyes fell upon. "He's here," someone cried, and using vision, I scanned the tent for the speaker. Apparently I was in trouble. Too many people. And then 2 arrows and a bolt flew into the tent. The bolt almost hit its target, landing half a meter from my left foot. Time was pressing, but I managed to pick out the shooter, again using vision, and send him an arrow in return. It was seriously deflected as it passed through the canvas of the tent, and it plunged into his leg. He would live, the bastard. I regretted not using a poison arrow, and fled via a series of blinks. "Shake a leg, you sickly hounds, find him, and bring him to me." From my hiding place behind the tent, I looked on as an officer chivied his troops with some impulsive hand-waving. I had blown my cover, and they knew the last trail had been false. Still, I had nothing to worry about and could take it easy until they found a means of locating Invisible Me. After the officer had dispensed all his commands, he produced from his pocket a communication artifact, which he proceeded to speak into. Well, at least I thought it was a communication artifact. Either that or he wasn't playing with a full deck and was talking to a small metal plate. My interest was piqued by the artifact, since I couldn't hear another voice, which meant telepathy might be at play. A single arrow entering the man's eye and killing him in an instant, followed by a short blink, and the artifact was in my hands. It was time for me to split as far as possible, by which I mean to the other end of the camp. I spent 30 minutes trying to figure out how the thing worked, attempts which fell decidedly flat, even evaluation drawing a blank. So I threw it into my inventory and forgot about it. I had no clue what to do next, since the camp's populace was fully battle-ready and searching for me. I had to give them time to relax before launching a fresh assault, so I entered an empty tent and took a seat on a hard trestle bed to contemplate a plan of action. The biggest problem was sleep. I needed sleep, but I didn't particularly want to leave the camp. I'd seen some magi doing something out at its borders, and could only guess they were casting defensive spells or something of that ilk. The air of them had been far too breezy for my liking. What a superb mess I'd made of their plans to attack the town. I wondered when they would appoint a new commander-in-chief. It was certainly not worth delaying the decision, for this battalion of people would require feeding, on top of which their numbers had grown to the tune of several thousand earthlings, although they could get away without feeding them. Right now, my new skill, which the system had swapped in for another, was coming very much in handy. It had taken my level 2 regeneration and in its stead given me level 2 stamina. Evaluation. Stamina, level 2. A passive skill which adds stamina, though not unlimited. When I'd awoken from my week-long coma, I had been very surprised. It was not a bad skill, but I felt absolutely no difference. Even now, in order not to fall asleep, I threw a healing potion down my throat. In any case, I couldn't go long without sleep, and there was simply nowhere to do that, not a single safe spot. I did have a few ideas, but they were clearly born of delirium. On the flip side, however, was my life not ruled by delirium? In which case, why not choose the most audacious and gung-ho path? I waited for morning and headed into the town. So what? Why not? I understood the language, and there must be food and accommodation there. To undertake this barefaced act, in the camp I stole a gray cape with a deep hood to conceal my face. The city wall was guarded by multiple sentries, and the gates were shut fast. However, the wall was only 4 meters high, and as a jumper, it was a cinch for me to blink onto it. It was snow-white, thick, and fashioned from solid rock. It was also currently inhabited by a multitude of elves, but they didn't notice me. Hanging magically and inexplicably above one of the towers was a crystal, which just then began to shine, much to my dismay. The locals seemed not to like it either, and they immediately started fussing about. I ran into the first floor of one of the towers, which was empty, and deactivated invisibility, before using vision to observe the crystal. It immediately dimmed. Not good. I hope the city wasn't liberally sprinkled with similar crystals. I reactivated invisibility and set off along the wall. Oncoming elves didn't spot me, although one did turn its head in my direction as I trotted past. Have they got radars in their ears or something? He didn't do anything, though, because just as soon as he turned his head, I blinked onto some stone steps leading downwards. On my way down, I got an extensive view of the town. In comparison with our cities, I would have called it at most a small town, although in terms of beauty, ours didn't hold a candle to it. The white stone buildings, roofed with red tiles, were arranged symmetrically, and there were no predominant or ugly structures to be seen, and all this splendor was topped off by a small, almost toy castle in the center of the town. The descent was easy, and straight away I found a dark, deserted gateway. There I deactivated invisibility again before pulling my hood down tight and stepping out onto the main street. The few people, elves, milling about paid me no attention whatsoever, which could not fail to delight. I suppose that just at the moment everyone preferred not to leave their homes, or whatever stronghold they happened to be in. I knew that during a siege in ancient times everyone would run into the castle, where together they would prepare to defend the final frontier along with their leader. The most common sight on the streets were patrols of armed guards. I was at my calmest and most relaxed, for it would not pay to be fidgety or twitchy, which would attract attention, something I could definitely do without. What do I need here, anyway? I wondered. Perhaps I should break into the castle and filch the public coffers? Why, though? Although, wait. They could be used to buy weapons or artifacts. But there was a different problem here. How would I explain the presence of such a rare object in my inventory? It would be easier to rob a gun shop. Then again, that would make me the object of a town-wide search. Artifacts were more attractive, but they also came with a problem. I already had one, and it didn't work. And what if artifacts had magic protection, and I lost a damned arm during the heist? My regeneration might cope, but on the other hand, it might not, and somehow I didn't want to test that possibility on myself. Arms were sacred to an archer. I would rather lose a leg. Then I could be like a pirate, get myself a parrot, and learn the art of conversation. As I strolled around the town, I was able to enjoy the unusual culture. Each house was decorated with ancient bas-relief and exquisite carvings, making it obvious straight away how much they loved their culture. But the nicest thing was the diversity of greenery in the town. Every street was lined with trees, flowers, and a variety of bushes. It would be a great shame if people came and destroyed all this beauty. Anyway, I'd had my stroll, and that was sufficient. It was time to grab something to eat and then grab some sleep. And lo and behold, here was a tavern. Unfortunately, while I could speak their language, I could not read it. "I do beg your pardon." So involved was I in checking out the exterior of the tavern using vision that I bumped into a girl. Embarrassed, she hurried to apologize before running off about her business. There was no way my compatriots should be allowed into this town. There were so many beautiful girls here, and so much trouble to be stirred up that I might get stabbed between my ribs. I would have to be careful with vision. Inside, the tavern was clean and cozy, and I was immediately seized by pleasant culinary aromas. Elves of various ranks sat dining and chatting, and behind the bar stood a bored elf barman. "Welcome," said the bar elf with a discreet nod as I approached. "Greetings," I replied, returning his nod in a similarly discreet fashion. "I require a good room and food for 4 adults." I observed the elf's reaction attentively. His expression did not change at all, not a single muscle twitched, which meant I was doing everything correctly. "Here's your key. Room number 20, on the 2nd floor," he said, handing me the key. "A servant will bring you your lunch within 10 minutes. Do you require anything else?" "Thank you," I replied politely. "That will be all." "That will be 6 irises." It was here I realized I'd made a boo-boo. I had no idea what irises were, nor what they looked like. All I had was the money I'd taken from the camp, and I'd been banking on being charged something like 10 silver or gold, but not irises. What were they? What if they were copper? I shoved my hands inside my cape and pretended to be digging around in there while actually playing for time. In the end, I produced from my inventory 6 silver coins and handed them to the barman. Logic dictated that 6 gold for a room was excessive, while copper was probably not enough, so I plumbed for silver. "Viel, see the guest to his room," the barman said to a girl who exited the kitchen carrying an order for a guest. Has she been standing there waiting for the right moment? I wondered. Fortune. I could count myself lucky he'd shown no reaction to the money and simply scooped it up disinterestedly. Note to self, iris equals silver. "Will do," the girl said with a nod and a sweet smile. Then she delivered the order and returned to me. I wondered if everyone nodded around here, or maybe it was just this establishment. The girl remained smiling as she led me up to the 2nd floor. She was just doing her job, while I, a sinner, used my vision to peek under her dress. Well, I had to make sure she wasn't packing a hidden weapon and planning to attack me around the corner, didn't I? Fuck, it would have been better if she had actually attacked me. At that moment, I rued the fact that my girlfriend was so far away. Although I was sure she would understand. Such were VL's curves. The local brothel was not an option. And not because I might have my cover blown. It was one thing to find myself another girl, but paying for venal love was quite another. The room was comfortable and even had a bath, although not all the rooms did. I had probably paid way over the odds. Anyway, before my food arrived, I had time for some R&R, and to use vision to check out what the elf was up to downstairs. Chapter 7. As promised, my lunch was delivered and in good time, despite it taking the girl 2 trips, and the portions were not small. The wine and juice I set aside. I mean, what if they were poisoned? Obviously, the food might have been poisoned as well, but for some reason it was more often drinks that were tampered with, and I had more than enough drinks of my own. The feast began with rabbit and fruit ragout, followed by potato with locally sourced herbs, just delicious, and finished off with salads and sliced meats. For some reason, I had thought that elves ought to be vegans at the very least, if not creatures who lived solely on spring water. All this time, I did not take my eyes from the barman, but everything seemed cool. Then I went to take a bath, which had already been drawn for me and was warm. Oddly, there were no taps in evidence, but there were artifacts, which the system either didn't acknowledge or just didn't tell me about. After washing all the muck off, I was at least able to relax and find comfort in this world. Now, the most important thing was to understand when I could expect guests. Surely they would come, wouldn't they? It couldn't all be this easy. But since they weren't here yet, I reckoned I could allow myself a nap. Switching on invisibility, I climbed out of the window before blinking onto another windowsill whose window was open and whose room empty. I could at least grab a couple of hours' sleep here. Remaining invisible, I clutched in my hand a regular mechanical alarm clock, which worked just fine in this world. I'd brought 10 of them with me, especially for use in shady dealings. You never knew when one might come in handy to create a diversion. And so I slept for 4 hours, until I was awoken by movement on the street. Elves, in full battle regalia, surrounded the tavern, including, to my surprise, a host of archers. A smile crept onto my face. Bows were a good thing. For the next 10 minutes, I watched as they encircled the building, but they were in no hurry to storm it. Also, a blue dome was erected over the tavern, which changed color whenever a sentient walked through it. I wondered whether it would let me through and light up, or whether my attempts to pass through it would be akin to trying to walk through a brick wall. I went back to my room and waited quietly to see what would happen. There was no point getting worked up, for in any case I knew I'd be able to break through the dome. While they were trying to figure out what skills I had, I would kill half of them and hit the other half with a dark arrow. Ultimately, I figured there would be no storming. Their actions were too passive, as though their mission was not so much to attack as to keep me inside, which is what happened. 2 of them entered the tavern, a fair-haired she-elf and a he-elf. They looked much younger than they were. No elf here looked older than 20. As I waited for my guests, I sat quietly and drank juice from my inventory. I noticed their footfall was very soft and made practically no sound at all. The floors were wooden throughout, and the floorboards squeaked beneath my feet when invisibility was deactivated. "The door's open. You don't have to stand out there in the corridor," I said in a calm tone when I saw them hesitating and gesticulating to each other. Evidently, the he-elf was the senior of the pair, for it was he who took the decision to enter. "Greetings, human," he said from the doorway, while the girl merely nodded and fixed me with an angry stare. How civilized he is, I thought to myself, while all she can do is nod like everybody else. What have I done to upset her? "And may you also not be stricken by ill health. Why are you disturbing my rest?" I asked. The boy didn't so much as raise an eyebrow, while the girl snorted. "I suspect it is not rest that you are here for," he said, getting tactfully down to business. "Really?" I replied, feigning surprise and taking a sip of juice. "Then why am I here? By the way, it doesn't pay to be constantly reaching for your weapon." The girl was obviously itching to draw her 2 blades, but kept meeting the boy's warning, though calm, gaze. "You are here to discuss the ransom for Niel," he said. Now I understood what he was talking about. "We are prepared to discuss your terms, but surrendering the town is unrealistic and unconscionable, even for the sake of Lur's daughter." "Are you talking about the fair-haired maiden whose head comes up to about my shoulders and who is very sad to be imprisoned semi-naked in a cage?" I did not know why, but I decided to remove their masks of equanimity. The next moment I found myself dodging an attack from the now rabid girl. "Stop!" the elf boy shouted at her, making her freeze in her tracks. "Do you desire the death of your girlfriend?" he asked with a stern look. She was forced to lower her weapons, though her irate expression was very much fixed. "What a nervy underling you've got yourself there," I said, and chuckled at her attempted stunt. The attack had not been unexpected. I had, after all, provoked it quite deliberately. "That is not without reason," said the elf, redonning his mask of superciliousness. "You are holding her friend captive, and furthermore you want to plunder and then raise our town." "Ah, that means he's the big kahuna. So what the hell's he doing here in person? Is he really that self-confident?" I was also sure of my strength at the moment, which was why I had allowed this meeting. "The problem is that I am no relation whatsoever to those people. I am, as it were, of another world," I said. If my words surprised him, he did not let it show, but continued to watch me closely. "We know that some people have joined the army of Nirgard," he said. "Nothing wrong with their reconnaissance, then. But alas, our scouts made a mistake, and it seems not all of them have joined up. Some have managed to escape." "I am probably the only one not willing to be subjugated," I said, seeing no reason to hide the fact. "Although, truth be told, we weren't exactly given a choice. It's just that I'm a little more fleet-footed than everyone else. And also, I don't trust anyone who begins a conversation with threats and subordination." Silence hung in the tent for a few minutes, and then out of the blue the elf smiled. "If you speak the truth, then accept my gratitude," he said, nodding lower than before. "What are you thanking him for?" the girl shouted in her rage. "How unrestrained you are," he said with a smile and a shake of the head. "It seems to me that standing in front of us is the person who killed the commander-in-chief and created several diversions in this camp of theirs. Admittedly, we did think he had already been caught and quartered." "That's all lies," I said, waving away such bosh. "How could they possibly have caught me? However, now you know I haven't got what you need. Where do you go from here?" The question contained the most tenuous element of my plan. Their facial expressions may have made it hard to understand what was going on in their minds, but their eyes could not lie, and it was only now that I realized this. The girl's big saucer eyes displayed youth, while the he-elf's showed wisdom, and eyes like that did not melt even after 30. "That all depends on you, young man," he chuckled. "What do you desire, and what can you offer?" "Are you so sure I can offer you anything?" "I see no other reason for you to visit a city of elves, especially undisguised." Now that was insulting. I was in disguise. Kind of. An interesting specimen, this one. At first, it had been an experienced warrior sitting before me. Then the warrior had been replaced by a diplomat, and now I could see a profiteer whose eyes blazed with the thrill of the challenge. I had one question. Was it just me, or might the juice in my inventory have begun to ferment? "I need an arrow, a soft bed, and half the kingdom." I put forth my conditions and awaited the answer with a big smile on my face. The girl made to say something, but then I began to lay the documents from the officer's tent on the table. Well, I say documents, but in truth they were really just labeled maps and letters. "I think that can be discussed," said the elf with a smile. After studying the first maps his hands fell upon. Then we struck up a business conversation, on which I managed to capitalize with some success. First up, information. I quizzed him on the system, and he gladly replied to my questions, while the she-elf listened, despite her unamused face. They had no levels, a fact which shocked me. And they also had practically no skills. They did, however, possess magic, which encircled their entire world and made them stronger. And the killing of any life form strengthened their bodies just as it did to us. When I heard about their skills, I choked on my juice. In very rare instances, the system could actually dish them out, but everyone used magic because, in their opinion, it afforded them far greater ability than skills. Skills were stable, not dynamic. So, for example, when you gained level 2, You would remain there until the system increased your level or you found a tome of the same skill. Spells, on the other hand, grew, although in reality that might take decades, and a mistake in the formation of a spell might cost you your life. I also got an answer to the question of why, given their great strength, they could not cope with the army at their walls. We were at the frontier of 2 states, where the elves had practically no military muscle, and the people were nothing but random, badly trained riffraff. The basic picture was clear enough. Recruits to the left of me, little backwater town to the right. That was why I hadn't been ragdolled in the camp. Thank the system I hadn't been thrown into the First Army's garrison. There, I reckoned, there were all manner of arch-magi running around, who would likely not take kindly to disorder on their turf. The elf did not answer all my questions, however, citing the secrets of his people which he could not disclose. And he also hinted that the system did not care for the over-garrulous. But I got the general picture. The system had different rules and established orders for each different world. Why would it want that? I wondered. Although, frankly, I didn't give a damn. I was happy with everything, and life had become more fun, a rainbow of new colors. No doubt the system had a policy of self-education. Or maybe the idea was to gain knowledge in dribs and drabs in each world, rather than meeting one person and discovering everything in an instant. "Can I ask where I burned my wings?" I asked. When he'd hinted it was time to finish the interrogation, I had been in agreement. The system did not like folks taking the easy way out. "Burned your wings?" he asked, confused. "Where did I come unstuck? How did you recognize me for a human?" I replied, deciphering the metaphor for him. "Ah," he said protractedly with a broad smile. "We do not accept human money. And that is what you paid with, and moreover, you paid with silver instead of copper." Uh-huh. I'd also goofed up with the funky artifacts that had beckoned as soon as I'd passed through the town gates. I simply hadn't thought about the little things. And I could have felled a couple of elves and robbed them of their local currency. Although that would have cast doubt on any successful dialogue in the future, for surely they would have asked where I'd gotten the money, and my reply would not have been to their liking. However, I did not want to kill anyone, not least because they hadn't done anything bad to me. I was also aware of feeling no discomfort in their company. If only that were the case with people. Perhaps I should move here and live a normal life. "I see," I said, also drawlingly, as I contemplated the news. Then I banished it from my mind. "One last question and then we're done. How long ago did the system come to your world? Or maybe it began life here?" "What interesting questions you ask," he replied thoughtfully. "No chronicles or records remain concerning the advent of the system. They say it happened over 3,000 years ago." Now that was genuinely useful information. Could it be that these skills we had were nothing but a crutch to underdeveloped worlds, or did the system use them to manage the development of those that had taken a wrong turn? At this point, I really did stop asking questions, and we were able to discuss further plans. The elfin squads began to disperse, although the elf, whose name I had not asked, gave no orders in my presence, most likely an artifact or magic. We agreed I could live here so long as I promised not to do the locals any unprovoked harm. I told him about the prisoners and events in the camp. It was interesting news to the elf, but not good news. If I understood correctly, he wanted to free the girl. Then we touched on a subject important to me. "I notice you have a lot of archers," I said, beginning in a roundabout way. "Could you take a look at my bow?" "Ah, so you are also a fan of the bow. It is the traditional weapon of our people. We began our training with it just as soon as we are able to draw the bowstring. For every elf, the bow is a family heirloom, which he must pass on to his children, or hang on the wall as a reminder of himself for future generations." I handed the elf my level 2 short bow of Larsky. He accepted it with interest, and then spent some time fiddling with it and pulling the bowstring. He stopped short of licking it. Then he announced his verdict. Total garbage. Had it been anybody else, he would have died on the spot. But you could not kill an elf for speaking the truth, and since he spoke the truth, that meant he was an expert, and therefore had spoken his mind. My knowledge of bowmanship was not so extensive. It's all I've got, I said with a shrug. And that's actually one of the reasons I'm showing it to you. I need a good level 10 bow. Pfft, the elf spluttered, his self-composure cracking. Level 10, he said, and burst into paroxysms of laughter. For such a bow, you would have to save not only the Emperor, but also the entire empire. What about this, then? I asked, passing him a level 7 shadow blade. I don't think level 10 is quite as rare as you would have me believe. I'm pretty sure you're inflating your prices for me. The elf guffawed again, and once he'd calmed down, said, You don't appear to understand. Although it's hardly surprising, you are a human, after all. Levels are all well and good, but each world has its own understanding of the value of things. That's news, I thought to myself. And also there are things that are created with the help of skills. They are also granted a level, but to put it mildly, they are worse than those created by the hands of a sentient, notwithstanding the fact that they have been bestowed by the system with an earned level and additional qualities. As it happens, such occurrences are very rare, hence the high value of such things. A human? I asked, squinting at him. Well, you'll have to pardon me, but there is a long-running war between us, he said apologetically. Outsiders also come with their problems sometimes, but among them there are also normal individuals with whom we find a common language. That's as maybe, but what is the highest level bow you can find me, and what have I got to do to get it? It was the only thing on my mind right now. Probably level 5, but it would cost as much as a mansion in the capital, he said with a cunning smile that told me I wasn't getting my hands on the bow. I can get a level 2 without any problem, if you continue to weaken the attackers. My mind went into feverish overdrive. He did not know my skills, but he supposed that since I'd made such a lot of noise and still gotten away easily, then it was absolutely within my power to do the same again. He said the fire had delayed the attack by at least 2 days, which was lucky because they were expecting reinforcements. His father was the ruler of these lands, and right now he was on the way with a team of men to help a neighbor who was under siege. They could not have conceived of coming under attack from humans during this time, for these lands had absolutely no value to humans. A plan required hatching. The way I saw it, he'd mentioned level 5 purely for swagger, as if to say, I have it and I'm not giving it up. And I wanted it, really fucking badly. Can you at least in theory give me the level 5 bow? Or is it a relic dear to your people and kept in the very deepest vault of the gnomes' bank? Keep a family relic with the gnomes, save me, O goddess, he said, looking at me like I was a nutcase. The bow I speak of is with me, and is a truly fine weapon. But what you could do to earn it, I do not even know. Okay, this was probably going too far, seriously too far, but it was a bow we were talking about. If I make sure the humans don't attack your town, will that be enough? I inquired, leading with my trump card. Ah, you really are sure of yourself, if you think you can convince them not to, he replied, evidently amused. Oh, I said with a devious smile, you've got no idea how persuasive I can be. The elf and I haggled for 2 hours before he cracked and agreed to my conditions. What a naive jug-ears. He thought he was stipulating unachievable terms and that I would founder on all fronts. He couldn't imagine the lengths I would go to for a new bow. I spent the rest of the day in my room until late evening. I needed time to chill and prepare for what I had planned. The elf and I had come to an agreement and ratified it via the system, so he wouldn't be able to pull a fast one. Although if he did, I wouldn't be overly concerned, for the system might send me home at any moment, leaving me time to burn down only half the town. The elf sent me his runners with everything I'd ordered, and now I was fully ready to jolly people's lives up a touch. At midnight, I approached the camp and sensed no obstacles to speak of. Granted, they had bolstered their security with increased numbers of guardsmen, but that was no serious hindrance to my entrance. There was also an increased magi presence on watch, and I suppose there was more to their staffs than met the eye. I ought to be able to leg it unhindered, but they might still have a surprise or two in store for me, which was why I decided to make things simple. My first arrow I fired at a magus. Fail. It ricocheted off his body, doing him no damage whatsoever. That meant he was protected, the fucker. But it wasn't an issue for badass old me, who very much desired a new bow, and when you considered it was an elven bow, that meant double trouble for the humans. My second arrow became lodged in the eye socket of a regular fighter. And where are you off to? One of them was fleeing and yelling loud enough for the whole camp to hear. An arrow broke his spine, and I wondered why he was only wearing chainmail. Didn't he know it was nigh ineffective against arrows? Never mind, he did now, for the 10 seconds or so before he died. So then, the magus was livid and began lighting up the area in front of him with spells. I drew a ruptured arrow and presented it to him. Landing bang on target, it exploded at the moment of ricochet, and he was thrown backwards. He landed on his bum and was immediately treated to a second arrow, also rupture. Now his shield was deactivated and his face all mangled up, but he was still alive. Meanwhile, the fighters ran towards the shouts. I even saw earthlings running in my direction, a distinct lack of merriment on their faces, and whipped along by their masters. Everything was going superbly, yet it could be better. I produced a fiery explosion arrow and twanged it into the nearest tent where 2 people were sleeping. They didn't have time to wake and run before the tent exploded and burst into flames. Then I did the same again with another tent and a third. Job done. Mini conflagration on the go. Attack! The shouts of people and the clang of metal. Excellent. Composedly, I trotted in the other direction and described a circle around the camp. Just 300 meters away, security thinned to 0 because, to a man, they had hightailed it towards the site of the blowout. And so I was able to enter the camp with a certain, laziness, shall we say. How I freaking loved my invisibility. I blinked up onto a wooden tower constructed for the purpose of observation beyond the perimeter fence and thrust my dagger into the neck of a fighter standing there. Lie down, warrior. I'll keep an eye on everything from now on, don't you worry, I whispered softly as I held his twitching body. And so, I kept an eye out. And such an eyeful I got that I myself was scared. Chapter 8. War. Such a chilling word, yet it described the place where I happened to find myself. But why did I feel so at ease here? Why did I, someone who had never seen war, feel so drawn to it and at home in it? Where was my conscience, which ought to have been gnawing at me? Why was it sleeping? Perhaps I'd never even had one. The camp was again not sleeping as I continued my nefarious activities. At the entrance to the tent housing the prisoners, there were by now 6 guards, all armed to the teeth. 3 I killed on the spot simply by shooting, while the other 3 managed to hide. I blinked around behind them and killed them from the rear, exactly where they weren't expecting death to come from. They did, however, manage to raise a holler, compelling me to flee once more. I moseyed around the camp for half an hour, observing goings-on. Interestingly, I stumbled across a group of people from my world who were discussing how hacked off they were with everything and how they couldn't wait for the siege to get underway. Time was ticking, and they hadn't killed anybody yet. Their agreement, ratified by the system, did not permit them to attack soldiers. But by now they were prepared to do anything not to lose levels. According to them, they'd been treated no better than cattle. Those who had no food in their inventories groaned about the local pig swill they were fed. Logical. Why feed anyone who would soon be either dead or back on their own planet? The funniest thing was that they blamed everything on me. Okay, maybe that wasn't the funniest thing. What really did crack me up was the news about the people who had ejected others through the deflector shield on the orders of the commander-in-chief. When most of them had been kicked out, the remainder told the locals to fuck off and stayed to live a quiet life inside the shield. They figured it would be better that way. I assumed either they didn't care a toss for levels, or they had an escape plan. Right, that's enough moseying. Time to get back to the prison tent. It was still under guard by 10 people now, and they'd even drafted in a Magus. He stood indolently near the entrance with a displeased expression on his mug. The Magus was not good, but then again it wasn't critical. Blink, and I stood almost right up against him. Backswing, hammer in hand, strike. The Magus had protection, and it immediately smashed, followed swiftly by his bones. How beautifully he flew, 2 meters, no less. The return swing, I slammed into the side of a spear-wielding warrior. It may not have been such a hefty blow, but it was sufficient. Blink and run. Activate the trap, somebody shouted. He killed the Magus. The trap won't be active anymore, came the reply. One of the young warrior's nerves didn't hold out, and he fired his crossbow at a shadow that he mistook for me. Only it wasn't me. It was another soldier, attracted by the noise. The wound to his leg was not fatal, but by the same token, it was none too good either. And that's what you get for setting a trap for me. Another few arrows, and all that remained of the fearsome warriors was a bunch of skedaddling humans. Using vision, I peered into the tent and saw the elves' bewildered faces. They had no clue what was going on. I went off for another stroll around the camp. I came across an officer commanding his troops to rig up more campfires and torches. Did they think more light would help them find me? Doubtful. Trying not to touch anything or step on a twig, I approached the officer and brought my hammer down on his head. People with unsheathed blades immediately ran at me. Unfortunately for them, I wasn't there anymore. And then it dawned on me, as I looked down at the body of the dead officer, that an army with no officers or commanders would not be able to attack the town. Roaming the camp, I was overjoyed that the officers' armor differed from everyone else's. I didn't even have to search for them, for they effectively hung targets around their necks and called out to me. My officer tally for the next 2 hours was 15. I'll rip that Varg's head off just as soon as I see him, came the voice of an earthling discussing me with others around a campfire, while greedily shoveling down soup. I drew my bow and fitted an arrow to it. The earthling fell over and began to howl wildly, my arrow protruding from his belly. What had he been expecting? Crystal arrowheads were not known for their pleasantness. And who did he think he was, anyway? What did he think he was playing at, joyriding around the earth, shouting and frightening people? His intrepidity and chutzpah disintegrated. His companions' feathers were ruffled, and they reached for their weapons and looked all around them. Some of them activated skills, but what was the point of that? How could they kill someone they couldn't see? Never mind. At least they wouldn't sleep well tonight. So I continued my officer hunt. That was the idea. I certainly couldn't kill them all. After all, they did have powerful magi, but all I had to do was stand still, and they would soon come running. And that was how I worked my way around the camp, with them physically unable to be everywhere at once. Like now, for example, when I came across an unoccupied campfire. A cauldron hung from a tripod, a brew bubbling away inside, and the people were nowhere to be seen. I pulled their torches out of the ground, then walked past their 3 tents and lobbed a torch inside each one. Someone was sleeping in one of them. I wonder how long people can weather life under such duress. Sometime later, I came across a VIP-looking dude poring over some maps and marking something on them. I spent a rupture arrow on him, hitting him right in the liver. And thus I roved until daybreak, killing officers and privates alike. Once I nearly got into trouble when a very irate squad magus showed up inopportunely. So irate was he that he threw a wobbly and sprayed fire 30 or 40 yards ahead of him. It was almost at the outer edge of the camp, but 8 tents full of people went up in flames. I blinked aside and began showering him with arrows, of which he withstood, to my surprise, over 20 basics, and even a dark energy failed to pacify him. His barrier was too robust, and regular arrows were like a mosquito bite to him. Only special arrows could cause him damage. But it grieved me to spend them on him because I didn't know how many days I would still be here, and when they might come in handy. And it was no dead cert I'd be able to pierce his shield. It was during that fight that I earned my first injury in this world, when he somehow magically sensed my presence, or I stepped on something that made a noise, and he fired an ice needle at me. I nearly dodged it. Nearly. The needle hit me at an angle, slashing the skin on my thigh. Fuck. And the most galling thing was that it was the same leg that had sometime taken a bullet. We were in the midst of sheer hell. The people dared not approach for fear of disturbing their megas, although perhaps they weren't keen on falling prey to magic or a stray arrow. I tried to make my escape, despite the increasingly chaotic spell shower he was attempting to rain down on me. When I stopped firing and blinking about, his eyes began to glow. And I did not like that. I could only suppose it might be another spell, one which could see me. In the end, the battle was fought to a draw, him injuring me and me wearing him out, and soldiers ran to his aid, allowing me an easy retreat. Previously, perhaps an injury like that would have forced me out of the game. But now it lasted all of an hour before I was able to move out again to avenge my leg. The camp was livelier during the day. The people were sleepy and splenetic and bound by fear. Many did not understand how it could have happened that a lone enemy could inflict so much damage. "Mayor Elos, step forward," said a tall officer in shining armor. "Yes, sir," one of the men barked, and took 2 steps forward. "You are appointed the new captain of the Northern Armadi Squad," the officer continued, making the soldiers' day with the promotion. "I will not let the Empire down," said Mayor, bowing his head. I had happened upon this intimate and solemn investiture by chance during my rovings. His whole squad, numbering 50 heads, was gathered here to congratulate their comrade on his new appointment. The congratulations did not last long, however, for no sooner did he take another step than he dropped down dead, struck by an arrow. The reaction to the murder of a newly appointed officer was instantaneous. Pity I didn't care, and had already retreated. I permitted them a few hours' respite and resumed my adventures. In the morning, I'd overheard a conversation in the commander's tent. The town needed storming, but the officers who would theoretically be leading their squads kept getting killed, and the commanders kept having to appoint new captains and other officers. Excellent. My plan was working. Another couple of days, and the elves would get their reinforcements, and I would get my arrow. And so, I wandered around the camp, killing all the officers before running away, like a true man of metal. The only problem was that it would not be so easy to get at the high command now, since they'd surrounded themselves with 50 soldiers and magi. I tried my luck with one of them, but a barrier kicked into life and the magi leaped into action, forcing me to pull back. At a certain point, the roaming began to bore. But what else was there to do? For some time, my ennui deepened further and further, so I decided to start a new round. Upon my request, the elf had hooked me up with 2 crates of an interesting potion, and I wanted to share it with the people, for they simply had to be given the chance to appreciate this incredible brew. Potion of ichthyotrope, a powerful horse laxative. Important note, the recipe for this potion was cooked up by the old potion master, Ichthyotrope. The potion was named in his honor, a fact that was of great displeasure to him. I'd asked him for a poison that would be undetectable in water, but alas, no such thing was available. Everything they did have affected the color or the smell of the water, and that was no good for my purposes. A touch too smoking gun. While the laxative, I was reliably informed, looked and smelled no different to water. The elf explained that it was prohibited to produce colorless poisons, and violation of the prohibition was punishable by execution or exile. Thus they battled with poisonings, and all poisons had a characteristic acrid smell and bright color. Naturally, I was fairly certain their secret secretariat did actually produce the poisons I wanted, but that organization was obviously not located in these boondocks. The pair of files I had would be enough for a few barrels. But it also turned the water cloudy and gave it a green tint. And anyway, I didn't know for sure whether it would be effective in water, or what quantities I should add. If I'd done this right from the start, I would only have been warning the troops of the danger, and after 50 or so deaths, they would have started carrying water with them and guarding their supplies more diligently. On the first day, there was also the danger of poisoning an earthling and being slapped with sanctions by the system, and I had no desire whatsoever to be at loggerheads with the system. Uncorking the first file as I walked, I headed for the first water butt that entered my field of vision. The higher ranks did not drink from the public troughs, but they were the only source for the rank-and-filers, who used this water to fill their cauldrons. Unfortunately for me, the water was drawn from rivers rather than wells, which would have made my job much simpler and faster. And so, my rounds of the camp continued along with my blackguardly business. I was not always able to fulfill it, but I did manage to mark 200 barrels. By the time I was done, there was only one box of files left, and it was worth keeping them, for tomorrow would be another festive day. What now? No more fun to be had. And on I plodded in search of entertainment, but drawing a blank, until I came across a number of magi busy with their macabre magic affairs, painting crude figures and bawling each other out for the crookedness of their hieroglyphs. I wondered what their hieroglyphs might do. Surely they couldn't protect the tents from attack, could they? Perhaps they would make me visible inside the tents? In their robes and light puffer jackets, the magi looked comical and defenseless, and I cared not one iota that there were nearly 2 platoons guarding them. The soldiers had of late become seriously baleful, and they scanned their surroundings assiduously, not allowing themselves to be distracted by anything. Also, each of them was armed with a primed and cocked crossbow. Were they not afraid of shooting themselves? "When will you learn to draw an outline of cor ant irv evenly?" shouted a young magus at his colleague. And it was true, the colleague really had slipped and painted a superfluous line, if the other daubings were anything to go by. "Have you only just graduated from magic college?" I wondered. "Screw you, Morrow." Intolerant of the tongue-lashing, the magus lashed out, before continuing with his brushstrokes, all the while cursing under his breath. Told you so. Swearing just like schoolchildren. And not overly smart schoolchildren at that. "Shut up, the pair of you, and get back to work, or the master will twist our heads off," shouted everybody else, unable to control themselves. "Cretins, both of you," a blonde girl added. Perhaps I should kill the chick? What's she doing, butting into their war of words? Is she the clever one or something? But I didn't bother killing any of them, instead pouring a phial of laxative into the nearest barrel. You never knew. Perhaps their magical highnesses would be thirsty after their toils and want to drink of the cool water. I left the camp at approximately 1300 hours. I had created too great a disturbance, and they would need time to calm down and relax, feel safe for a bit. I sat in the tavern, having a bite to eat. On my return to the town, I had strolled its streets in invisibility for an hour before hitting the hay. The town and its inhabitants constituted no danger to me now, I suppose because the system would not allow the reneging of an agreement between me and the elf without good reason. Of course, the odd surprise did crop up, in the form of a patrol, but the tavern was no longer under surveillance. Added to which, my inventory contained a signet ring belonging to the elf, which he'd advised me to show to any guardsman should a problem arise. "Would you like second helpings?" asked the darling little she-elf serving wench. Today she wore a new outfit, recalling that of a parlor maid. "I would be delighted if you could bring me a roasted leg of some unheard-of animal." "Honey bunny?" she asked. I laughed. She was confused. Motherfucking Honey Bunny. Wicked name. I must not let slip to Liza that I've eaten Honey Bunny. As it transpired, the meat of that animal was like a cross between chicken and rabbit. 2 for 1, if you like. Yes, that's it, I said, confirming my order after curbing my laughter at last. And a noggin of light red wine. I'll bring your order and 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, she said with a smile as she left. The elves' wine was top-notch. I would have to take a barrel home with me as a treat for Quartermaster and the girls. Unfortunately, they had no beer, although they had heard of the drink made from hops. I would have to see the gnomes about that. The serving wench brought my order quickly, and once again I was able to enjoy some tender meat that simply melted in the mouth. While I was eating, a new protagonist entered the tavern, headed directly for me, and took a seat unceremoniously at my table. Here on business, TL? Or did you just think you would discourteously interrupt my repast? I inquired, unhappy with her behavior. Her expression made it clear she was in the throes of internal torment and wasn't exactly glad herself to be approaching me. I'm here to negotiate a contract with you the same as you did with my father, she blurted out, after mustering the strength. Now I knew her relationship with the elf. I'm not interested, I said, dismissing her offer. What could she possibly offer me? If her father could find it in his heart to give me just the one solitary bow, and then not even have any particular faith in my success. Strange creatures, these elves, independent, a law unto themselves. They had their own customs, which dictated they would conduct no business with humans, and they didn't accept human money. Incidentally, the silver coins I'd paid for my accommodation and food with were later returned to me, and the chief elf informed me that he'd paid for my lodgings. So, were it not for the problems, I would have been immediately told where to get off. I guess that most of their forces had gone to assist another town. Nobody here was expecting the assault, which was why it had caught everyone unawares. Even with such depleted forces, however, they still stood a chance. The humans in question were also not exactly high grade, and the elves had tall walls from which they could spend a long time raining arrows down on their assailants. The elves' problem was their low birth rate, and their culture of the value of life. Each elf life was invaluable and required preserving at all costs. And a siege might wipe out a significant number of them, and they could not run away, for it would be a dishonor to quit the lands of their forefathers. Hear me out first, then make your decision, she said, fists clenched, brow knit. I propose you rescue my girlfriend from captivity, and in exchange, She faltered, cheeks flushed, before continuing. In exchange, I'll spend the night with you. Well, that's a bolt from the blue, to be sure. The thing was, it changed nothing. My answer remains the same. I'm not interested, no siree. Rescue an unhinged young idiot girl for a night with a similar idiot girl? Not if I can help it. What? Why not? She is not unhinged. Her features cracked, and her face now displayed a mixture of perturbation and disbelief. That's all you humans ever want. Why are you refusing? Are you not up to it? Now it was my turn to frown. Was she now doubting me as a fighter or a man? I have a girl back in my world, maybe even 2. I recalled Katya's hints and Polina's casual reaction to them. And believe me, they are in no way worse than you. What is more, I was not willing to lose a bow for the sake of sex with the head honcho elf's daughter. How can a human girl not be worse than an elf girl? Everyone knows we are the fairest, she said indignantly. That's just the way it is, I replied with a smile. That said, I had to admit, there was a rare beauty to these she-elves, although that did not necessarily make them better, but more likely just exotic. What, then, can I offer you for her rescue? She asked. Why don't you use your own powers to get her out of there? I replied, failing to understand her logic. Surely you have plenty of means. The girl sighed heavily. It is hard for you people to understand our culture and customs, she said, saddening. She was on her way to visit me when she was captured, so it's her own fault. But if we don't try to rescue her and something happens to her, then the whole of our tribe will be guilty, and that will lead to enormous losses. So why do these antics stop me from being furnished with your artifacts and armor and weapons? If she wanted conversation, then conversation she would have. It is forbidden for us to trade with humans. It's taboo. Just like giving them our merchandise, she said. Now nothing added up. Are you trying to say your father is planning to blow me out with the bow? And that was to say nothing of the potion I'd been given. My cogs began whirring rapidly as I tried to understand where I'd been shafted. The girl appeared to notice changes in my expression and hastened to reassure me. No, you're mistaken. He's not going to blow you out, she said, shaking her head. We do sign contracts with mercenaries, but we cannot use large quantities of goods as payment. That is how we deal with the problem of backdoor sales of goods. Plus, he is not quite the big boss, and he will allow certain concessions, so long as they are not abused. I took a good look at her troubled face and nodded. She probably had no clue how close I was to crossing a line. Well, you clearly have nothing to pay for my services with. Weapons and artifacts weren't happening, and neither were arrows, apparently. So what else could I take from her? Definitely not sex. Her lips pursed, and she began to look around. Then, clearly satisfied with something, she made several passes with her hands and muttered something, whereupon we, along with the table, were surrounded by a transparent sphere. It's an invisibility canopy. This way we cannot be heard or seen, she explained. In return for your assistance, I'm prepared to give you this. She put her hand inside her cape and produced a regular-looking glass ball. Evaluation. Enchanted orb. Upon activation, the enchantments harnessed within are absorbed into the body and enable the subject to see magic and all its manifestations. My eyebrows rose in surprise, and suddenly I had a lot of questions. I don't understand you elves, I said. After all, she herself had only just said it was a crime. That's prohibited, isn't it? I am prepared to take the risk, she said, her words burning with conviction. These spheres are given to all students of the Higher Academy of Magic. They are created by an enclave of masters, supported by the Archmagi for the simplified teaching of students. People are willing to kill for them. And you don't need it? No, she said. I taught myself to see magic flows, but I didn't mention it to anybody in the academy. Why do I need it, if I can see magic anyway? I asked, trying to charm information from her carefully. I can see your invisibility canopy, you know. She chuckled. Silly human. At present, all you can see is the final result of the magic, but you will be able to see incomplete or concealed magic. In the camp, you saw magi doing strange things, but without magic, right? True enough, I hadn't thought about that. So I will be able to see your magic in its formative stages, I said, thinking hard. How long do these spheres last? From 1 to 3 years, but that's with an elf. With a human, I don't know. But even if it's half a year, that's still excellent. Right now, I would be happy with anything. I agree, I said, prompting hope to appear on her face. However, there are another couple of things I want, I continued, shooting that hope down. And transfer the sphere to me already. Then we haggled and discussed the finer details, and eventually, just like her father had done, she invoked the system, and we concluded the agreement. And here you are, hooked on my hook, little fishy. My face developed a sinister smile. I had already begun to worry they wouldn't hire me to rescue the girl, and that it was all for naught that I had described the terrible conditions she was being made to suffer in. Although I had been expecting an offer from her father and had even considered what to ask for in exchange, but this way was turning out to be more interesting and lucrative. Chapter 9. Returning to the camp was like a homecoming. It was nighttime, and the soldiers were relaxed, although in the time I'd been gone they could have dug a trench or built a wall. After the conversation with the elf girl, we'd drawn up an agreement, which the system then ratified. Point number 1, we keep our agreement a secret, and I do not have the right to speak about it in her world. Point number 2, she provides me with various non-combat items according to a list compiled by me. Point number 3, I try to rescue her girlfriend and deliver her to the town. What could be simpler? It may turn out to be very foolish on my part, despite the fact that I'd already received some of my gains and there were more to come. But most importantly, the agreement stipulated that I would try to rescue the girl, but was not actually bound to do so. Although, of course, I would do my utmost. I was not about to play games with the system, for that would be more trouble than it was worth. She, in turn, understood just how difficult it would be, and the risks were not slight. It was a good thing TL had found me in the tavern. I now had a sphere which I activated, enabling me to see hidden magic. But magic wasn't quite as simple as I'd like to have thought. It wasn't a skill, but it was a system object, and it was activated by a mental command. The first time I activated it, I didn't even understand what happened because nothing happened. Basically, nothing changed. I even raised an objection with TL, and she then explained and demonstrated how it worked. She began weaving her spells, and I saw the magic being spawned and the threads issuing from her hands. I wanted to know everything about it in detail, so I locked myself away in my room with the she-elf, and she spent until late evening explaining those details. Different spells took different forms. For example, with my regular vision, when she conjured up a fiery ball, I first saw a luminescence on her hand, and only then did the ball of fire appear. But with magic vision, I observed as the red threads that emanated from her hands intertwined to create a sphere that flickered with various runes. Basically, I realized I understood nothing. Until nighttime, I made her conjure different spells and explain their essence while I committed their names to memory. Now, should I meet a magus, I would understand what he was doing, so long as my memory did not fail me. The downside being that it would only work with weak magi. She demonstrated illuminatingly why magic was often stronger than the skills the system gave us. She created a regular fiery sphere, which according to classification was approximately on par with a level 1 or level 2 skill. And then she created the same sphere but more compact and robust, and it was level 3, whereas we could not improve our skills alone without books. So it appeared that the system provided us underachievers with crutches. Although the elf girl did say they also had skill books from the system, but they were very rare and existed only on a completely different level. So, for example, a magus who specialized exclusively in water magic could receive a School of Darkness skill, and it would tweak the body of a sentient in such a way that he could use it without causing himself harm or hassle. But he could not improve it without a book. And that was the thing with magic. If I was being honest, I wanted to take her captive. Just imagine her teaching me magic and the opportunities it would provide. The whole experience was unbelievably insightful for me. I used to think that only skills existed and that magic was a side effect of them. But apparently skills were something quite different. I began to understand why the system was so generous when it came to giving us skills. We were like children who had been thrown into the deep end of adult life, with the system giving us a chance to survive. I would not have been surprised if at some point magic gradually became available to us, and if in 100 years' time skill books became very rare items. How long could I live? Could leveling up elevate me to the level of the elves? I was currently the ideal age to be frozen for several thousand years, just like these big earses. And there were other factors to consider, such as dragon blood, for example. Did the elves have a core or a heart, which could afford me the chance of a long life? Immediately upon entering the camp, I activated my magic vision to find lines superimposed along the perimeter. Some stretched like threads beneath the ground, while others ran at chest height to an adult human. This time I wasn't seeking adventure or looking to raise a disturbance in the camp. Instead, I waited until deep into the night before striking out on the rescue mission I had been paid so handsomely for. The girl needed either rescuing or killing, no matter what. I overheard a plan to flog her before the storming of the town in order to undermine the elves' fighting spirit and provoke them to act irrationally. It figured they would be triggered to take certain measures that would not be to their advantage. I tried not to contemplate the possibility of murder. If she died, her attackers would lose yet another trump card, without which it would be harder for them to lay siege to the town. I made good time to the prisoner's tent, and on the way I noticed my laxative diversion tactics working. The soldiers were truly suffering, and curses flowed from every tent and bunk. Some lay, gripping their bellies and moaning, while others sprinted wherever their eyes led them. Remarkably, they hadn't sussed out my methods, and the barrels remained in their places. But the suppliers who provided them low-quality food were getting both barrels. That said, my supposition concerning the water butts may have been a tad hasty, for some of them stood empty. Like as not, guesses had been made. Once at the tent, I activated vision and frowned. Not freaking good. Blood-boilingly bad, in fact. The she-elf was gone. Everyone else was there, except for her. I began frantically to wonder whether I might be too late. What would happen if my mission failed? Could the system rescind my magic vision? After a moment's thought, I entered the big tent where the prisoners' warders were resting. Shooting from point-blank range wasn't convenient, but I did kill 2 sleeping guardsmen with an arrow apiece. Then I blinked over to a stirring soldier and thrust my blade into his neck. He was the only one roused by the others' bodies dropping to the ground. There were people around the tent, and it was vital for me not to attract their attention, with the gurgling sounds emitted by a pierced throat, for example. I produced a needle and dipped it in poison before approaching another slumbering soul and scratching him lightly. Fuck, I thought, cursing myself inwardly. His skin was tough and the needle broke. Whoops. I hadn't accounted for the fact that the physical characteristics of many subjects were higher here than on Earth. They had no levels, but they didn't need them, for the killing of others made them stronger. Not to worry, though, because he didn't wake up. I now drew my dagger and dipped its tip in the poison, before approaching all the others and giving their skin a light scratch. I watched as they awoke and were unable to do anything. Most importantly, everything was quiet. I scratched all of them apart from one, whom I took for the main man, for the armor he slept in was in better shape than everyone else's. Geez, I had driven people to sleeping in their metalware. 2 lookouts had been posted to raise the alarm, which they hadn't done. Indeed, how would they, with me stealing into their tent and letting off 2 quick shots? I looked around to check everything was quiet. Then I approached the last idiot, who had slept through the interesting part, and began carefully to waken him in such a way that, the system forfend, he didn't get a fright. He began to toss and turn, but was in no mood to wake up. Okay, change of tactic. I gave him a juicy smack in the chops with my fist, before quickly gagging him with one hand while waving my dagger in front of his eyes with the other. He mumbled. Zowie, how quickly he woke now, and how frightened his eyes were. He wanted to say something, but my palm was stopping him, and all he could do was moo. Relax, I told him with a smile. All your guys are dead. Make one false move or open your mouth to say anything off topic, and I shove my dagger into your eye. Is that clear? It obviously wasn't very clear. He still didn't understand if this was real or a dream. If you understand, nod, I said, giving him a clue. Approximately 5 seconds of confusion later, I got my nod. That's excellent, I said, still smiling. Now, you answer my questions, and I leave you to your slumber. I spoke slowly and calmly, trying to appear as charitable and convincing as possible. Another nod. He searched with his eyes to see what was happening in the tent, and he saw only corpses. You're holding an elf girl prisoner. Where is she? He mumbled again. But of course, my hand. Slowly I removed it, preparing to react instantly and take his life should he make the tiniest mistake. "She's in the tent, next door with the other prisoners. Please don't kill me. I didn't want to do anything. They gave me no choice. I'm not even a soldier." He began jabbering away at a rate of knots, assuming that since I was a stranger, then I must be a klutz, and I wouldn't understand that they didn't just let anybody keep guard over prisoners. "She's not there. And you're beginning to wear me down. What did I say about speaking off topic?" I brought my dagger closer to his eye. "Last chance, speak." He understood he was headed for trouble and was feverishly trying to find a way out, but there wasn't one. "She might have been taken for questioning by Baron Olveron. He went in there today while I was on sentry duty, and I heard him say she would be sent to be tortured if she didn't comply with his demands." Now this was interesting. "What demands?" The dagger inched closer to the eye. "Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Evidently not of the bravest, this one. "He said she had to voluntarily ask them to surrender during the siege in order that her life be spared. She refused." "How do I find this Baron of yours?" "I don't know. But his tent is in the northern section of the camp, and marked by standards bearing an image of a blue gecko. Please release me. I told you everything, I swear to God." He did not finish his oath, what with my dagger penetrating his brain right up to the hilt via his eye. I hadn't been planning to leave him alive anyway. Why would I do that? Precisely. No reason. Now, damn it, I would have to go in search of a baron. I exited the tent and went off to find the she-elf. I hoped very much she wasn't being raped. I did not like such nastiness, and I might blow my top and start killing everyone in sight. I did not immediately find the place I needed. I can't say it was easy, but I did get away without creating noises and corpses. The reason it wasn't easy was the beefed-up security. By each tent was a 2-man lookout posted to keep me away from the sleeping souls within. The Baron's tent was protected even more elaborately, Magi alone numbering 6, 5 of them youngsters, but one looked about 40 and more dangerous than the others. I located the elf girl in the big tent. She lay bound on the floor, while the Baron chatted with her, juggling the chat with his dinner and throwing his scraps right at her. How mighty and important he was, reveling in his power and strength before the manacled girl. How I fucking loved people like that. They enabled me not to doubt what I was doing and how. For several minutes I monitored this person and his behavior. Short, no armor, expensively dressed in gay colors, constantly smiling and laughing. "System, next time can you give me a skill to inflict pain? So I can tear people's ligaments or transfer white-hot coals into their bodies." "Keeping mum. You just keep mum then, but don't forget about the skill." I already understood it would be impossible to take them by force, since I wouldn't be able to beat them all and escape with her. I figured I could probably kill her, but it wasn't a fact. Using magic vision, I saw lines enshrouding the tent and various runes on it. I very much wanted to kill them all right now, just slice them all up. I could not explain the feeling, but sometimes it would arise all by itself. Sometimes I was just overcome with barbarity. I moved 30 meters away before blinking up onto a watchtower. It became unoccupied just as soon as I put my blade in the guard's liver and then strangled him. I scoured the vicinity for interesting targets and drew my bow. Then I released fiery explosion arrows, dark energy arrows, and frozen explosion arrows. I also had one snowstorm amok, but that was my trump card. I'd shelled out frightening numbers of boxes for it, so it was worth saving until last. Probably until it was the last resort. The killing of the lookout had so far gone unnoticed, but I still had to hurry. The first target I chose was a spot where siege towers and catapults were being erected. Work there was in full swing day and night. I had been saving them for dessert, but I needed to hit them already. My first arrow arced down upon them, and a deafening explosion sounded, scattering fiery auroras. The second followed the same trajectory, as did the next, and the next, and the next. A dozen arrows showered down on the toilers' camp, throwing people into a bustling flat spin. 2 blinks back towards the Baron's tent, and vision showed him fleeing his quarters and trying to find out what had happened. And what had happened was a disaster inflicted on them by me. Hey, you lazy ass. Why the hell are you still standing there? Haven't you had enough? Okay, then. I'm persuaded. Blinking back up onto the tower, I began firing arrows at other points near the siege camp. Except now I was using darkness arrows as well, as a result of which soul-wrenching shrieks echoed back at me. However, I did notice the Baron not exactly hurrying to help, which meant they definitely hadn't had enough. I took aim towards where my fellow tribesmen were based, and hurled them a frozen explosion and a couple of fireys. Lastly, I launched 3 dark energy arrows in the direction of the commander's tents. Of the 3, only one found its target, and I watched as the dark miasma gathered its harvest. Ghastly arrows. They didn't care what they corrupted, be it people, objects, or the earth. At last I saw the bonehead Baron racing into the depths of the camp along with his people. Good. Everything had worked out. I blinked back towards his tent and saw the 2 magi who had been left behind, along with approximately a dozen warriors. Still too many for comfort. But there was no time for thinking, so I produced a rupture arrow and put it in the first magus, making his head look like a ripe watermelon. The second, wild terror on his face, tried to work out what had happened, while putting up a protective barrier. He was too late, as I'd already blinked round behind his back. My heavy hammer came down on his unprotected head, and crunch. The next minute I spent on the destruction of the soldiers, who turned out to be reasonably tenacious. Only Blink bailed me out. It was a good job there were no other people there right now, but that did not mean they wouldn't be along soon. How grateful I was to the Baron that he'd pitched his tent a long way from the others. He probably respected personal space. I ran into the tent and saw the tied-up elf girl lying on a floor spread with animal hides. If you want to live, do what I say. My voice had not retained its softness from our previous encounter. Silly me. She couldn't talk due to the rag shoved into her mouth. I went over and ungagged her, but before that, I deactivated invisibility so she knew who was standing in front of her. She wanted to say something, but there was no time. Get dressed, I said, throwing at her feet some pieces of armor stolen from the soldiers' tents. And be quick about it. It was always the same with chicks. She sat there with a spaced-out look, but as soon as I raised my voice, she leaped into action, flashing eyes full of spite at me. It seemed to have done the trick, and she began quickly obeying my commands. Under the elf girl's stupefied gaze, I began removing my leather armor. Just don't think I'm going to fuck you. The armor is merely a fetish. When we were both kitted out, I lowered my visor and told her to do the same. I checked her hair wasn't sticking out from beneath her helmet, but the lass had done well and it wasn't an issue. Now take up your weapon and don't do anything stupid, I said, throwing her a sword. Follow me, running and silent, and under no circumstance do you do anything yourself. Got that? After a few wordless seconds, she replied, Got it? Good. Now let's get out of here, I ordered and exited the tent. Shoot, we were too late. I wanted to say she'd been too long getting dressed, but that wasn't the truth. It was me who had taken too long messing around with the management, and now 4 people were coming for us. So what did I do? I went to meet them. Out of the way, I barked, combat style, when we met in a gap between 2 carts. I don't know what was going on in their heads just then, but they stepped aside amenably enough. Insolence is the key to success, by the look of things. We ran through the whole camp, and on the way we were able to check out what was going on. I made mischief on the hoof, leaving things ablaze in pieces, leaving dark energy to spread in others, leaving total turmoil everywhere, and leaving Magi to deal with it. The idea with the armor was completely justified, and we were paid 0 attention. And anyway, they didn't have time to size up each and every passerby because all of them were trying to expunge the consequences of my actions. The biggest challenge was to extinguish all the fires, for there were not enough magi to go around all the sections of the camp. Head for the forest. A little further and we'll be free, I said, encouraging the girl. She was not having such an easy time of it, I noticed. Her breathing was already labored. Time spent in captivity had not been good to her, as it wouldn't have been to any normal person, or in her case, any normal elf. Unfortunately, this was the easiest part of my plan, and it would only get harder. Chapter 10. We made it out of the camp hassle-free, or so it seemed at first, by grabbing empty buckets and running to a stream with everyone else and pretending to collect water to put out the fire. I was expecting to be chased or set upon, and it seemed too easy to be true. Turned out I was right. When we got 30 meters from the camp perimeter, something interesting happened. Attention, survivors. Varg has crossed the camp boundary, along with a female prisoner, who is a major element in the first phase of the siege. Without her, your chances of successfully laying siege to the town are significantly decreased. Important note: Varg has not aligned himself with the Imperial Army and remains a free person. At present, he is the only participant to have fulfilled the minimal kill quota. He is number 1 on the leaderboard. Additional task for survivors. For the return of the prisoner, you will receive an additional reward in the form of a random skill from level 1 to level 5. You should know, however, that Varg is interested in keeping her. All those interested in taking part in the hunt will be able to see Varg's approximate location to within a radius of 100 meters. Hey, system, what's going on? We didn't agree on that. Are you and I not friends? Crudely speaking, this gift was freaking me out. What freaking Varg hunt? That's no way to go. Varg is good. Tell me, am I good? I inquired of the elf girl. What? At first, she didn't understand what I was driving at. Yeah, probably. You see, system, even the first she-elf I come across says I'm good. Attention! You have been given a personal task. Provide security for Niel or Ariel. Escort her to a safe place, and if you survive, your reward will be extended to your whole group. Fine. I would have agreed anyway, even without the reward being extended, and I'd already received part of it from her girlfriend. Attention! You are offered an additional task. Survive in the forest for the next 24 hours, or until you kill 100 sentients from your world. FFS, what are you doing to me, system? Important note. For surviving in the forest for 24 hours, or until you kill 100 sentients, you will receive a skill. Okay, I'm convinced. Bring it on. It would seem we're in for a fun-filled night, I said. Despite its breadth, the elf girl could not see my smile for the visor of my helmet. We got a jam. Our whereabouts are known. Throwing aside my bucket and grabbing the girl by the hand, I dragged her after me into the forest. We ran slowly and with difficulty, forced to put our helmets in my inventory, and soon having to stop to change out of our armor. I was unaccustomed to it. It was heavy for the exhausted girl, and running through the woods in it was extremely awkward. They'll soon be on our tail, and we need to put some distance between us and be ready, I told her, as she pulled on the clothes I gave her. Is there a mark on you? She inquired. The system has announced our escape and declared the hunt for me on. I saw no reason to conceal anything and figured she ought to know what she'd let herself in for. I caused too much mischief back there. I know. I heard the constant explosions and overheard the jailer's frequent discussions about you, she said. There had obviously not been much to do while she was being held captive, so she'd kept an ear to the ground. We are not accustomed to your magic, and it is incredibly difficult to see it with magic vision. And they have no strong magi capable of doing that. This explained much of why it was so easy for me to hide, despite all their much-touted magic. The sky was starry, and the moon, similar to ours, shone brightly in the distance. Yet the forest remained dark, the light unable to penetrate the gigantic, eons-old trees. Can you be useful in battle, or do you need hiding? I asked. I needed to know what she was capable of, and it was better that she told me herself. Was it just me, or had my question disappointed her? Her head drooped, and she looked guiltily at the ground. I'm good for nothing. Sorry, she replied. Was she about to cry? The last thing I needed was a hysterical chick on my hands. I'm a healer. It's the only magic I possess. My source does not allow me to master any other magic. I'd been expecting nothing else, and I knew what I needed to know. It makes no difference. I'll cope by myself, just so long as you don't get in my way. Please forgive me, but would it not be better to keep running? She asked. Well, yes, she didn't know about my task from the system, and I was not planning to fail it. There'll be lots of them, but you and I see in the dark no problem, and we'll be able to hide. What could I say? Screw it, she should know the truth. The system has given me a task, I said slowly and surely. I've got to kill 100 people, and then we can continue on our way. She looked at me for a few seconds, surprised and scrutinizing. But I didn't care. I was chilling. Fine, she said compliantly before rising to her feet. This is an excellent place to hide. I'll be up in that tree. She pointed to a giant oak. If you need help, I can try to heal you. The first of our pursuers appeared quite soon, and I clocked them early, because each of them held a torch. Frankly, they might as well have been carrying a speaker blaring out music. What was the point of trying to hunt somebody down if you were blind as a mole? Don't you pity them? The elf girl asked out of the blue. What are you talking about? Why would I pity people who were headhunting me, and moreover trying to wreck my plans by stealing the she-elf back? In the meantime, we sat together in the oak tree and scanned the area around us. She climbed trees like a boss, and her vision was sharper than mine. You are from the same planet, and perhaps even from the same kingdom. Yet you were planning to kill them, she explained. The elves had their own culture, which did not welcome the killing of their own kind. There were few enough of them as it was, as I was led to believe. I don't care about them. They're nothing to me, and their lives have no value or meaning, in my view. She could think what she wanted about me. Her opinion was one more thing I didn't care about. There was one's own kind, and there were all the rest, and these people I could not call my kind. We passed a while in silent expectation of my friends. They did not make us wait long, and the fuckers had brought some local soldiers along with them. Still, at least they weren't magi, which would have made life difficult. I shifted over to the left a few trees and settled myself into the fork of a thick trunk. My first victim did not know what killed him. One moment the lad was walking along, sword in one hand, torch in the other, and the next moment he was lying on the ground. It was lucky he didn't fall onto his torch, otherwise there might have been a fire. I couldn't imagine what he was expecting, ambling along dressed in a regular sweatsuit instead of armor. He's killed Igor, came a cry full of pain. Where are you, bitch? Show yourself. Dude, are you really that stupid? What the hell are you shouting for? Surely you don't think anyone would show themselves with you yelling like that? Despite his shouting, he didn't throw himself into a search for me, instead sitting down by his friend's corpse to grieve. Whoops. It would appear I felled his son. I drew a rupture arrow and aimed it at his head. It was clearly the right thing to do, to put him out of his misery. That said, he was actually quite strong and managed to raise his arm, which took the brunt of the blow and was ripped apart, along with half his head. Avengers were better finished off than allowed to strike back. I wouldn't even remember his face, but he would not forget mine, and who knew when and where he would come a-knocking. It was best not to hang around. The counter in front of my eyes already displayed 2 kills. I blinked onto another tree and killed another 2 warriors, except that these were locals, and the counter didn't even twitch. They were accompanied by an earthling who couldn't figure out where my shots had come from. He quickly hid behind a tree, and in his hand appeared something that looked like a living liana tendril. His problem was choosing which direction, and the fact that he stood with his back to me. My first arrow entered and broke his spine, while the second entered his head, bringing his life to an end. Unfortunately, I was spotted. 2 bolts flew past me, and a third got stuck in the tree. Aha, I see you. I returned fire before they had time to reload their crossbows. It was an awkward position, but I got a beardo in the leg, while a second man, smart, discarded his crossbow and legged it back towards the camp. I couldn't understand where the magi were, and that was disconcerting. Was there any chance the system had forbidden them from participating in the hunt for me? And in that case, what the hell were regular soldiers doing here? I had scarcely finished the thought than I was sent flying, in wild confusion at this twist of fate. The tree I had so recently been sitting in crashed down onto its side, and now airborne and fighting the inertia of my flight, I blinked onto another tree and struggled to catch hold of a branch. As it transpired, I was up against a telekinesist, and not a bad one at that. He let fly with an enormous rock and split the tree in 2. Fortunately, he struck the base of the trunk, rather than the spot where I'd been sitting. 2 rupture arrows were dispatched in his direction, and again, I blinked to safety. "Get him already!" shouted the telekinesist, as more and more people showed up. My arrows did not harm him directly, but he managed to hide behind a tree, which my arrows then struck, creating splinters that scratched his face. If that's the way it's going to be, take that, I thought to myself as I sent him 2 dark energy arrows. I had no time for enemies like him. I wondered if he could take control of my body and whack it against the ground until I gave up the ghost. I blinked further from him to draw him away from the elf girl, since she was already paid for. It was not only the telekinesist who interested me, but also a girl who had clocked me and now ran to my tree and touched it with her hand. Sensibly, I blinked down to the ground, where it was safer than in the trees, which were under fire from everything they had. At first, nothing happened, but then in a single wink, the tree collapsed and turned to ash, which enveloped the girl and those people nearest to her. It was frightening to imagine what might have been had she reached me. I did not care for killing girls, but this one required offing without delay before she gained strength. After all, what if I'd killed her husband? While she was busy annihilating another tree, I moved around behind her back and put 2 arrows in her. Not my straightest shots, I admit. One got her between the shoulder blades, and the second was way off the mark and struck her foot. She should have died there and then, but she was a tenacious bitch. My arrows began disintegrating to ash, while the wounds on the girl's body started to heal. Although that said, I reckoned her internal injuries were going nowhere anytime soon. I was pretty sure she was a goner, but I would have to take care of her just to be sure. I'd already taken aim when a very nasty person launched a bunch of air blades at me. Several dozen air blades. I blinked, and my enhanced reaction saved my hide, although the tree was reduced to logs. "Hey, I don't play that way," I shouted to a group of people, distracting me with a wounded girl they were carrying. There were 10 of them, dressed reasonably well and all possessing skills. After my yell, I shifted position once again. And not before time, as I was now treated to a jet of fire which sent the tree up in flames. I did not remain in debt for long and battered them with fiery explosion arrows. They got lucky, however, with the shield over them. Only the 2 who hadn't made it behind their shielded fellow troops in time were grilled on the spot. One might even say, well done. This group beat a hasty retreat without even retrieving the bodies of their own people, and a new round of enemies ran at me. That entire night was a riot of laughs. To begin with, I put myself in the line of fire, embroiling myself in any fight I came across. Not for long, mind, for I soon realized I wasn't going to conquer them all. And besides, my stocks of super arrows were not inexhaustible. Change of tactic. Run and jump using blink around the whole forest and pick off the weak ones. At the end of the day, not all of them were hardcore. Not all of them were coming for me in cohesive groups, and not all of them possessed skills. After 4 hours, I reached my target of 100 kills. All told, over 500 Earthlings died, and fuck knows how many locals. They were aware of my invisibility and fired at the slightest movement anywhere, thus taking out a fair few people. I watched with my own eyes as a dumbass kid leaped out of some bushes with a feral shriek, brandishing a broadsword. A woman standing nearby did not think much of his advances, and with a blood-curdling shriek of her own, toasted him with 2 columns of fire from her hands. I was afraid to imagine just what the system had promised people for my head. To have gathered so many strong folk and convinced them to sign up for such a reckless venture could not have been easy. Personally, I wouldn't go on a mass hunt. Not my style to take risks for no tangible reason. The hunt was due to be called off after my 100th kill. Kill tally: 100 out of 100. You have fulfilled the conditions of the task. Reward: Skill Book, Magic Vision, Passive, Level 2. Magic Vision enables you to see magic interweavings and the formation of magic. Temporary Magic Vision assimilated. How possessive the system is. It did not like my being given a bonus without its say-so. Or perhaps it had decided to step in and help. It was noticeable from the get-go that the skill was passive, except that it was a strange kind of passivity. Magic Vision was activated by simple desire, with no need to form a mental request. You wanted to see, vision itself switched on. I liked this version better than the elves. The colors weren't so gay, and I didn't want to poke out my own eyes after using it. People near me began to whisper, "Why have they discontinued the task? Has he been killed? Who did it?" "Maybe he just expired." "Yeah, right. So that means the system didn't explain what my victory entailed." Anyway, it was time to return to the elf girl, so didn't bother killing them. I found her in the same tree I'd left her in. I wasn't afraid for her because I'd purposefully led people away from her to ensure her safety. They had doubtless been looking for her because they thought she was somewhere close by. But what they'd found was me. On the whole, it was a frolicsome night, and I wished there could be more like it. The only strange thing was the rewards, of which I'd received identical ones twice. The only difference being that the system version was permanent. "How are you doing, Neil?" I asked, blinking behind her back and giving her a poke in the shoulder, but not without gagging her first to stop her shrieking. What scaredy cats these elves were. She mumbled in her attempt to tell me what she thought of me. I understood this by the vitriolic stare she gave me when I turned her face to mine. "I'm going to let go of your hand. Don't shout out." "Are you a total moron?" she said sulkily. "I nearly fell off the branch in fright." "But you didn't," I replied with a shrug. "So what was the problem?" "I've wrapped up my business, but people are still looking for you, so we'd better get out of Dodge ASAP." The system could easily have given them a tracking device to discover the girl's location. For some reason, the system was being very ill-natured just now. Maybe it was having a bad hair day. Or was this payback for the foiled siege? And there could be no doubt it had been foiled, for without any siege weapons or the principal prisoner, they could do nothing. As she was climbing down from the tree, I noticed something unpleasant flying in our direction. Now, what's this Pokemon? My jaw almost dropped in surprise. A very fat fairy archer was flying towards me. No joke. The bearded male, who must have weighed 200 kilograms, was in invisibility mode. In his hands was a regular sports bow, and on his back were 2 pairs of wings, just like a cartoon fairy. And who's this failed Varg wannabe? I was not about to tolerate such humiliation of my psyche, so I stuck a couple of arrows in the fairy. Caught off guard, he crashed to the ground like a felled tree. Invisibility was all very well, but the low level of this particular invisibility stood out a mile, added to which he didn't have night vision, which meant he could see fuck all, and that's what he paid the price for. My vision showed me he was the last person in the immediate vicinity, but new people were on the way to take us out. Most of the hunters worked in squads, which was logical when you considered how many people had been invited from each group. "It would appear it's time for us to split," I said, after using vision to scan the area. "I'm ready. Only, where are we going?" asked the elf girl. "Shouldn't she have stopped caring by now? She was so obedient when we set out, just trotting along behind me and not asking too many questions." We ran around the forest until daybreak, managing to shake the enemy off for the odd moment here and there to afford us a brief breather. But most of the time I spent returning to do battle with the humans while the elf girl ran on ahead. As a result of which, one time I almost lost her. I don't know by what miracle I found her, but the process cost me a shit ton of blinks, which drained my body and made my hands shake like a junkie's. And the real pisser was that as the sun rose higher, so the people caught up to us faster. I could have ratcheted my speed up a notch, but Nielle's strength was already sapping her. "We're almost there," I told her. "We've run halfway around the town and we can enter it from here. There are hardly any people on this side, only the occasional patrol setting out. They won't give us any bother, but our pursuers sure as hell might." The girl had already ceased to react to my words, simply lying in the cool grass and breathing heavily. "I can't walk any further. My legs have stopped listening to me," she said, squinting at me with exhaustion in her eyes. After a second or two's contemplation, I accepted her remonstrations. She still had a wall to climb, and her tank was empty. "Lie here and chill. I'll be back in 5 minutes," I said, smiling as I limbered up my numb body. "I'm going to distract the Chinese guys. They've been close on our tail for 2 hours already." "Chinese guys?" the she-elf asked, not entirely understanding the unfamiliar word. "Who are they?" "Forget it," I said, waving dismissively. Then I stopped short. Shoot, she was interested in new stuff just like me. Okay, then I would reward her curiosity. "Basically, they're a bit like your gnomes, only without the beards. They also spend their time making all sorts of shit and peddling it." "I see, unpleasant types." She nodded her understanding. I checked on my reserves of arrows to find them low, particularly those with special properties. On top of which, my bow had rather unpleasantly begun to make cracking sounds when I drew the string. The poor thing was struggling with the wild pace. I mean, what if it broke when I needed it most? Chapter 11. I lay in wait for the Chinese guys by a small stream flowing through the woods. I sat in a tree as before and waited for them to begin the crossing. There were 7 of them. 5 men and 2 girls, led by one of the girls who was petite and, if my guess was correct, a censor or something of that ilk. Upon reaching the stream, she was still for a few seconds before pointing right in my direction. "That way. He's very close," she said. Interestingly, she was pointing directly at my tree, but wrong about my proximity. As they were crossing the stream, I fired an airstrike arrow, only not at them, but into the water. It exploded and created an air explosion, pulses of wind scattering the small group and raising a curtain of water bearing small pebbles that lashed at them. Next up, I drew a rupture arrow and repeated the process, peppering them with more waterborne shrapnel. None of them were killed, but they were treated to plenty of unpleasantness and disorientation. A tall man became fully enclosed in a fiery sphere. This was then splashed by the wet curtain, creating steam and causing visibility to drop. Advantage, me. One long blink later, and a shadow blade entered the censor girl's chest. Another jump, and I was ready to finish off a lad who was lying there deafened by the explosions. It was inconvenient to lean into him with my hammer or dagger, so I stepped heavily on his Adam's apple until I heard that familiar crunch. 2 down, 5 to go. Easy enough so far, though various skills and bolts were launched at me in response. One Chinese was armed with an enormous long-bladed spear, which he twirled so masterfully as to make me stare in wonder. I had vacated the spot just 2 seconds previously, but he was still hoping to catch me by chance. Or perhaps he didn't want to let me get right up close to him. Skills flew every which way, and I had a rough time dodging them. The chances of my copping one were pretty high. I fired a number of basic arrows, but largely to no avail. Just one bald Chinese man was slightly injured, and that was down to his own stupidity, him catching an arrowhead in his hand before it entered his eye. Pity I hadn't dipped it in poison beforehand. "Ken Chon is dead," said one of the men. "We must avenge her." He spoke somewhat cinematically. Why didn't he just go ahead and shout about how she'd been their friend, and now their path was the path of vengeance? "Shoo, release the Orichalcum demon," the bald man ordered. "I will shoulder all expenses." Here my instincts took on new colors, howling like a stricken animal. The word demon smacked of nothing good in my mind, and that meant unpleasantness on the horizon. "Kem Chen and Lewis will be here soon." Not good, I thought. "We must not let him get away. We must not fail the task." Naive Chinese guys. I can get away any time I choose. The fiery man approached one of his comrades at a run, and his shield made way for the second man so that they were both protected by the dome of flame. I did not like that. They'd hatched a plan, and I did not want to see the full extent of this demon's powers. I started battering them with arrows, but pointlessly so, merely exposing myself, so I found myself having to move quickly to avoid their strikes. Another downer was that every blink now sent pain shooting through my whole body. I would not hold out for long like this. "He's hiding in the trees." "Fell them," came the next tardy command, playing right into my hands. I wanted to correct him. "Not in them, but up them," but I refrained, shooting him instead. Felling trees would cost them vital strength, which was fine by me. Ground level also had plenty of superb hiding places. Let the wood chips fly, as the saying went. Meanwhile, something indistinguishable to me was happening beneath the dome. Why on earth couldn't my vision penetrate it? All I could see with magic vision were some bizarre undulations inside. Shazam! The dome opened. I rushed the guy. He deactivated his magic to take a look around. Big mistake on his part. I took him out with a massive hammer blow before blinking away pronto. "Are you not bored of this yet?" I shouted from my hiding place behind a tree trunk. "You will pay for their lives, you dog." How uncultured, I thought. "We know everything about you. The clan of the Jade Emperor is coming for you, even if you kill us. There are plenty of our brothers in the camp. They will avenge us." What a highly strung little boy. "Will your demon be here any time soon? It's just that I'm getting hungry," I said, my tummy truly rumbling. "Perhaps I should come a little closer?" "Shut your mouth," he shouted, and dispatched a wave of fire at me. Just what I needed. During the attack, his dome was lowered, and I could see the other guy drawing something on the ground, something that was a grim indication of magic to come. Blinking up into the air and flying like a veteran ninja, I put 2 arrows in him. Unfortunately, I was no master at in-flight archery, and they only got him in the leg and heel. Still, it gave me the opportunity for a joke. "From now on, I shall call you Achilles," I quipped, chuckling inwardly. The Chinese, on the other hand, was in no mood for jokes, crying in pain as he was. His friend twigged what he'd done. After this attack, I let them be, made my exit, and found Niel, who was still chilling. I threw the indignant girl over my shoulder and ran. The Chinese guys had other things to worry about than pursuit, but you never knew. "I'm beat," the girl moaned, falling onto the soft bed and embracing the pillow. Chicks, huh? No sooner had we entered the tavern than she said she was hungry, and no sooner did she see the bed than she dived joyously onto it. "Where's your haughtiness, that feature common to all elves?" I asked. Even back in the forest, she'd begun to behave like your average girl. She can't be that exhausted, surely. Maybe it's the effect I have on her. I'm too tired to be haughty, she replied. I was tired myself. But it was too early to relax. I would hand over the elf girl and then be able to chill. If I understood correctly, the taverner had told me where to take her, and I would soon be on the doorstep. A knock at the door. I looked at it using vision and saw the serving wench. Don't just stand there, come in, I'm tired of waiting. The first thing I'd done on entering the tavern was order a copious amount of food. Despite her fatigue, Niall tucked in with gusto, as though it was her first meal. It made her look hilarious, and I couldn't hide my smile. What? She asked, glowering at me. They didn't feed me in prison. I have a growing young body, and I want to eat, she said, shattering all my preconceptions concerning elves. I didn't hang back and tucked in myself. Satisfying my first round of hunger and emptying 4 plates, I decided to take a short rest. By the way, since you're blessed with the magic of healing, why don't you heal yourself? I asked, a logical enough question which had long been whirling around in my head. Or are you just a very weak magus? She looked at me like I was stupid. Healers cannot heal themselves, the girl informed me. We can only heal others. Such is our fate. I see. Pretty lousy magic, to put it mildly. And her fate looked pretty lousy as well. What the hell was the point of abilities that limited the use of other schools of magic and at the same time didn't permit you to use them on yourself? Allow me to ask you a question now, she said, wiping her mouth on a napkin. Who hired you to rescue me? TL and I had prepared answers to such questions in advance. The system gave me a task and I am fulfilling it, I replied, shrugging my shoulders and making believe I was speaking the honest truth. I see. TL had warned me things were difficult when it came to hiring help. While some might understand, others might not, instead accusing you of all sorts. My assistance had come in very handy in spite of potential problems later on, and the crucial thing was to save the town. I was also curious why they hadn't left the town, what with the army only planning to attack from one side. It turned out they couldn't do that either because it was a convention of theirs to stick it out to the end and not surrender the lands of their forefathers. Basically, they were up to their ears in problems. I was always thinking of fallback options, like where to retreat to should the skyscraper meet an untimely end. Of course, I didn't for a moment think that was on the cards, but you never knew. Perhaps we should order you some more food, I said to the girl, glancing at the empty trays. But she was already asleep, and in no state to answer. An hour later, the elf and TL arrived, running. Please forgive me, said the elf, leaning his head to one side. You returned in the middle of our council, and I could not leave. I am free now, though. Have you brought the bow? I asked, not beating around the bush. I couldn't give a toss that he was free now. Bow? He asked in surprise, making me squint threateningly at him. The enemy army has not left my lands, and my father's forces have not yet arrived in the town. It occurs to me that the conditions of the agreement have not yet been fulfilled. Damn. I've been hoping he might be so overjoyed at the elf girl's rescue that he would suffer a fit of irrationality and simply hand the weapon over. Incidentally, TL had immediately led the she-elf away, surrounded by 30 bodyguards. There ain't gonna be no attack, I said openly. They've got no more siege weapons, and their numbers are down now. The elf grinned. Then he said, You're dangerous. I have received a report that their camp burned with a particular beauty last night. Indeed it is so, I replied, returning his grin. It truly had been a glorious fire. Would you care to take a stroll? He inquired, catching me off guard. It occurs to me it would be interesting for you to see the town and learn its history. You have proven your loyalty, and now I, as a respectable elf, would like to personally show you the pride of my race. His offer tickled my fancy. It would be genuinely fascinating to learn more about another world. In that case, I, as a respectable guest, accept. The first attraction we visited was the Park of 100 Desires, a unique place sown with perfectly mown grass and planted with multifarious trees. In this park, anyone who so desires may plant a tree and make a wish to the goddess of life, said the Chinese in a sententious tone. We call it a wish for life. You give life to a young sapling, and in return the goddess may take notice of you. By goddess, do you mean the system? I asked, immediately curious. The goddess is the goddess. The system is the system. He didn't want to continue the subject, and I didn't insist, as I understood it was difficult to make them say anything against their will. Without the use of force, that is, but I had signed an agreement with him. Next, we went to the town council building, which according to him was over 1,000 years old and had been built by his father. This is a sacred place for any elf, he said, pointing at a spring. This water is considered curative. It is incredibly tasty. He approached it and took a drink. I followed his example. Plain old water, I thought. He'd left the most interesting part until the end of our excursion. It was a workshop, which he said had been owned by his house for more than 7 centuries. It manufactured various kinds of arrow. My eyes lit up at this news, and seeing my interest piqued, he spent the next 2 hours telling me about it. Although, truth be told, his information lacked specifics. I see that this topic interests you, but unfortunately I cannot take you inside, he said in feigned disappointment. The manager of this establishment has toiled for several years without rest, and yesterday he was permitted 1 month's vacation. Without him here, even I have no right to enter, despite my ownership of the building. On that note, our stroll was at an end, and the elf left, citing business, and leaving me to be accompanied back to the tavern by a specially summoned squad. I suppose you will soon be leaving us, said the taverner courteously. That is correct. I trust everything has been to your liking, and you've had a mass of unforgettable experiences, he said. I didn't care much for his words and sensed admonishment in them. If you have learned anything from the wise elf, I would advise you to leave town before the arrival of LitRPG. You did not have to be a genius to understand what he was driving at. After all, the only agreement I'd signed was with his son, whose name I had not inquired, for we had immediately agreed not to tell each other our names. Were he to be accused of hiring manpower, they wouldn't even know who to look for. Perhaps I will do just that, I replied. By the way, does this establishment hold any special meaning for you? It does, he said, his eyes narrowing. It has belonged to my family for more than 300 years, and I would like, in my turn, to pass it on to my children. Then it's probably not worth me having a bit of fun here. Leaning on the bar, I rubbed my weary eyes. Everything was too complicated, and life at such an insane tempo was not easy or carefree. I often found myself walking on thin ice, although there was no other way to earn anything around here. Despite my knowing from the very beginning how it would pan out, it was still more pleasant to work with elves than with people. That is true, he said standoffishly. By the way, did you ask the elf about our foundation? No, I replied. The town is governed by LitRPG. He is the 3rd most powerful archmagus in our empire, and a very unkindly elf. The key points were already clear, and the rest was spoken for effect. The town has gained unprecedented heights under his government. It was once suggested that he should establish and direct an academy of magic here, but he rejected the idea. I had been told expressly that the Archmagus would make short shrift of me should we happen to tangle. It would no doubt be a shame for everybody if he died, I ventured. The taverner furrowed his brow at my sweet smile and jovial tone, his expression souring in an instant. "That would be most unpleasant," he agreed. "By the way, 2 parcels came for you. They're in your room. I do beg your pardon, but I took the liberty of putting them there without your knowledge." "Ought I be hurrying to open them?" "Yes, you ought." "In that case, I would ask you once more to pack me some food for my journey." I could also play their game. "I've been led to believe you don't welcome outsiders killing animals in your forest." "That is also true." What a hassle these big ears were. Nothing was simple, and all conversations were vague. It was time to get out of this town before the proprietor returned. Attention! All participants in the test are now absolved of the obligations of the oath. You will be transferred home in 6 hours' time. Important note: anybody who took the oath earlier will be informed of this in 1 hour's time. You dastardly system, I thought, smiling at the news. The humans had been unable to organize their siege, and now the system was making a target of them, not giving a flying fuck for the numbers of dead on both sides. And that would be no small number. The people had been given a direct choice: fight or flight. They would not want to lose levels, and so they had the opportunity to strike first. No matter how much I wanted to drop in on them, I couldn't, for I still had the elf's arrow boutique to rob. But first I had to see what these parcels were all about. I could certainly have a good guess, but you never knew. I checked my room and the neighboring rooms using vision, but found nothing untoward. No killers, and that was good. And when I scanned the 2 packages lying on my bed, my mood lightened. No bombs. Also good. While there was still time, I dashed into the room and closed the door behind me. Not standing on ceremony, I peeled back the fabric of the smaller package first, and in my hand lay my new bow. Elven Arrow, gift of the primordial, level 5. My precious, I whispered, running a hand over the marvelous object. The arrow was of a silver color that reminded me of Niel's hair. I gave it a good look over, not forgetting to check the tension in the bowstring. A fine weapon, if a tad taut. Such a monster would demand good arrows that would not break. I was very pleased. The second package already held little interest for me. It contained presents for the girls, which I had ordered from TL. The elven silk garments looked stunning, and there was also some fabric I'd requested, along with a jewelry box full of bijouterie. Just in case, I checked nothing dangerous had been slipped in there, and it hadn't. She really did hold her girlfriend dear, and had fulfilled honestly all her commitments to me. 5 minutes later, the elfin serving wench brought me a bag of food. Unfortunately, I would have to discard it, for since I was already of no use to the locals, they could no longer be trusted, and the food might contain poison, or something else that would do me no good. My dragon blood would not let me die, but why take the risk? I'd only requested it in order to reassure them of my desire to sneak away into the woods. I reckoned it would work, but not for long, and I had to hope they wouldn't follow me. After throwing everything into my inventory, I opened the window and ascended to the roof in one short blink. Shoot, I was still not fully recovered from recent events, and it was painful to use blink. I had to run along the rooftops like a ninja in invisibility and train my vestibular apparatus, trying hard not to trip over. On my way to the workshop, I considered the elf's behavior. I had a hunch I'd been cheated, but I had no idea how. He hadn't shown me the whereabouts of the workshop for no reason, nor mentioned the manager and his vacation. Any idiot would understand he was giving me tacit permission to enter it. But why make it so complicated? And if the bow was so valuable, why in the blazes had he given it to me beforehand? Perhaps it had something to do with intelligence, or his fear of reneging on an agreement ratified by the system. It was already late evening, and I'd checked the workshop over 7 times, finding nothing of danger. I'd even used a magic search. Of course, the place was protected, but strangely not every room. It was as though I'd been invited there and given the right to take whatever I wanted, so long as I knew when enough was enough. The real question lay elsewhere. How did the elf know about my magic vision? But anyway, it wasn't important. I was some cotton-picking Santa Claus, apparently. What else would you call someone who had magicked themselves into a workshop without using the chimney? I was in the main room when it struck me what a fool I was. Whether on purpose or not, the door was closed but not locked, and showed no signs of active magic. Mind you, I will admit it was an interesting experience. Another question, what the heck did they want with a fireplace if they weren't going to light it? The stonework was clean and white, with no soot or any other traces of use. Surely they couldn't have superwood, could they? I took another cursory glance around the room. Checkout counter, cash register, empty shelves, all perfectly preserved. Coins in their proper place, but all goods tidied away in one of 4 storerooms. The choice wasn't difficult, and I entered the door which showed no trace of magic. My first find was a drawer full of basic arrows. Good quality arrows, with good arrowheads, 100 pieces. Good choice. I emptied the crate into my inventory where the arrows were counted. After that, I began methodically opening drawers and taking whatever my eyes lit upon. There were more good quality arrows than anything else, in excess of 2,000, though I also found other things of interest. Enchanted arrows with silver arrowheads, 50 pieces. Arrows with curved arrowheads, 100 pieces. And, if I may, the most interesting thing? Good arrows with sandy arrowheads, 20 pieces. Unfortunately, most of the drawers were not full, or contained only the most basic arrows, the likes of which I could find in my world. But generally, I was pleased to have found the place. Silver arrows were good against the undead, while sandy ones were in effect the same as those with crystal tips. The tips were fashioned from hardened sand for the exclusive purpose of inflicting maximum pain. Upon entering the body, they would disintegrate and immediately begin slashing at the flesh. The curved arrowheads were like curved horns, and difficult to remove from the body without taking any flesh with them. Quite the inventors, these elves. Okay, I was done here, so it was advisable to leave. I would not be so brazen as to enter the other rooms which had not been left as gifts for me. That these arrows were a gift from the elf was a given. All clues pointed to the fact. He left hints, but said nothing directly. When the burglary was investigated, he would say the workshop had been robbed by a human, nothing more. 4 hours had passed, and I was sitting atop a tower, in invisibility, eating crackers from a box and observing the distant battle that had flared up in the camp. Just as I thought, the Earthlings had decided to attack the Imperials. I wonder who'll win. Chapter 12. The time was nigh. The system notified us that it was time to return home. All survivors will be transferred home within 5 minutes. First place in the kill charts goes to Varg. Important note: percentage of surviving Earthlings, less than 35%. I nearly choked to read the figures. Of course, I wasn't surprised by my victory, but I'd had more faith in the people, thinking at least half of them would remain alive. I certainly can cultivate friends, I said aloud to myself, musing that I would now have rather too many well-wishers. The elves had also not been sitting idle. The governor had returned to the town via the other side. A small army was gathered at the gates, which would soon set out to kill off any surviving Imperials. To my joy, they had not bothered to look for me. As always, the transfer home came unexpectedly. There I was, sitting and watching all the hideousness, and the next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor of an elevator with a system notification flickering before my eyes. Varg, a member of the honor group, has fulfilled the conditions of the task and taken first place in the kill charts. Phooey. System, do you have to talk about my kills? Stop telling everybody how many souls I've felled. They might think I'm some kind of maniac. 15 random people from your group receive 1 skill book each. Skills may not be transferred or sold to anybody else. The honor group receives gray boxes, 600 pieces. The honor group receives red trinket caskets, 60 pieces. The honor group receives purple trinket caskets, 32 pieces. That's just fantastic. I had only ever earned fewer than 10 purple caskets. They practically never dropped in our region, and for some reason they were very expensive on the trading platform. Although, in my opinion, they were garbage, generally producing equipment I could just as easily buy on the platform. It was difficult for an archer to choose good armor, because most of it served only to restrict movement. The notifications kept flooding while I was contemplating them. The honor group receives brown boxes, 125 pieces. This was genuine garbage. I was reminded of the time I had received a tent, a mattress, and some thread. When I got to the ore card, I realized I would be selling everything straight away. The honor group receives red boxes, 125 pieces. You receive blue boxes, 5 pieces. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 150 kilograms. You have gained level 22. Your skin has become tougher and more elastic. You have gained level 23. Your vascular system has been transfigured and modified. You have gained level 24. Your heart has become stronger. I was particularly delighted by the last point. And so, I was sitting on the floor of the elevator, grinning like a fool. At long last, everything was over, and I was home. And I'd boosted the group's strength, not to mention my own. Leaning against the wall of the cabin, I pressed the button for my floor and ascended. When the doors opened, I was faced with 2 armed men standing outside the elevator with their backs to me. Since I couldn't identify them, my first instinct was to kill them. But when they now turned to face the elevator, I activated invisibility, blinked away, and hammered a lightning-quick message to combat. Have we been occupied? Who are the armed guys by the elevator on my floor? If he didn't write back within 20 seconds, I would be compelled to take them out. "Don't touch them," came the reply. "They're security. I posted them by your elevator. Please note, I put 1 man on each floor, but 2 on yours." So, he'd roped at least 30 men into defending the elevator and ensuring me a calm return. Gotcha. Curtly, I let him know everything was cool. The guards had also gotten the jitters and now appeared to be writing messages themselves. At least their barrels hadn't been pointing at the cabin, for that could not have failed to make my day. They clearly didn't understand what was going on. "Varg, we're friends," said one of them into the cabin, unaware I was standing behind them. "I know that now," I replied, deactivating invisibility and slapping each of them on the shoulder. Categorically not wanting to show myself to combat looking as I did, I flew home. I couldn't tell what I stank of more, sweat or smoke. I had washed just once during the long test, and I'd been very on edge as I sat in that wash tub. And there had certainly been no time to wash clothes. "You're back!" No sooner did I open the door than Polina was hanging around my neck, followed closely by Katya. "Uh-huh," I said, beaming a smile. "Have you missed me by any chance?" They responded with kisses, and then we stood in a silent embrace for several minutes. I did not overthink the fact that Katya had also kissed me. I was no fool, and I knew where this was going. If Polina was cool with everything, why would I be against it? You only live once. And the old order remained in the rotting past. Was it hard? Polina broke the silence. What should I say? If I said it was hard, they'd be worried. Although on reflection, it hadn't actually been so hard. Katya didn't give me the chance to speak. "You know what he's like, he won't admit it was hard," she said, pressing herself tighter to me. "I'll bet other people found it harder. And right now several dozen of them want to find our Igor and wreak their revenge on him." Here, I don't know why, I sneezed. The girls raised their heads and squinted their suspicion at me. No matter how much I was longing for Polina's home cooking, I seriously needed to take a bath first. Surprisingly, it was Katya who offered to scrub my back. I looked at Polina, but she said she had lunch to prepare. Hint taken. If that's the way it was, as I said before, I wasn't against it. Dear system, forgive me if this sounds a touch presumptuous, but perhaps it's time to give me a skill that will rinse away the smell of sweat, or better still, cleanse my body of all dirt by the power of thought alone. No reply came. What did come, on the other hand, was a suggestion from Katya to go and eat. The poor thing was tired, so eagerly had she scrubbed my back. When we came out of the bathroom, Polina had already laid the table and was waiting for us, a sly smile on her face. It occurred to me that the process of my accepting Katya had been calm, unlike Polina. But I also had no problem with her now. Life in a community was doubtless having a positive effect on me. That said, it was not the same with everybody, and I could still kill without any compunction. "So you saw real elves?" Liza and Anya asked, eyes huge and round. "Uh-huh, I already told you that," I replied, popping another croissant into my mouth. I'd already told them of my adventures and caused a great deal of surprise. "They're hardcore, are they? Can you bring us one home next time? Is it true their eyes are bigger like in the cartoons?" The flood of questions came from Liza. "Were there any girl elves as well?" Polina asked, faux casually and batting her cute eyelashes. A siren began to wail in my head. Alarm! Danger! Well, there were, but it was nothing. It seemed I was back to my old freezing ways. "Ha, relax. It's cool," Polina said, her smile becoming a giggle. "Knowing your attitude to people, I'm sure something might have happened, but only if you were taken prisoner." "Well, actually, they're not humans," I blurted, instantly regretting it. A seemingly simple clarification, but two interested heads turned towards me in a heartbeat. "By the way, I've brought you some gifts," I said. I knew they would come in handy. "Gifts?" asked four voices in chorus. It appeared I had contrived to postpone that particular conversation. I chilled at home for 2 whole days, the larger part of which was spent lying down and thinking about nothing. Only when I grew tired of doing nothing did I read what had been written in the group chat. My first surprise was that Shatan, the poor thing, had lost the plot. The day after I'd left for my test, he'd received an invitation to participate in his own test and accepted. "What a twat," was my initial reaction. Only the day before had I popped in for tea, and in answer to my question, "Where did you get the black eye?" he'd said he'd fallen. Yeah, right. And I knew what he'd fallen onto, either combat or clubfoot's fist. Even I informed people when I was leaving for a test, just so as to avoid awkward conversations. On the positive side, Tactic had joint combat, and now the two of them were in charge of everything. On the evening of my return, Combat dropped in to see me with all the news. Tactic had incited him to destroy a certain enemy group. Turned out the teleport here had spat out some old acquaintances of mine, Turgises, approximately 200 of them. They had immediately taken over a shopping mall and begun throwing their weight about. Tactic had not taken kindly to this and organized an offensive in which they had been victorious. In the words of Combat, he hadn't taken kindly to this either. As far as he was aware, this was the first such incident, and the consequences might have been unfortunate. The Turgis differed from the Legionnaires in that they killed anyone they found, before gutting their corpses and taking the bones. Were otherworldly bones really stronger? If I knew the system at all, anything was possible. The thought put an imperturbable smile on my face. And here was me thinking I'd be bored here after the elves' world. But everything was just bubbling along joyfully, waiting for Uncle Varg to come back and teach the enemy a lesson. I had created a monster. The skills rewarded to me for my victory in the test had been randomly distributed among the people. 23-year-old Mikhail, for example, a simple lad, received a level 4 stinging thing called a ghostly tentacle. "Igor, Mikhail's here to see you," Polina informed me as she entered the movie room. So soon? It had only been 3 minutes since I'd asked Combat to send the fighter to me. And he really was standing at the door, I saw using vision. Polina had not let him into the apartment, and rightly so. "Does it still surprise you that your requests take priority?" she asked, eyes full of irony. "If it isn't a secret, what do you want him for?" "I want to do a bit of experimenting," I said openly, only realizing how strange it sounded when I clocked her expression. "Not like that," I added. "Okay, then. "Go, experimenter," she said, laughing, before waving me away with her tea towel and disappearing back to the kitchen. I stepped out to meet him and check him out without using vision. A puny lad, bespectacled and with a bizarre haircut. Definitely not a warrior. More likely a fan of Japanese culture. "System, did you give him that weapon deliberately?" I was puzzled how it might have happened, why the system had played such a joke on me. "You called me?" the lad asked, interrupting my inspection of him. Respectful, yet not afraid. "I did," I said pensively. "Let's go." He gave a silent shrug and followed me. After a short walk, we were up on the floor that housed the training complex and shooting gallery. "Here's the plan," I said. "You attack me. Try to kill me, understand?" "Uh-huh," he replied with a nod. I prepared myself and took up a defensive pose while he stood there in a stupor. 1 minute. 2. "Are you attacking me with time? Are you waiting for me to grow old and collapse all by myself? Didn't I tell you to attack?" "Uh-huh," he muttered, similarly intelligibly. "So maybe you could begin?" "Nah." Shoot, there's something wrong with this kid. "Okay," I said with a heavy sigh. "Let's play by your rules then. Why won't you attack me?" "I don't want to," he replied, shrugging his shoulders as he regarded me calmly. Thinking I was close to solving the riddle, I continued my implacable questioning. "And why not?" "If I kill or wound you, combat will knock my block off." "Ah, so that's it." "And if I only wound you, you will wound me back." Can't fault his logic. "So, let's change tactic then," I said, smiling a kindly smile. "Defend yourself," I shouted. Then I began firing basic arrows at him. Naturally, I missed on purpose, although one arrow was a tad too close for comfort. He jerked, and the arrow passed by just a couple of centimeters from his face. Left with no choice, he summoned it. Fuck! 6 pairs of transparent purple tentacles appeared out of nowhere, boding anything but well. Who could have thought up such a skill? What sick pervert needs his neck wringing? I had apparently angered him, and he launched an offensive. I ducked away from 2 tentacles and drew my hammer, using it to strike one of them. Whoops. The hammer went right through the tentacle, inflicting 0 damage whatsoever. The other tentacles were also alert and coming for me. Geez, they were stretching as well, elongating. 2 blinks backward, and I drew my bow again. The first arrow, a bony, went straight through, as did the next one, made of metal. Right, I've had enough of this. No way is this beast invincible, right? I produced an elven silver arrow and fired it. Same story. I was beginning to regret training with him. Combat had described his skill and its strength so vividly that my interest was instantly piqued. I figured it would probably be a kraken, yet here was this hentai monster. "It is actually possible to injure them, yeah?" I asked the kid, who was panting heavily. "We're about to find out," he said, baring his teeth, despite his eyes displaying fear. 3 of his tentacles appeared alongside me and began to twist into a spiral. And boy, how I did not like that. "Ooh," he uttered, beginning to acquire a taste for and enjoy it. Or did he merely want to kick a certain greaseball's butt? And had he trained to do that in just a few days? In fact, was he even human at all? Fine. So what can I do to him? It wasn't worth striking with darkness or cold inside a building. I would try a sandy arrowhead. Thwack. I thwacked to no effect, while the coiling piece of shit continued its advance on me. Screw this for a game of soldiers, I'm going invisible. Thankfully, it worked. The tentacles could no longer see me and hung in the air while the kid broke into a sweat. He didn't shilly-shally for long, mind, before gaining control over his friends, which began thrashing around in the hope of getting a random hit on me. A fearful weapon, if dumb. I now had to find arrows that would destroy this see-through motherfucker. I blinked away sufficiently far enough to be no longer under threat, while it played to its heart's content and showed what it was capable of. I took from my inventory a basic arrow and snapped off the tip with 2 fingers, leaving just the blunt wooden shaft. The kid seemed to think I could fly, and his tentacles now flailed at the ceiling, hoping to find me there. I fitted the blunt arrow to my bow and, without even aiming, shot him in the foot. No way could I have missed from that distance. "Ouch!" came a pained shriek, and I watched as the tentacles disappeared. So that was it. His competence was powered by his concentration, which his pain had obfuscated. I honestly hadn't known whether my arrow would pierce his foot. It may have been blunt, but I was firing from an elven bow whose tension was such that not everybody would be able to draw the string. Before the kid recovered his wits and summoned the tentacles back, I flew at him and knocked him to the floor, where I held him down. "Enough already, calm down," I shouted. He'd lost his temper, and I didn't want to kill him. "Consider this your training. I've seen what your skill is capable of. How far can you sling your tentacles?" He did not reply straight away, still kicking as he was in his attempt to break free. "My maximum so far is approximately 50 yards, he said reluctantly when he eventually regained his composure. Wow, such a hardcore skill, and this schmuck gets it. He was no soldier, and had only tagged onto the group recently. According to combat, he still hadn't killed anyone apart from zombies. A wet-behind-the-ears shaveling, you might say. I wanted to accelerate the process of his transformation into a hardened psycho warrior. Quartermaster had popped in the day before, and, after giving me an interesting-looking toy, told me about a marvelous thing which I had not immediately noticed, due either to stupidity or inattentiveness. Apparently, the system had introduced an update, and alongside status, there was now a new field. Arena. Arena. A place where survivors can take part in single or group combat. There is no provision for both sides to survive in the arena. There can be only one surviving team. Combatants may place a bet on their own victory, but in order to participate in the battle, opponents must place bets of equal value. In order to participate, you must have a battle coin. How glad I was that Quartermaster had visited and given me all the coins they had. He said they had no need of them, and I would definitely be able to evaluate them. And sure enough, I had been able to evaluate the gift, promising him something interesting in return. There and then, I gave him all the surplus from the recent test, despite it frankly including nothing of interest. Earlier today, I'd spent some time on the trading platform, buying up artifacts for water and electricity, 22 in total. If I could collect 50, I'd be able to give him a splendid gift. While we'd been chatting, he didn't inform me of the deficit of them in the group. They might have gained access to the platform, but the coins only gave you 24 hours, which was not enough time to live at large. Luck was a key factor on the platform. It was not unknown for my arrows to be on sale there for 20 gray boxes one day and down to 5 the next day. No doubt it had been infiltrated by hucksters. "Feeler," I said, for that was my new nickname for him. "Take this healing potion and snap out of it sharpish. There's no use lying around here when I have simply fantastic news for you." My smile must have been enough for him to guess nothing good was in store. "Are you going to do me in?" he asked. Irony. Oh, how I loved irony. "Oh, no, it's not me who's going to do that," I replied with a chortle. "That particular honor will go to others. Your baptism of fire will be today, and you shall become a man. Catch." And I threw him one of the coins. "What's this?" he asked, catching it and looking it over. Then he read the description, and his eyes widened. "I'm not going there." A categoric refusal. How naive. "You're right. You're not going there alone," I smiled. "We're going there together." I entered the arena myself and chose the first 2-on-2 battle that took my fancy. Curiously, there was no additional information, not concerning levels, names, or even groups, just stakes. Making a bet was obligatory if you wanted to launch a challenge, and the stakes were 300 gray boxes. Not bad. If I won, I would receive 600 boxes plus all their equipment. And if I lost, I would lose as much. There was a stake of 700 boxes, but I didn't have that many, as I still hadn't been out hunting since my return from the test. I would do that following this double duel. I realized it was foolish and puerile, but what could I do if I was just dying to check out this new function? And who could kill me anyway? I was the best and the strongest. Only my foot tickled occasionally where it had been injured. I told Combat everything, said the little tattletale, with the expression of someone who thought he'd won. Do I look like I care? I asked. We are now going to have a 2-on-2 duel, so prepare yourself mentally. Just so you understand how this is going to go, I'll tell you straight off. I kill one of them and step aside. Then I get out my thermos of hot chocolate and watch you twatting the other one, or him twatting you. Are you okay in the head? I only just received my skill and I don't really know how it works yet, he said, trying to take a couple of steps to the side and set off at a run, just as my hand grabbed him. Whereas I do, so don't worry. Your skill will kill. A message from Combat. Try not to kill him. And yes, if it comes to it, I told you not to. Don't worry. He'll return with a shield or an arrow up this jacksie, I replied. Don't shoot him, he's too delicate for all that, Combat wrote, before letting me in on the kid's backstory. It's a miracle he survived. Before all this, he worked as some sort of artist. He said he drew manga. Whatever that is. It's a bit late now. Have you shot him already? I was silent. Holding the kid with one hand, I used the other to complete our application for the battle. I was accepted without question. Then it was the turn of the tentacled monster. A window opened with a request to invite a second participant. I had to enter a name. What is his name? We've got a bunch of Mikhails. What about this? Using vision, I focused on the field and sent a mental inquiry concerning his candidacy. Judging by his eyes, it worked. Varg, I beg you, I don't want to. I just won't accept the invitation, he said bluntly. How naive. In that case, I'll break your arms and legs, and then you're back, by throwing you from, let's say, the 4th floor, I said, listing what would happen to him as though it were no big deal. Except, that's more like it. Since he couldn't escape now, I released my hold on him. You have successfully registered for a battle. You and your partner will be transferred to the arena in 4 minutes, 59 seconds. 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Fantabulous. The system had had a fit of generosity to the tune of a whole 5 minutes, which gave me time for a cup of tea. A cup of tea which I drank under Mikhail's shocked gaze. Want some? I inquired, extending him the flask. You're mental, he moaned in despair. Chapter 13. I had gotten used to the transfers, so while my partner was still out cold, I had already risen and had a look around. A strange place. I thought it would be completely different. An abandoned mine gallery with a large flat floor, support girders and torch mountings on the walls, ceiling crisscrossed with beams and 100-year-old cobwebs. There was no entrance nor exit, as though the place had been transported here from another world and immediately walled in. By all appearances, we were not on Earth. One of those appearances was the various symbols on the walls. Another was the occasional patches of pink moss, which gave me goosebumps. No matter how long I stared at it, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, although I could sense in my backside that it was dangerous. Perhaps with time, my intuition had leveled up? Who knows? Your bout begins in 5 minutes. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Important note, both teams are concealed by a protective screen and cannot see or harm each other before the bout begins. We were being given time to come to our senses. Not bad. When the clock was down to 3 minutes, and my partner was still showing no signs of life, I poked him with a toe, as gently as I was able, hoping I wouldn't break anything. "Get up, Feeler, there's a battle waiting for us." "Another 5 minutes," he groaned and turned onto his other side. What a dummy. It's first blood for him today, and here he is, sprawled out. Thank the system, 2 minutes later he came round. "Where are we?" he asked, struggling to see in the dim lighting. "Just where we're supposed to be," I said, trying to motivate him. It wasn't happening. "It's as dark as an asshole," he began, trailing off when the screen turned transparent and we got our first glimpse of our opponents, and theirs. 2 hulking men, so flamboyant-looking that they might have escaped from the 12th century, and covered from head to toe in armor, stood there in guard dog stance, giggling to behold Mikhail sitting on his backside. One held a mace and a round shield, the other a sword and a fucking staff? Scepter? Pink fairy's magic wand? I didn't know what he was holding, but it definitely had something of the magical about it. A 35-centimeter-long stick with a rounded end bearing a huge red jewel. "Which one do you want?" "How I begrudge this accursed skill," spat the kid when he realized it was no dream. "In that case, you take the one with the mace and I'll take the other one," I said. It was all the same to me who I fought. "Your bout begins in 3, 2, 1. As soon as the system gave the start signal, everything kicked off. I moved to the side, away from the kid, drew my bow, and began spraying the scepter bearer with basic arrows. He batted away the first and second, while the next 3 were deflected by his armor. I couldn't see his face for his lowered visor, but I got the impression he was smiling. Fair enough, really, since I was spraying randomly while he made his way slowly and undamaged in my direction. I feigned serious panic. Hands all of a tremble, bowstring not finding the knock first time, accuracy low. My adversary accelerated, probably planning to get it over and done with quickly, then raised his scepter and fired real lightning from it. Wow, I was not expecting that. I was accustomed to seeing legitimate magic wands. He did stand a chance, but I was ready. When he aimed it at me, I disappeared into invisibility and made 4 quick blinks in succession. The lightning, to his great chagrin, crashed into the wall of the gallery, knocking loose a mass of stone and dust. Meanwhile, I stood behind him and delivered a hammer blow to his head. "You have killed Nicholas Orscht, level 12, and you have the right to take his equipment." Nicholas, oh Nicholas, you lived into level 12, but you died so foolishly. How I would love to bring you back to life and ask why you held your wand in your hand when you could have summoned it from your inventory. Lightning Scepter, 10 out of 100 charges. Important note, scepter operated by mental messaging. Not daring to let such a toy pass me by, I claimed it there and then and put it in my repository. I didn't bother picking everything else up yet. With my peripheral vision, I followed Feeler's fight, and was ready to step in whenever necessary if I could. His opponent was surrounded and under attack from tentacles, some paddling him like oars, others attempting to drill holes in him. It was frightening to imagine what might be should such a fearful weapon strike an enemy's rude parts. I was afraid even my psyche would not survive. The man with the mace and shield may have been fast and strong, but he was also clearly losing. One interesting point was that when the tentacles came into contact with the shield, they became material. If I'd had a sword, I might have been able to do something. He was yelling something in his own language, but the system couldn't be bothered to switch on an interpreter for us, as was commonplace in other worlds. Here, you had to do battle, not tongue wag, which incidentally is what we were doing. "Need any help?" I asked. It would probably have been impolite not to at least ask. "Yes," he yelled, eyes bulging with fear or stress. "No it is then," I said with a shrug, and, as promised, took a seat on the floor, though not before spreading it with a rug, and drank my hot chocolate. "But if you should need a hand, just holler." The warrior shouted something before activating a strange aura, which made him glow green. I hoped it wasn't radiation, since even I might not be able to cope with that. Everything suggested it was strengthening. Did you see him twat that tentacle? Only it wasn't going to help, what with another 3 creeping up behind him. Now Mikhail was beginning to think. He desisted thoughtlessly thrashing with his tentacles and instead launched an arcing shot which knocked his opponent off his feet. Your team is victorious, and you gain access to the inventory of the vanquished. You may choose just one item. Important note: to activate someone else's inventory, touch their body and say, mentally, inventory. Return transfer in 59 seconds. It took 4 tentacles penetrating the man for us to see the message. Did you see that? I asked of the kid standing by the dead man. Take what you like, you've earned it, but I would advise you to think about it first. I leaned over the body of my vanquished opponent and did as the system had bidden. I was expecting to perceive his inventory as my own, but it didn't happen. Instead, I received a list, like on the trading platform. Unfortunately, it was a list exclusively of names, with no descriptions. What is the Artfo scroll? Or the Shioshioshi? This is just taking the piss. The timer said there was still time left, but not much. I looked up at the ceiling and asked in jest, System, if I kill Mikhail Feeler as well, can I then choose 2 items? Hey, I am here now, said the kid resentfully. But the resentful kid was also a happy kid, who had taken all the weapons, as well as finding something he needed in his dead opponent's inventory. What should I choose? There's so much of everything, and I want everything. There are familiar items like bolts and boxes and other stuff. But wait, perhaps he's got skill books. Apparently not. For goodness knows how long I'd had a book which I'd been wanting to exchange on the trading platform. I just couldn't remember the last time there had been other books for exchange. So what to take? What to do? Life was painful, so much choice, so little time. Couldn't he take the valuable stuff and not hump loads of crap around? He had 37 red boxes. I wondered whether they would all count as one item. Unlikely. Okay, I took a risk and chose the Rune of Arno. No sooner had I done so than my whole interface flickered a few times and disappeared, and the Rune of Arno was transferred to my inventory. Evaluation. Rune of Arno. A small rune from a lower chain, responsible for flexibility. That was all. Fuck. How useful. What am I supposed to do with a flat stone with a rune drawn on it? I was permitted a few seconds' disappointment before my world flashed in the darkness, and when I came to, I was back at base. We're back. Send some people to the gallery to bring Feeler to his senses. He might need a psychologist, or several good clips around the ear. What with me not being a top specialist in these matters, I addressed my concerns to combat. Then I stood up and stretched contentedly. An excellent place, that arena. But what should I do now? After the elves' world, I sensed unprecedented gains in strength. Levels were making themselves known. My rambunctiousness was on the wane, and I was unaccustomed to having nothing to do. The orcs had it easier, not having to maneuver between crowds of enemies and avoid danger spots. Never mind. Let him lie there and rest, while I, if you don't mind, shall go see combat. We had previously talked, but not shop. We'd agreed I would pop in to see him just as soon as I was rested and he would bring me up to speed. But then the arena had cropped up. I headed for the elevator. The elevator was charged, but I was in a fantastic mood, so I filled it with a week's worth of experience before riding it to the administerial floor. I got lucky there as well. What a day! Combat was alone in his office and looking through his papers. Without knocking, I entered and waved. I'm back and ready to do great deeds again, I said from the doorway. I'm afraid the world might not be able to cope with that, he said, shaking his head. Come in and sit down. Would you like tea? Or something stronger? I'll make do with tea. With the whole day ahead, it was too early to start drinking. Combat wrote a message to his secretary, who brought my tea and his coffee. You were only gone 2 days, but So much has happened, he began. The first thing you need to know is the rewards. I perked up my ears to concentrate. What about them? I didn't see what they had to do with me. They've started dropping less frequently. Now that is news, I said, taking a few seconds to make sense of it before asking, how much less frequently? I can't say exactly, but according to our estimations, approximately twice less. I see. Is there any good news? Shatan got a skill on the test. I'd already been told of his adventure. The system gave him the same one he already had, only level 2. And now he's flinging fire like a proper dragon. Don't talk about dragons, I said, goosebumped by memories of the pain caused by their gift. We attacked the anarchy group using drones, dropped some explosives on them and did them some damage, albeit less than we were counting on. Interesting. I didn't think they would ever strike the first blow. They downed 3 drones and we lost the rest afterwards, but it's not the end of the world. When we get some coins, we can buy up all the drone cards on the trading platform. Oh, yes, speaking of coins, thanks for the arena, it's brilliant, I said, squinting in delight at the rush of emotions. Do you fancy decamping there with me? I brought one half-wit back from there alive. I haven't got any skills, and firearms don't work there, he said. Was it just me, or was he sad about it? I don't think I'd be of much use. But we do know the system doesn't do anything without good reason, and we're busy training up 2-man teams to fight there. Tell me about it. Why not? I spent the next half hour describing everything, being free with my own opinion as well. So, there's not that much there, he summarized, pensively lighting a cigarette. And it's worth going with an empty inventory, well, apart from the bare necessities. He was right. It was only worth going there if you were a real maverick or very sure of yourself. There's one thing I forgot to tell you about, and which you probably haven't noticed, said Combat, looking at me somewhat seriously. The group has a new scale where victories in the arena are recorded. Currently, there is a proud number 1 on it. Admittedly, I hadn't been very attentive in following the group's progress. So the system could give bonuses for these victories in the future, or simply do a bit of manipulating. Manipulating of what we were yet to discover. I'm going again anyway, I said, presenting him with a fait accompli. I liked it. I even had fun. Killing people, he snickered. Well, I got a reward as well, I said, throwing him the runestone. Then it struck me it wasn't so wise to treat unfamiliar objects in that way. Thankfully, as befitted his age, he caught it cleanly. Then he studied it closely. An interesting coincidence, he said. I didn't know what he was talking about, but certain thoughts did begin to germinate. There's a man requesting evacuation, says he's a runologist and can be of use to us. That is quite some coincidence. Where's the catch? Might I suggest there is a large and perhaps even foul-smelling pitfall? I said. There had to be one, surely. You're absolutely right. He's in another group. Technically, he's left it, but they're keeping him there against his will. Let me guess. Anarchy? No, wait, don't answer. I can see by your look it's not. Call of Urus? No again? Who then? Those were the strongest groups, and they really did make life difficult. It couldn't be the new regime. The group is called Sam. Sam? I asked for confirmation. What an idiotic name. Sam, he repeated. Zero imagination. They're downtown. Their base is in the Scientific Academy of Management. Did you say in? I did indeed. We have a number of friendly faces there, working in a covert military research facility. They managed to survive the apocalypse and scrape a group together. And they've got a bunker. Now this was news. A good bunker? Very interesting information. I already had my own skyscraper, but no bunker. Most irregular. It's secret and autonomous, designed to hold 200 persons, Combat chuckled, second-guessing the direction of my thoughts. And I hate to disappoint you, but there's no way we can take it. It's heavily fortified on all sides, plus they have no shortage of people. While we were sitting here trying to survive, they were gathering people and arming them. They've got food for 2 years and a huge store of munitions." "I see. But more importantly, are they friends or neutrals?" He shook his head. "More like enemies." Then he pulled a face. "We offered to collaborate with them and asked them to release Maxim Ivanovich, but they told us where to get off in no uncertain terms and instead proposed that we lay down our arms, surrender, and join their group." "Fair enough. Who would let a highly trained specialist go?" I might just take a stroll over to that academy," I said with a smile. "Such lovely weather today." I sat with combat for another hour, during which I caught up on the rest of the news. Yes, things were strange. The rewards, which had begun to drop less frequently, said it all. And then there was the new group. Was everything in town glazed in honey just for them? But the strangest news was the defunct weapons of mass destruction. By all accounts, when everything had kicked off, a number of bases took the decision to launch a nuclear strike against a potential enemy who naturally was not in this country. It didn't work. And now they'd received information that their basic warheads didn't work. It was as though the system had switched off the silly people's dangerous toys. What were the chances that all weapons would soon stop working? Anything was possible. And it wasn't a problem for me. I think I'll grab something to eat and then go hunting. I stood atop an upturned minibus downtown, enjoying the view. "Arrgh," announced a zombie as it came for me with outstretched arms. "Stop grizzling," I responded calmly. "It won't help." Returning home from the arena, I'd had a good feed, then spent an hour with the girls chatting about this and that. Then, having promised to be home not too late, I was now out hunting to top up my reserves. And I'll tell you something for free. Hunting never gets boring. And while it's true that the elven bow wasn't exactly designed for it, being awkward to rapid fire, it was definitely a toy you couldn't refuse. The town had changed even more now, and I began to notice oddities among the zombies. There were too many dead Z's piled up in places. I couldn't figure out where they'd all come from. I couldn't remember there being so many people in the town. Was the system sending them in on business trips from other areas? While I was pondering, my temporary pet zombie, which I was battering around the head with a stick so it would make noises to attract its compadres, kept making noises to attract its compadres. 2 centhounds came tearing along and tried to sniff me out. I took an elven arrow and aimed at the first one. It flew with a subtle whistling sound and pierced the animal's skull right through. Not bad at all. The dog dropped a red trinket casket. Worth noting in the grand scheme of things, but still not to be sniffed at. The regular zombies I destroyed with cheap arrows, but those a class above were treated to elvens. Granted, it was wasteful, but I couldn't take them with me to the grave, and spending 3 or 4 basics on one dog was overkill. Next up was an arachnid, and not alone, but in the company of a ripper. What a great little company. Was this me being lucky or a lucky turn of events? I had expressly asked Combat about rippers, and he said none had been seen since the last attack. Turns out they were still around. The ripper approached me in invisibility. I knew they were smart zombies, because I'd done battle with them before and been surprised they could dodge shots. They understood perfectly well when people were trying to kill them. 2 elven arrows flew one after the other into its skull, killing it and making it visible. At the last moment, it turned its head towards me. How intelligent, yet how dead. The arachnid now ran at me. I did not like the fact that they'd found me so easily. I blinked upwards, then backed down as it ran beneath me, my spear now in my hands. As a result, the arachnid was pinned like a butterfly, and I blinked not far away and shot it calmly with basic arrows while it tried to stand up. I did not like arachnids. Such capricious creeps. Some you could fell with a couple of arrows, while others, such as this one, would take more than a dozen. And considering the reward was the same, it was easier not to get involved at all. The spider squealed like a thing deranged as I was finishing it off, attracting more zombies and bulking up my workload. At a certain point, they overran me, and I was forced to retreat to a nearby balcony. The new position was excellent, except that inside the apartment on the other side of the balcony door, my vision showed me 3 zombies. One of them, the smallest, was an archer. Smashing the window with my hammer, I blinked inside and removed its head with my shadow blade, then killed the other 2. A regular family, without even any bite marks. Most unpleasantly, it was the child who had become an archer. I returned to the balcony and continued shooting zombies. How I missed all this in the other world, I said to myself, smiling joyously. The next few hours would be marvelous. Chapter 14. The zombies kept me entertained until late evening. I suppose my little friends were glad to have me back and had all come to say hi. And they kept on coming, as though I owed them money. I got 303 gray boxes alone from them, and that was with the reduced drop rate. I would have to hope the system would make no more cuts, as this was all sort of disappointing. I was killing more, yet receiving the same as before. Not good, system. And another thing, I want some normal enemies. Those fucking Uruzes weren't coming out to play, instead sitting at home in Snowtown, so what was I supposed to do? Where could I find a teleport to take me to them? Nowhere. And the Turgus, or someone like them, had recently been bumped off by my group, so I sat there feeling sorry for myself for a while until a new target occurred to me. The Sam, and the runologist combat had told me about. As I understood, the professor knew several people from the dorm and was trying to use them to effect his release. He was being held as a slave, engraving runes onto various objects and bestowing them with properties, and he wasn't allowed out. By all accounts, he was very headstrong, and if I did rescue him and he wanted to go his own way, he wouldn't be able to. Well, I could only understand them. Practical, military types that they were. Why let skilled labor go to waste when you could keep it under lock and key? I made it to their lair quite quickly and blinked up onto a convenient roof directly opposite the academy. The building was relatively well reinforced, although it wouldn't survive a large wave, and they had lots of people, all armed. The shots did not die down as they continued shooting zombies without pause. It was obvious they had ammo up the wazoo, and that was a good thing. My only question was, where did they keep all their weapons? I wrote to combat, I'm going to find those academics, and I'm going to tell them we can take them no sweat if we must. Good plan? Be careful, Varg. It won't be so easy if they're still alive, he replied. How sweet that he was concerned for me. Try to gather as much information as possible. Don't go looking for trouble. Unfortunately, the runologist hadn't been given time to say anything about the group. He let something slip during conversation and been silent since then. An interesting building. Somehow I hadn't noticed it before. The entrance was adorned with white columns, which were now smeared with blood and soot. They continued their zombie target practice, opening the doors the second a reward dropped, allowing several people to run out, dressed in new, unblemished military uniforms, and quickly gather up the boxes. Interesting. I waited for the next zombie, and blinked to a distance of 10 yards from it. An archer wasted no time in shooting it, whereupon I blinked over to its body and placed a red trinket casket by its side, before sprinting towards the building. When the doors opened, I blinked myself into position, and as 2 soldiers were closing the doors behind their returning box reapers, I stole between them with a blink. Once inside, I sprinted up to the 2nd floor. I'd already studied the layout of the building, so all I needed to do was tend to my business. In places, I had to maneuver my way around people, but it wasn't so much of a problem as a fun game, the objective being not to get noticed. Only then did the questions come. So what do I do now? Rob their stores? Maybe kill them all? Can I kill them all? Probably. They don't look overly strong, more like people who locked themselves in their bunker to wait out the worst of the shitstorm. Although they did have more than enough hubris to go around. If I decided to kill them all, I would have to do it super fast, for as soon as I killed the first one, their leader would know about it. On the 2nd floor, I found the reason for this little venture. a medium-sized store in one of the rooms. The first thing to catch my eye was the condition of it all. The bullets twinkled, and the zinc boxes were clean and shiny. Everything was clearly new. It was a no-brainer. I started filling my inventory until there was no space left, and I was frustrated to be leaving half of it behind. Never mind, I'll come back if I get the chance. Then I paid a visit to the boys doing great work with machine guns in the room opposite. They were true brave soldiers, so deeply occupied with monitoring the vicinity that they didn't notice the door open just a crack. Well-oiled hinges, I must say. The room had 3 windows, and 2 guys lying beside machine guns. I produced a needle and dipped it in poison, just like before. Then I approached one of them from behind and pricked his neck lightly. Ouch! The lad voiced his discontent and slapped at his neck. Freaking mosquitoes? His friend looked at him, a confused expression on his face. What mosquitoes, Valera? There haven't been any mosquitoes around since the start of the apocalypse, he said. Valera, what's wrong? The friend abandoned his post and ran to assist Valera, who was grasping at his neck and croaking. I was already there, and I thrust my dagger right into Valera's friend's neck. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 3 kilograms. Phooey, what small fry. Were they pacifist to have dropped so little? It would appear I've gotten a bit full of myself. I went off to explore the building before people came running to investigate. My next 2 victims were 2 lads of about 18, asleep, in uniform, weapons by their sides. One got his throat cut, the other an arrow in his eye. The second was lying on his back, and I was curious to see what would happen when a sleeping man was shot with an arrow. Or rather, I needed to know how best to shoot a sleeper. It all came good, and I now had 4 kill notches on my bedstead. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 4 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. Meanwhile, it turned out the puny kid was a dark horse and had already killed a number of people. Why had they left the safety of their bunker? They'd already lost 4. Looking at the 2 bodies, I rejoiced once more at my idea from the very beginning of all this shit to find a reliable group. Sleep was very dear in these times, and they'd paid the price for it. Had they not been caught napping, they may well still have been alive. I stepped out into the corridor and checked the building over one more time using vision. That's odd. Nobody raised the alarm. Surely their leader can't be such a waste of space that he hasn't noticed anything. One more plus to Combat's karma. He sat in his office for days on end and directed the whole group. When one of our guys got killed, he immediately dished out the appropriate orders. Although more often he prevented the loss of personnel by the timely provision of assistance. I could not do what he did. Sitting around doing nothing was not my cup of tea. Give me adventure any day. When I looked back on my past life, it made me sick to think of who I was before. I'd also begun to think of the effect the system was having on me. I felt aggrieved when my people got killed, but when I killed 2 sleeping lads, I felt nothing. Zilch emotion. They meant nothing to me, and how could you sympathize with nothing? Previously, that had been my attitude to everybody, but with the advent of the system, my sociopathy had begun to morph into something new, something that occasionally frightened me. With these thoughts buzzing around my head, I made it up to the 4th floor. My vision hadn't allowed me to see this far from down below, but as it transpired, the floor was teeming with combatants. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 1 kilogram. A young guy fell over, having opened the door at just the moment I was walking past. He opened it quickly enough to scare me, but my reflexes kicked in faster than my brain, and my sword entered his belly in no time. In a wink, I grabbed the body and dragged it into the room, shutting the door behind me. What's going on here? I found myself in a lecture theater. What the fuck was he doing in here? I get it. He smells of cigarettes. That made it even worse. The world was at its end, and the poor guy wasn't allowed to smoke. FFS. I dragged the body up to the back row and shoved it under a table, hoping it wouldn't be found anytime soon. Obviously, there were the trails of blood, but there were trails of blood everywhere now, right? The whole world was knee-deep in it. When I came out of the lecture theater, all hell broke loose. The place appeared to be on general alert, noise and shouts echoing all around. And here was me thinking I might get away undetected. Well, if that's the case, you've only got yourselves to blame. I smiled as I approached a sniper's position I'd picked out using vision. Bam! My arrows struck a soldier who ran around a corner and straight at me. There was no sense in trying to hide. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. His face bore such surprise in the last moments of his life. The poor thing couldn't understand what had hit him. With my foot, I opened the door to where the sniper was lying, and because my bowstring was already drawn, the arrow was released instantly. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 3 kilograms. How weak everyone is around here. What the hell were they doing laying down terms to combat? I thought they were going to be brutal, hardcore guys, but it turned out they were just fools who believed in themselves. Halt! Came a shout in the corridor. I wanted to burst out laughing. Who the hell was this dude shouting at? Running towards me with his machine gun held out in front. I was invisible, so who had he seen? I stepped into the corridor and leaned against the wall, waiting for his next move. To be on the safe side, I gave him the once-over with magic vision. After all, what if he could actually see me, pretending to be invisible? But no, he couldn't. He was still for a few seconds while he sent his troops a message. Then he ran towards the room where my dead sniper lay. Crack! As soon as he drew level with me, my hammer smashed his rib cage. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. Another one bites the dust. The corridor was now empty, but with vision I could see a bustle of people approaching. They had already found the first of their dead and had no doubt guessed the scenario. Nothing to guess, really. Varg dropped by for a visit. I had thought this might be a dangerous mission, but it was turning out to be even dull at times. Nothing good would come of staying where I was, so on I ran. The 4th floor was the least populated. No people, nothing of interest, nothing out of the ordinary. Combat. I'm inside the building and I've killed a number of people, I wrote. Then I had an idea. They've got no one with high levels or strong skills. They've been spending all their time in the bunker, just like the runologist. Send 50 men and we can take them by storm. He didn't make me wait long for an answer. Geez, Varg. I understood his surprise. The guys will be there soon. I hope you know what you're doing. But of course I do. I took up a convenient position at the end of the corridor, from where I had a good view of the whole corridor and could await my guests. The next half hour saw me kill 10 men, and they eventually figured out how they were being killed and from where. I ignored the system's notifications and didn't even look to see the rewards for the kills. I would check the logs when the operation was over. I stood there for 5 minutes while they didn't even attempt to break through. At first, they'd been very persistent, hurling stun grenades in my direction. They'd even gotten hold of shields from somewhere, although they weren't Sista ones, but ours from the special services on Earth. What were they researching in there to have such plentiful material resources? Surrender, Varg. All the exits are mined. There is no way out. Throw down your weapons and lie on the ground, shouted a man into a megaphone. How naive to try to deceive. I could see perfectly well that none of the staircases were mined. And more to the point, I was invisible and didn't give a toss for their cordoning. That said, I wasn't sure how pleasant it would be going downstairs in the crosshairs of a bunch of machine guns. If anything went wrong, I would be a colander. And I didn't want to be Varg with holes. I demand a helicopter and $1 million, I shouted back, and waited to observe their reaction. Anyways, this is all good fun, but it's time for me to find a new position before I get showered with grenades. I approached the first window I came to and began twatting it with my hammer. I could have used my hands, but this was way more interesting. The glass withstood 5 strikes before it caved in. The people were no doubt banking on the height being a hindrance to my escape, but little did they know of the levels and other advantages that they themselves provided. Though I could easily have done so, I did not jump, instead merely blinking up onto the roof and sitting down. Ooh, I haven't seen you for ages. Flying towards the academy were several dozen fruit bats. How is this any different from a regular duck hunt? I thought to myself after my 5th felled zombie. They didn't see me, but they did naturally react to people and attack them. The Sam had new cares to attend to, and now they were shooting the ducks I'd attracted to give them a bit of a helping hand. If I'm honest, I couldn't help shooting a couple myself. They fell in such an amusing fashion, and then they flapped about on the ground. One dropped down just beside me on the roof, stinking to high heaven. Just so long as they don't go around spreading the plague. Out of the blue, a message from Tactic. We're nearly there. Any news? All quiet here. Sam fending off zombies. Right, if the squad would be here soon, I had to prepare the ground. I blinked to the door, which was shut again. Nobody there. I drew my hammer and smashed the door down in 3 mighty strikes, cranking up the locals' fun levels. To be fair to them, their reactions were instant, and people were soon running my way. I paused, before nailing 3 of them with basic arrows and blinking into a side corridor. By the constant stream of fighters exiting it, I already knew where the basement exit was. I would have to hustle. It was the only way. I narrowly avoided bumping into soldiers a couple of times, but I don't think they noticed the breeze I left in my wake. After passing through the open hermetic door, I was in their holiest of holies, the bunker. Were it not for vision, I would definitely have gotten lost, but as it was, orientation was easy. I must not kill anybody inside this bunker. It was dangerous to raise the alarm here. You might get pumped full of lead. So I kept moving, roughly at the speed of an express excursion, and I saw simple folk and prisoners locked in rooms. The runologist, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. As I hid in a wall niche to let a squad of knuckle-draggers run past, I heard something rather interesting. George ordered us to bring more people to cover that damn door, said one of them to his squad. We're going to the store now to find something to barricade it. If my memory didn't fail me, George was their leader, and that meant I was on the right track. And it soon turned out to have been worth it when, after 10 minutes of rambling, I found just the man I needed. And he had made himself right at home. A portly fellow, bald patch on his head and dressed in clean civilian clothes, sat in a relatively spacious office talking to some people. He was like Combat, but from a lower league. On the table stood open bottles and evidence of feasting. But most importantly, the door was ajar. "Why haven't you found him?" shouted the man. "How can one person sneak into my base and kill my people? And with impunity?" "We think he's one of the system digerati, and more than likely has strong abnormal abilities." "I don't give a shit about his abilities," he yelled, striking a fist on the table and compelling the bottles to clink their displeasure. "I've got over 200 people armed to the teeth. We're doing everything within our power. We even let our abnormals join in, but they can't find him either," reported a man in military fatigues. "Where did he come from? Have those rats from the new regime torn up our agreement?" Now that was interesting. I listened in to what they would say about the new regime. "They're having problems and we can't contact them." "And we don't have problems? Vanya, you're head of security. Go do some fucking work," he yelled, flushing red in his anger. Judging by the military man's reaction, he wasn't exactly chuffed with the attitude towards him. "Our problems are your fault," he replied, reservedly, through gritted teeth. "You give everyone with skills to the new regime, and what do we get? What do we want with these artifacts? If we had enough strong abnormals, we'd be mincing dead men in their hundreds and not wasting our battle reserves on this malarkey when, need I remind you, we have no means of replacing such quantities. What are we going to do when they run out? Are you sure you're not confusing me with someone else? How dare you talk to me like that? Have you forgotten what happened to your predecessor? What happened next bowled me over. George raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, and the second he did so, Ivan grabbed at his heart and began feverishly gulping air as he turned blue. If I ever hear anything like that from you again, you die, and the next in line takes your place, said the man austerely as he unclenched his fist. You will all do what I tell you. Understood? That is not open to discussion. Maybe you've forgotten what happened to Ignat's family after his death. Including George and Ivan, there were only 4 people in the office. The other 2 smiled caddishly, despite the humiliation being visited on their comrade. George, I think Ivan has lost his loyalty to our cause, so perhaps it's time to retire him, chuckled one of them in civvies, treating Ivan to a hostile look. He understands his mistake and won't let it happen again, will he? Said George, also turning his gaze on Ivan. Ivan was struggling to recover his breath and senses. I liked his look, despite his attempts to conceal it. It was aflame with ire. I understand, Ivan mumbled quietly. Well, that's super then. Now, you pop off and find me this Varg, and preferably alive. For such a strong abnormal will be well paid. Now it was George's turn to grab at his neck and cough a lot. The man's lips turned blue, his mouth beginning to foam and his eyes rolling back. He had reversed roles with Ivan, who had so very recently felt the same way, only in George's case, the pain was many times worse. So, you see, you're dying, and there's nobody here who can help you, I said, materializing behind George and gesturing at the others who sat there in shock and cluelessness. No, wait, I'm lying. Ivan understood and unholstered his pistol. I wondered if he could imagine just how in the balance his life hung right now. He would be dead the second his hand made a single twitch in my direction. As it happened, the thought hadn't even occurred to him, and instead, he shot the 2 other guys quick as lightning. Congratulations to the honor group. Varg has killed the leader of the Sam group. You have killed the leader of another group. As a reward, you receive anonymous skill book, 1 piece. Holy shit. They pay for these assholes in skills? My heart goes out to you, leaders. Combat, finger always on the pulse, did not make us wait long. We got notification you killed their leader, is it true? It is, I confirmed. Now the takeover should go smoothly. I did not take my eyes from Ivan as I was sending the message. His business done, he placed the pistol slowly on the table and pushed it away. For about 5 seconds, we said nothing. Then, I surrender. And furthermore, I am willing to surrender the whole group, if you promise to keep my family safe, he said, cracking. Chapter 15. It all turned out kind of frustrating. Ivan really did surrender the base, so the battle was off. The entire administration was killed, and he became leader. I had an interesting thought. The system intervened and saved Ivan. Reward given exclusively for the killing of a group's founder or their deputy. In the latter case, they must have directed the group actively for no fewer than 30 days. Unsanctioned clue. You are fined 1 blue trinket casket. Oh, Ivan. Yes, you. The one born in a dress shirt. Maybe you're the system's nephew. Why did it save you? And why did it take my trinket casket? That's totally unfair. Never mind, he did his thing, he gave us everything here, and he disbanded his group. As my squad approached the bunker, Ivan, under my guidance, informed everyone that George was dead and the base surrendered. The little liar, I could have taken it alone. Tactic and his people were most surprised by the message, and the soldiers were gutted. They'd been looking forward to the battle, to getting their rocks off for a while, and suddenly, bam, massive bummer. Now they were moping around and squinting their disaffection at me. Then Tactic walked in and order was restored in a wink. He posted his people around the perimeter to shoot approaching zombies. The people from Sam were lying face down on the floor in the main hall. The civilians were in a separate room, also under surveillance. Also, a chat was had with Ivan. Turned out he wasn't much cop as a soldier. Half a life spent in closed facilities where, on account of their secrecy, nothing ever happened. This particular facility studied electromagnetic phenomena, and I honestly didn't understand a word of what he said. In a word, some fucking military nonsense developing weapons that'll never fucking work, but if they do, everyone's gonna suffer. Wandering around the bunker, I found lots of rooms housing bizarre machines and constructions. Practically nothing of interest to me personally, but one valuable find was George's room, where he'd slept and kept his possessions. It contained 103 red boxes, 45 red trinket caskets, and 500 gray boxes. Despite the stores overflowing with fuel, food, and ammunition, he'd spent his food boxes exclusively on himself and his inner circle, while everyone else got by on field rations. Here, tactic froze. All loot was to be urgently transferred to the base along with the people. All told, there were 200 civilians living here voluntarily. They'd been turned into lackeys, and if necessary, warriors who were duty-bound to fill up the ranks in place of the fallen. It sounds funny to say it, but among those with skills there was one runologist, although only for the sake of the runic fortification of the base. The remainder were surrendered to the new regime. In return, they received artifacts no one had seen with their own eyes before. I hadn't found them either, which meant everything else was in George's inventory. The way I saw it, it was garbage unloaded on some naive fool in return for other assets more valuable. They'd sat locked up in their bunker throughout nearly the whole of the end of the world and only recently surfaced. In that one day when Tactic was establishing order, I managed to make 5 trips and bring more than 4 tons worth of stuff home. I saw no point in sitting around there, so I went hunting. Incidentally, my inventory had put on some serious weight, up by a whole 43 kilograms. I read so in the logs I hadn't gotten around to reading earlier. Tellingly, it was not only me who had helped. Combat had allocated some people who were literally lugging valuables on their shoulders and cursing very loudly the lack of possibility to use transport. But what could you do if all the roads were crammed with abandoned cars? Consequently, according to their calculations, this base would take a week. Today was day 3, and they were still dawdling and lugging stuff around. I was only with them for the first 2 days, helping to ferry people about. People were a valuable resource. They may have required feeding, but they would become warriors in the future. I had been planning to dedicate a few days to hunting anyway, and what would attract zombies better than that group of 30 people wandering casually down the street? It was decided we should take half the soldiers, the ones that didn't have any cock-ups to their name. 30 people were executed for their sins while the rest were set free. I was against liberating them quite so easily, but I understood there was no reason to kill. If we went around doing that to everybody, people would start asking awkward questions. According to Combat, we had enough munitions to withstand a week's siege without being particularly sparing of ammo. We also had more food, but it was decided to save the ration packs for potential darker times and not to tell people about our new reserves, so they didn't become lazy. There were over 10,000 ration packs and tins of food, but there were also more than 800 of us in the skyscraper. Later, Yvonne told an interesting story. George was not the founder of the group, and he also wasn't the top dog. One time, all the group's very strongest elite, including him, set off on a group test, and only he returned alive. As a reward, the system gave him this skill which enabled him to influence people. When the head of a group dies, the system hands the leadership to whoever has the highest level, and it can then be transferred to someone else if so desired. Not everybody agreed with George's candidacy, but he was power-hungry and set straight to removing all the competition. For this reason, he gave people with skills to the new regime. In my opinion, his skill had truly fearful power. "A penny for your thoughts, sweetie," said Polina, perching her bum on the table in my office. "Huh? Me?" Yeah, I was miles away. I rubbed my tired eyes. When I woke up this morning, I considered myself a rich man. 2 hours later, and I'm poor. Are you all spent up? She smiled her understanding. I know the feeling. I used to get it all the time. You have money, and then after a few trips to the shops, it's all gone. I know, shops are your passion, I said. I liked her zest for life. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. Take some boxes. I dug into my inventory for some boxes specially saved for her. Are you sure this is a lot? They drop less frequently now, like you said. Was she worried about taking the last of them? Don't worry about details like that. If it comes to it, I'll kill a few thousand more baddies and get some more boxes. It's always good to eat well. Even if the system took them all away, I would find whoever had food and confiscate it. By the way, would you like to go to the movies today? She asked. It was true. I had spent very little time with them recently. I'll make popcorn and we can choose an interesting film and go to the theater together. She never said a word about my frequent disappearances or bust my chops about my not spending enough time with them. Polina was smart. She understood everything. I liked the idea of going to the movies. I needed to kick back as much as touch base with the girls. And I could be totally relaxed with them and forget everything else. Sure. This evening I'm all yours. Thanks. You're the best, she said, skipping over to me and kissing me on the lips. You're not bad yourself, I said jokingly, looking her up and down. Polina ran off to get ready, despite there being at least 10 hours before the movie, leaving me alone with my thoughts again. Today, I opened a number of blue trinket caskets. You have received a hint fact card. You receive fact number 283. Tests fall into various categories. Gee, super useful information. You have received a hint fact card. You receive fact number 5432. Items that fall onto your planet will appear in rewards. This, I will admit, I found intriguing. And without hesitation, I hit the trading platform. And lo and behold, there really were sandy arrow cards on sale, along with shadow weapons, but unfortunately only low-level ones, while my bow was nowhere to be seen. This meant that everything we brought from another world would end up in the knowledge base of this world, and could be retrieved from trinket caskets. Interesting stuff. Also, while I was sorting through the arrows, I saw one I'd never seen before. Arrow with smoky arrowhead. Without thinking twice, I bought up all the cards there were, and immediately inspected my new acquisitions. Evaluation. Arrows with smoky arrowheads are activated upon contact with any solid object. The arrowhead disintegrates and produces a thick, acrid smoke. Wow, was my first word when I eventually wrapped my head around what had fallen into my lap. What had fallen into my lap was, by all appearances, a simply cosmic bonus. It was a smoke screen, aka a smoke grenade. Now I knew why the price was so low, just 10 gray boxes for one card, which produced from 3 to 10 arrows. I could now smoke enemies out of a building, as well as secure my retreat. Out of the sheer joy of it, I also decided to top up my reserves of other arrows, which was why I was already a pauper when Polina had shown up. I had gotten mildly carried away with my shopping spree. On the other hand, I was now prepared for battle. What the hell is going on here? The question arose as I watched a load of midgets run out of a portal. What, is everything glazed in honey for you in this town? What was truly staggering, however, was where they headed. Squads of vivacious midgets ran from the blue portal and, without even looking around, sprinted into the nearest metro station. Are they late for their train or something? Combat, it would appear we're being squeezed out of our turf. Well, who else was I going to tell? Combat, naturally. This needed to be everybody's headache. What are you talking about? There are lots of little people jumping out of the portal here and making great haste into the metro. Is that normal? The metro is teeming with zombies. Maybe they're repair workers? It's probably best not to get involved, he wrote, ignoring my joke. They'll get eaten down there anyway. Don't get involved. Yeah, right. How else was I going to satisfy my curiosity? I blinked down from the roof of the house I was on and moved closer. I wasn't the only one either. Zombies were also moving in on all sides, unsurprising given the open space. The midgets looked strange, very like working men with their leather clothes and booze-soaked faces. They were, however, all armed with multiple different weapons. Notably, each had a crossbow and small customized hammers and swords. They were approximately a meter tall, no more. Shoot, and they've got nothing worth stealing. Who needs equipment like that if they're not going to create a children's suicide squad? And that was how it worked. All sorts of irrelevant crap ended up in our world, and also that hard-baked men could be given rewards of children's toothpicks. The flow of midgets was not thinning, and that was a matter of concern to me. Have they come to live here or something? I drew 2 dark energy arrows and dispatched them one after the other into the portal, where they met no resistance as they flew through the foggy film. My actions did not go unnoticed by the midgets, and they instantly adopted fighting stances as their eyes searched for the threat. Their flow now stopped, which meant the arrows had landed just where they were needed, and it was worth consolidating that success, so I drew a fiery explosion arrow and sent that into the portal as well. That's where I blew my cover. Dodging a crossbow bolt is not much of a thrill, I thought to myself, as one narrowly avoided my head while brushing the brim of my hood. Have you fucking lost it, you bunch of short-asses? I was shocked by their behavior and responded in kind, killing a bearded gnome. No protection. Good. What I didn't like quite so much was the column of fire that suddenly appeared where I'd just been standing. It was only my habit of not stopping anywhere for long that saved me from being medium to well done. I quickly sought out the shitbag who'd tried to toast me and treated him to a sandy arrow. It struck him in the side, and a couple of seconds later the shaft broke off, leaving the sand inside. "Ah!" The magus shrieked wildly, holding his side and already distracted from the fight. As he stood there grimacing, 2 of his comrades ran over and poured healing potions into his open mouth. They kept looking warily all around, and some of them held strange amulets in their hands. So I held my fire. I skirted around behind their backs and shot another fiery arrow into the portal. To my chagrin, this one bounced off, inflicting no damage, which meant, regrettably, that the portal only had one entrance. But shoot, if those little freaks didn't just start jumping out of there again. Amassing their numbers anew, while the first lot still hadn't gone anywhere. The zombies started running at them and soon found their work cut out for them. Is it me, or are they jumping at the zombies with joy? Are they little berserkers? Never mind, so long as the Z's don't cause them any problems. Oops, I spoke too soon. A ripper I hadn't noticed came creeping towards the midgets and in one fell swoop decapitated one and bisected a second. They replied with 2 crossbow bolts, plus a good few bolts of lightning, and despite this not mollifying the ripper, it did make it slightly visible. Visible enough for the little people to rush the poor thing and hack it into small chunks. In the meantime, I, as a person of honor, shot 3 midgets in the back before letting fly at the crowd with a smoky header. The area around the portal became clouded in thick smoke. The midgets were evidently not up for breathing that and began fleeing in all directions. I killed my 10th one, and there were still just as many. Bolts and magic flew all over the shop. One bolt landed just a few feet from me, way too close for comfort. If I got one of those in my eye, no amount of regeneration would help. And if it did, it would still be very unpleasant. What happened next shocked me even more. The midgets now started coming back out of the metro, carrying on their shoulders the fucking rails. Then, paying no heed whatsoever to the battle raging around them, but looking very pleased with themselves, they ran back to the portal and disappeared into it. And what the fuck are you doing? One midget was throwing his fallen comrades into the portal. My arrow went fractionally awry and only scraped his neck, although enough to draw and spray blood. He held a hand to the wound, and as he ran for the portal, he rummaged in his bag for some potion. Combat. They're stealing the trains. They're dismantling the rails. Get a band together. Get the whole army together. The whole situation was so comical, I decided to have a bit of fun. Combat apparently understood I was horsing around and did not reply to my message. I continued shooting midgets as they tumbled from the smoke screen, the wooden shields they now carried not helping in the slightest. How could they, when they couldn't know where I would shoot from the next? The problem was their ever-increasing numbers. Fuck, there goes another squad into the metro. What can they possibly want in there? I walked around to the other side of the portal, where I almost tripped over a moped lying there. Grinding my teeth, I cussed under my breath. Then I took 2 smoky arrows and launched them into the portal. Perhaps they would start panicking in all the smoke, run around blindly, and split open their foreheads. Whoosh! But Jesus! A car flew past me, hardly giving me time to blink out of its path. I could not see the enemy, but if he could aim a car at me through the smoke, then he could see me perfectly. I switched on magic vision and saw a midget with magic flashes of lightning coming from his eyes and hands. Excellent. You're fucked. I had never yet been let down by a poison bite arrow. They were even more hardcore than radiation. No one had ever survived a bite. He was protected by 3 others who brandished shields and amulets. No worries. I took aim at his right foot and let fly. Direct hit. What were you expecting? Oh, nothing. The Magus was no modest level tenor. He didn't even squeak. Ignoring the hole in his foot, he responded with more lightning. But bitter experience had taught me well, and I blinked away while my next arrow was still airborne. The Magus began by degrees to double over until he eventually died. Pity I won't get paid for him. Still, experience is experience, and ownership is a very important concept. And this is my town, and they're outsiders, so they can fuck right off. Well, yes, they were still lugging things into the portal, including the seating from the wagons as well as the rails now. I also noted some had sacks slung over their shoulders. Zooming in with vision, I could see an array of little metal objects. Interesting folks, these. No way could I kill them all. No matter how many I shot, more kept coming. Anyways, I thwacked another fiery explosion into the crowd, but unfortunately to zero effect. The arrow missed everyone but hit the concrete and somehow passed through it. Maybe it landed in a join? I figured there would be a wicked explosion, but a bearded midget waved a dismissive hand and the arrow did not explode. Bummer. And then he stood there smiling, all pleased with himself. Not for long, mind you. I couldn't bear attitudes like that towards me, so 3 blinks later, I skipped over to him with my hammer raised above his head. It met with a certain amount of resistance, but nonetheless broke through his protection and squished his head as though it were a ripe peach. Shoot. I got splattered with blood, and I got a lungful of smoke. How could they run around in it? To save time, I drew my blade while jumping. I slashed the throat of one midget before doing a U-turn and angling several strikes at the chest of a second, slashing it up along with his leather armor. Then I blinked over to another group and killed another 3. Next, I squirmed away from a sweeping spear strike before thrusting my blade into its bearer's side. After that, I blinked out of the smoke, firing another smoky arrow back towards the crowd of midgets. How could they possibly see in there? My eyes were tearing up at the acridity of the smoke. Retreating to a reasonably safe distance, I set to thinking about what to do and how to shut the portal. The midgets were great, of course, but there was nothing for them to do here. Added to which the little shits were still stealing the rails, and the fact that they were getting killed on the way was not stopping them. Their world probably had a shortage of iron. My train of thought was interrupted by an explosion, which I almost missed because there was no warning of the danger. A midget cocked and loaded his crossbow, took aim at nothing, and fired. Explosion. He was standing 20 yards from me and no doubt sensed my presence. Did he have exploding bolts? Okay. I ran to within 1 blink away from him, then used that blink to get up close and grab the crossbow as he raised it. He himself received a kick, which sent him flying. He shouted something, but I didn't care. My work here was done, so as a parting gift before running to safety, I dispatched another dark energy arrow into the portal. Chapter 16. I jumped onto a roof and began to observe them. Somehow I didn't understand anything. They appeared not to care about their losses. They weren't even disappointed, and they just kept dispatching greater numbers from the portal to the metro, while others stayed behind as cover. Particularly unpleasant were the dozen or so human bodies spiked with bolts that lay in a pile by the portal. Next to it lay another pile of zombie corpses. What they needed all this for, I couldn't even imagine. I did have the notion to enter into peaceful contact, but when I saw the 2 children's corpses and 1 woman's, something snapped and all hell broke loose in my head. Some ran out of the portal, and as I've already said, into the metro, while others dragged the human bodies into the portal. But here came a new group running from the metro, laden with all manner of crap. Why the hell does he need that plastic chair? And that flower pot full of soil? And where did he find them, anyway? Another squad leaping from the portal consisted of armed midgets. By all appearances, this was not their first trip here, and they wasted no time in running straight to their brethren gathered on the square. Very well, then. I shall deal with you now. I ran through a few of the nearest apartments, gathering whatever I could find that was fragile and would make a noise, on the way killing a number of zombies whose presence there was a mystery. I found tons of crockery and other similarly noisy missiles, and without hanging around, I went back. Geez, there were even more of them now, pummeling zombies and delighting in it. Since they were so jolly, I would give them a helping hand. I moved to the nearest side street and began chucking everything I gathered down from the roof. Attracted by the racket, zombies came running, even scenthounds, which looked up and growled. By the time I ran out of stuff, there was a crowd of about 200. I deactivated invisibility and went leaping over the rooftops towards the square where the portal was, and just before I got there, I reactivated it and watched the reaction of the little people when they saw a stampeding herd of zombies. The first few ranks of Z's were unlucky enough to be treated to a column of fire. It only lasted 2 seconds, but it was sufficient to reduce a dozen infecteds to ashes. The remainder were greeted by more little folk, of whom there were no few, and if I didn't intervene, my puppet zombies would be dispatched to the netherworld, something I could not permit. So I skirted around to the other side of the square, from where the uninvited guests were not expecting to be attacked. Elven bow in hand, basic metal-tipped arrow fitted, and the nearest enemy, standing with his back to me, dropped down dead from a shot to the head. He was quickly followed by another one, then another 2, and only then did they cotton on to the fact that they were being picked off. Except by now, it was a bit too late. An arachnid appeared and impaled 3 midgets at once on a leg, like mushrooms on a skewer. Then I saw a formidable-looking midget aim his crossbow at the arachnid, but I shot him before he had time to fire. Nobody hurts my spider. He's my decoy. Another enemy jumped from the portal before immediately flying right back into it, following a deadly strike from my hammer. I was now standing directly in front of it, and began producing grenades, removing their pins and throwing them into the portal. I didn't know whether firearms would work inside it, but I very much hoped they did because I had precisely 0 idea how to close it. If it didn't work, I would come back tomorrow with my fighters, and Clubfoot would destroy it with his bare hands. To be on the safe side, I took 3 blinks backwards and waited. 10 seconds later, the portal shimmered and began to shrink with a piteous popping sound until it turned into a pulsating dot. At this point, I fled, which soon transpired to be a wise decision, what with the explosion that followed. The little people standing near the portal were scattered in all directions, and crowds of zombies would soon be on the way. Accompanied by the noise, I went back and gathered up all the weapons lying around, even those that were damaged. Fathoming how to use them could be quartermaster's headache, but more important to me was their not falling into enemy hands. By now, I'd had enough. The midgets had pretty much exhausted me. They may not have looked such fearful foes, but their charged bolts and deadly magic had not allowed me to stay in one place for too long, and I'd found myself constantly using Blink. My first port of call was combat. "I'm on the way to see you. Get rid of anyone superfluous," I wrote. There was always somebody hanging around in his office. "I'm all alone," came the reply. Excellent news. Since that was the case, it was worth my hurrying. I still had a movie date, don't forget. Nobody in the corridor was remotely surprised when his office door opened and closed by itself. Maybe they were used to it, or maybe he'd warned them. "How are things?" I asked, taking a seat in a soft armchair. "And why is it so smoky in here?" Combat looked tired. "Thanks to your efforts, things are good, which is why I haven't had a decent night's sleep for 2 days," he mumbled. "Everything needs managing, and this damned bunker has only added to my concerns. No real positives, loads of negatives." I could imagine how much fun he was having, so as soon as I realized where this was going, I washed my hands of it. How I didn't like tedium. "Has the rhinologist come around?" I asked. He was the one person I really needed. "No," replied Combat, shaking his head. "If we could just get him here, he'd be back on his feet in an instant. But while he's still there, he needs force-feeding potions." "I see," I said thoughtfully. When we'd found him barely alive in the dungeon there, he was beaten up and unconscious, obviously punishment for refusing to work. That sort of thing enraged me. I needed him, and that was why I'd left a crate of potions. It would be fabulous if he could put runes on my basic arrows, so fabulous that I'd already put in 100 mental orders and collected them. "By the way, what did they do with Ivan?" "Probably buried him, right?" I said, remembering the guy who'd surrendered just so that I would keep his family alive. Combat grimaced. He did not appreciate the new recruits and their attendant hassles. "We are not beasts that bury others alive," he replied seriously. "Even cowards?" Ivan had actually surrendered, and that was bad enough. "He realized it was the end and decided to save the lives of the guys playing the parts of soldiers. Ivan himself is now among our ranks with a weapon in his hand, only now he's just a regular private. There was a time when he was put in charge of the bunker simply because he was a doofus and didn't cause any hassle for the leader at the time. I know that much. George quite deliberately made some very strange appointments to important posts," I said. I had already pondered the question. Compared to them, he was a hero, and they were also glad for the awesome life they led in his company, but the simple folk who were forced to protect them died. "Yes, it got to being totally ridiculous. I was told the soldiers even refused to pick up yellow trinket boxes so they couldn't be sold to the new regime," Combat said with a mournfulness that was hard to convey. Let's just think about it for a moment. Not pick up a skill that was just lying there. How dumb or covetous would you have to be to reduce a group to that? And moreover, where were all those artifacts? That's right, all still in the inventory of the main man. Agreed, he was an idiot. The office door opened and the secretary came in carrying 2 cups. "Here's your tea," she said, putting them down in front of us. "I ordered it before you arrived," Combat said. "Didn't you have a different secretary before?" "Are you sending them all away on maternity leave?" I guessed, grinning. He nearly choked on his tea. "It's her day off," he explained with a splutter. "Why don't you tell me about the midgets who've taken over the metro?" I never thought you'd ask, I thought to myself. "Watch this video, it's just fantastic," I said, extending him my phone. While Combat watched attentively, a whole spectrum of emotions flickered across his face, from hilarity to pensiveness. "Did you go into the metro? What are they doing down there?" he asked when the video ended. "Nah, it's fairly obvious anyway. They're stealing iron. And the corpses by the portal speak for themselves. As you can see, they're not overly enamored with humans." Do you remember how many zombies there were under the ground?" he asked. "Maybe the people attacked them first." This forced me to start thinking as well. To begin with, I'd figured the zombies had simply gotten bored of hanging out down there and left. But after this question, I wasn't so sure anymore that they'd left of their own accord. And as for the people attacking first, did you notice the girl was wearing a bathrobe? And such a plainly dressed woman is a far cry from a Valkyrie, to say nothing of children. True enough. I hadn't noticed, I said, as he held some photographs closer for me to see. Shit quality you've got there. How can we find out what they've been up to down there? Then we'd know what their plan is. You'll have to go back there, said Combat. I understood my mistake. And what about our friends from Anarchy and Call of Urus? I haven't heard anything about them for ages. Perhaps we could pay them a visit first? I can't take all of them on my own. They've got a very inconvenient base, very narrow rooms where my bow is no use at all. But I could inflict some heavy losses on them from the street, if they haven't thought of any lethal way to stop that. I hadn't forgotten them, and I didn't consider them idiots. I had paid them a couple of visits, and that was fine. I didn't want to pick a fight for no reason. Plus, by now they might well have had time to prepare for my arrival. The Urus have gone quiet. Nobody's seen hide nor hair of them, said Combat. Fantastic news. You gave them a proper seeing to last time, and Anarchy are doing their best not to enter our sectors. We bumped into their squads a couple of times, made short work of them, and haven't seen them since. How sad, I said. There weren't any enemies left. Any newbies? Only necromancers, but that's a murky subject, he said. I hadn't heard anything significant about them. They have their own group or sect. They're called necromancers because they can control the dead. We don't touch them. Although we have had a few encounters we had to retreat from. They basically just wait in ambush for people. They don't kill zombies or get involved in negotiations. Although rumor has it the new regime collaborates closely with him, but obviously that's just hearsay. What do they call themselves? You had to know your enemy. Hand of the dead man, or woman, or something like that. But don't quote me on that, Combat said with a shrug. None of our informers does business with him. I see. After Combat, I dropped in on Quartermaster, who also made me have tea with him. He was always glad of our little get-togethers and took everything I brought him, including a bent children's sword. I refused his offer of cognac, thinking of my plans for the evening and not wanting to spoil everything by reeking of booze. Quartermaster had joyous gifts for me as well. He hoarded arrows for me and gave them to no one else. Although we did have one other archer, whose arm I'd happened to break. I must admit he did surprise me when he produced 2 Snowstorm Amok arrow cards, which was like a birthday present, only way cooler. The midgets had gotten off likely. Had I known about them before, I would have had no compunction about loosing my last arrow into their portal. If it had destroyed the temple of Urdaosh, it would definitely freeze the little ones' butts off. I arrived home in a buoyant mood, after seeing with vision that everyone was ready and waiting for me. Hi, everyone, I said as I walked in, before being nearly bowled over by Liza and Anya. We were waiting for you and you didn't come. We were waiting and waiting, Liza jabbered gaily. Then she took me by the hand and led me inside the apartment, as though otherwise I might escape again. Come on, everything's ready. That's right, Anya confirmed. They led me through to the kitchen, where the big girls were bustling and the aroma of fresh popcorn lingered in the air. Igor, sit down at the table and have a quick bite to eat, and then we'll go see a movie, twittered Polina. Having had a substantial lunch, I wasn't particularly hungry yet, but since they were offering, I wasn't going to refuse. What movie are we going to watch? Have you got any suggestions? Katya asked, to my surprise. Why don't you all choose? I'll watch anything you want, even a cartoon. As I tucked into roast duck and sweet potatoes, I thought yet again how good life was, and as if by magic, my fatigue was gone. Then we set off for the movie theater. It was most convenient when the movie theater is located inside your apartment, together with a whole catalog of films which had been found, as it happened, by Polina. I guessed she'd decided not to hound me with trifles, instead placing an order with Quartermaster. He'd given the order to the soldiers to go searching for movies on disc, and now we had a large pile of them in the corner. How wicked it was to watch a movie from the comfort of mega-comfortable armchairs. And you got a massage as you watched. We started with some cartoons, and then watched a comedy. Nobody wanted to watch anything about zombies and the end of the world. We had enough of all that as it was. Night fell, and the children needed to go to bed. Me too, actually. Tomorrow would involve more self-development. Katya took the children off to the other room, and Polina and I were left alone. "It's my turn," she said, playfully closing the door behind me. "I've got no problem with that," I replied, approaching her, embracing her, and leading her to the bed. We didn't sleep for a long time, until she flaked out at 5 a.m. My endurance was a fearful thing, I realized as I gazed at the girl's contented face. Then an emergency message came from the sentry. "Alert! A horde of zombies approaching the base." Shoot, what now? My eyes had only just closed. I hadn't even slept an hour. Why the hell do you have to show up right now? I'm trying to get some sleep. Slowly, I rose from the bed, trying not to wake Polina, although that would be no mean feat. "Combat, what's going on?" I wrote. If anyone knew, it would be him. "I don't know. I'll find out and write back." He'd obviously been slumbering as well. It was a good job we didn't sleep through the attack, but I was not about to go racing into unfamiliar territory without a bit more information. It could easily have been a simple matter of a nervy sentry freaked out by a pack of sandhounds. Combat wrote back 5 minutes later. I was worried we might have been stormed, yet I was sitting here yawning. "A medium-sized horde is approaching, about 300 heads. No sweat, if you ask me. Nothing to get worked up about. Go back to sleep. I've already sent some people out. They'll take care of it." Well, if that's the case. I shrugged and crawled back under the covers to Polina. In the morning, I learned there had been no problems. The system chats described everything. First, they thinned the crowd with their skills, then they shot them with bows and crossbows. Bastards, where did they get archers from? I was envious. Then again, there was only one inimitable me. Polina had a smile on her face all morning, and Katya coquettishly asked if we'd had a good night's sleep. I didn't even get a word in before Polina led her off to the kitchen. "Why so sad?" I asked Liza, who was sitting beside me at the table in a glum mood. "We've got to go to school and I don't want to," said the girl sulkily. "Why didn't you destroy all the schools when the world ended?" It probably wasn't worth telling her the school here had been established on my initiative. And anyway, I merely came up with the idea. It was everyone else who'd supported it, and why not? I would need smart people in the future, as opposed to whatever these clueless kids would grow into. A crowd of killers who wouldn't bat an eyelid at killing 100 zombies, but for whom counting to 10 was a crippling burden. Because it'll make you smart and... I couldn't think of an "and," because she'd never find a job anyway. Basically, you've got to go to school if you want to keep getting presents from me. Her eyes narrowed and flickered sparks. "Are you trying to blackmail me?" she asked, slowly turning her head towards me. Taking a sip of the coffee Polina had just brought, I smiled at her. "I prefer to call it a bribe," I said. "After all, I do travel to different worlds where there are interesting toys, as well as just beautiful objects." Liza and I chatted for another half hour while the big girls were preparing breakfast, and then we all ate together. Then the kids went to school, the ladies did some domestic chores, and I went out hunting. I had an interesting notion for today. Combat had told me about necromancers and their power, and I suggested they might be able to take control of zombies. Certainly it wouldn't be pleasant, but that wasn't a problem for me, so off I went to find them. As I exited the building, I saw soldiers dragging dead zombies away and burning them in the distance. It was good they were keeping the grounds clean. What strange corpses. They didn't look local. Had a Chinese community lived here previously? A message. "We need help. We're under attack from humans, at least 50 of them, all with skills." Not good news. The people in the bunker had just come under attack, and there were also approximately 50 of them, maybe fewer. Roger, as they say, Tactic was there, and he wasn't one to raise a fuss about nothing. I was also curious to know who was making so bold over there. "Who are they, and how many of them are there?" wrote Combat to the general chat. "Help is on the way." "We don't know how many. Everything's covered in bloody cobwebs." The cobwebs seemed familiar to me. I recalled seeing people dangling on them. Damn, they've got loads of thread. They managed to burn right through a window with a single cobweb. If they break through, we'll take cover in the bunker. I ran all the quicker now, wondering what these wannabe spider people were all about. I knew practically nothing about them, only that they existed. That's it. I remembered someone talking about yarn spinners. Perhaps it was them. Shoot, no time for you now. As I moved, I threw my hammer and smashed from my path a centhound that had inauspiciously run into it. It had no idea what hit it. Zowie, a red trinket casket. I wonder what it contains. I was compelled to return and claim it. At this rate, everything would be over before I got there. And my freaking runologist was there, the future manufacturer of my arrows, if I understood correctly. And sure enough, when I got there, it was all over. Or, to be more precise, strange people stood on guard by the entrance. They had taken the academy. Unbelievable! WTF! The fighters there were not weak, which had been proven even before the Red Plan attack. How unpleasant was the realization I was late. Even worse, it was my fault. I'd figured I'd get here quickly using Blink, so I hadn't warned Combat or Tactic of my arrival, and they hadn't let me in on the details, assuming I was gadding about doing my own thing somewhere else. Combat, I'm in place by the academy. What's happened? It was never too late to correct things. Combat replied with nasty news. A nightmare has happened. Tactic and the survivors have locked themselves in the bunker, and people are trying to get them out of there. I would be weak against a strong opponent indoors. They're yarn spinners. Each of them has a skill, and they can fire spider webs from their hands. Don't do anything rash. Wait for Shawton and Clubfoot, and Blizzard. They're on the way. Now I remembered where I'd heard of them. I just hadn't thought anything of it. The whereabouts of their base was unknown, so what did I want them for if I didn't know where to find them to work them over? How are they going to get them out of a bunker? I asked. I was beginning to wonder whether those fuckers were actually as weak as I'd originally thought. And I was right. Out of the building came 2 people and 2 spiders. Fucking hell, the spiders were of different sizes, one nearly the size of a dog, the second chest height to an adult human. You don't have to answer that, I wrote. The spiders are under their control. I don't know the details. Tell the group to be careful. You be careful yourself, wrote Combat, concerned for me. Backup will be there soon. The spiders were completely different to the ones I'd seen in the town. Livelier, very energetic. I could see they didn't want to sit still, swaying from side to side and reacting to the softest sound. Shara, send your familiar to deal with the zombies. I can't be bothered, said someone to the man by whose side the bigger of the 2 arthropods was gyrating. Send yours, if it's so important. I've already killed 2 this week. I don't want to waste mother's offspring so stupidly on deadwood anymore. You're useless, sighed the spiderless guy, raising his fist, palm forward. Just in case, I took a few steps further away. I didn't know what he was doing, but better safe than sorry. I watched with acute fascination as his hand unfurled to reveal a small tube which sent little green balls flying in the direction of the zombies. Fuck, it was acid. And it immediately began to eat away at their flesh. You douchebag, snorted the other guy. I'll show you how it's done. He turned towards another group of zombies and repeated the first man's actions. His little balls did not contain acid, but the sticky white threads of a spiderweb, which stuck the zombies fast to some railings. And what was the point of that? They're still alive, Acid Boy sneered. Why would I want to kill them? They can't get away, and they won't be able to cause problems, said the spiderweb kid, with a shrug and a yawn. Why don't you ask the guys how long they're going to be hunting for food for Mother? I'm beat and I want to sleep. Food. Mother? Their attitude to my people was beginning to get my hackles up. The longer I lived, the stranger the things I observed. Who had these motherfuckers sold out to? What had happened to them? The first thing that came to mind was that perhaps they worshipped a spider lady and fed humans to her. But that's delusional, isn't it? We'll soon have them all out of there and you can go get some sleep, don't worry, chuckled the guy with the spider. Only not for long. It would appear we're late. There's no tender child meat around here, just adult men, and she doesn't like that. So we'll have to spread our search further, just so long as there's a couple of chicks. Maybe they're, living here without chicks and all. Okay, after this hunt, we'll go straight out on another one. I really want to win Mother over and get a shot at a second evolution. Okay, I heard about a group here. Let's be on the lookout for them, and no one will ever know what he wanted to say, due to the rupture arrow that entered his head. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 9 kilograms. Their conversation had driven me conclusively up the wall. Get praying, motherfuckers. I found myself a new target, and I'm going to skewer any representative that crosses my path. My eyes burned with flame. The bar of my criminal responsibility dropped sharply, and a fiery explosion arrow was fitted to my bow. Chapter 17. They had no time to react to the death of their comrade, nor understand what had occurred, before a second fiery explosion arrow smacked into a large spider, and a new explosion rang out. "Ah!" One of them wailed loudly, trying to beat out the fire. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 6 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 5 kilograms. 2 were killed outright by the explosion, and I decided not to put the wounded bird out of its misery. Let's smoke cure the louse. He was so cool and cocky just now, talking about tender child meat, so why is he shouting so fucking loud now? Is it really that unpleasant? What have you got to say to this? A sandy arrowhead became stuck in his leg, and the screams intensified. What are you yelling about? Here, have another. The second arrow spiked him in the belly. It was a crystal tip and the crowning glory of my sadistic collection. Shoot, he's dead. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 12 kilograms. Now then, what a juicy kill. Not bad at all. And that's not to mention the people running here right now. Run, little rabbits. I'll show you who's the boss in this town. They were little whippersnappers, hard to call people. How few normal people remained in this world. It was probably a good job we were taking in what was left of humanity and preserving the best of it. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 2 kilograms. The first whippersnapper through the door died from a basic arrow, while the remainder managed to scamper in and hide behind the columns. What was the point of that? Did they think I was too lazy to use blink? Where is he? I don't see him, said one of them nervously as he sought me out. Who's attacking us? Who is this Varg? Oh dear, they didn't know me. Never mind. They soon would. How quickly the system gave me away. As soon as I killed a couple of yarn spinners, the group leader saw my name in a message. Get Igor here, pronto, I heard, and tensed on the spot. He must know where the meat is. Ah, meat. Igor the censor. One poor fool was so afraid of being shot that he was crawling towards the entrance. Oh, look. Well done, tactic, for reconstructing the door. Pity it was about to be destroyed again. It was already full of holes like a sieve. When one of them ran off in search of Igor, I followed, slipping through the door using blink. And when I saw him head downstairs to where the main body of their forces were ensconced, I smushed his head with my hammer. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. Very juicy. That's already plus 41 kilograms. I'm going to get hooked on you lot and comb the entire town for you. Before I forgot, I wrote to Combat. Try to get more info on them. Pay for it if you have to. I want to know where their base is. I'm on it, he replied. Excellent. Using vision, I could see 24 people approaching. Wait, No, not people. Jackasses. I blinked up onto a column at ceiling level and politely let them come running through before dropping back down. Then another dozen came running. Stand by to repel attack, and don't forget to take the meat alive. Ah, meat. I landed on his head and broke his skull, and in a flash, I was gone. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 15 kilograms. Another juicy piggy. What was this, a convention of abnormals? How many kills did each of them have? As I descended the stairs, vision showed me spiders 2 flights down. Freaking loads of spiders. What is to be done when life equals pain? I would get no inventory expansion for spiders, nor bonuses, despite them being clearly tame and thus more dangerous than regulars. They might not be so huge as street spiders, but they did obey commands. Also, I had never seen them at play. Those 2 I'd killed with explosions. Should have left one alive. Never mind. Fuck it. Enter frozen explosion. Slowly, I made my way to within eyeshot, but unnoticed, and that was good. It meant they couldn't see invisibles. With a whistle, the arrow pierced the head of a yarn spinner, and the explosive reaction was set in motion. I observed from 2 flights up using vision. Roughly 20 spiders were iced on the spot, and another dozen lost their feet, frozen to the floor. One was squeaking and bashing its head amusingly against the wall in an attempt to recover its wits. As it happened, they were all squeaking, but this one was particularly funny. I could go no further, what with not only the spiders having frozen, but also the closed door, which now barred my passage. It was metal, strong, and now frozen shut, and audibly being struck from the other side. The yarn spinners knew they were under attack but couldn't open it. I calculated I had about half an hour in which to kill all those upstairs before these ones eventually broke the door down. "What?" I said, frowning my incredulity. The door had begun to melt. That acid again. WTF? Were they pouring it from a bucket? Within a matter of seconds, nothing remained of the door. Logically, I should have run around and attacked again from the rear, as I generally like to do, but today I was feeling waspish. On top of which, these guys with their acid were beginning to bother me. Their ability to mutate was too unpredictable, and I wasn't sure my regeneration would cope if I was doused from head to toe in acid. What use was regeneration to someone without a body? No sooner had the door completely melted away than the firefight kicked off. By the looks of it, they were expecting to come under attack. Good thing I was now a floor above. I had been thinking of staying down there. Out of sight around a corner, bow in hand, I used vision to keep an eye on them. They were armed to the minimum, preferring to use their skills, if you could call their mutation a skill. All of them carried a bladed weapon as well, hanging at the waist. They weren't anti-inventorians, were they? I had no respect for that lot. Our inventories were our everything, as was the system. Glory to the system. Glory to the inventory. You are offered a test. Important note. Test begins in 4 hours. Important note. The test is very difficult and carries an increased reward. Chance of reward being a skill book, 78.9%. Important note. The test will last 8 hours. Wait, what? Had I managed to ingratiate myself with the system? If the system is going to react to my words like that every time, then I would begin each morning with a few pleasant words addressed to it. Naturally, I would accept the test. How could I not? I had 4 hours to mow down everyone here and set off on my assignment. Shoot, I nearly missed an enemy. They had examined everything downstairs and were now on the way up. Zowie, over 3 dozen of them, and all with spiders. Freaking spiders. Aside from spiders, I also did not like snakes. True, I'd only ever seen them on TV, but we would definitely never be friends. Shoot, the squad was creeping ever closer. I would have to hide. I would let them pass, then go downstairs and kill the ones by the door. Using Blink, I slipped into a niche in the wall. I'd always wondered about the purpose of niches at a height of 2 or 3 meters. The yarn spinners let the spiders go ahead and thanked the system the latter didn't notice me. The former walked slowly and cautiously behind, in a manner suggesting they knew about my invisibility, although that was unlikely. "There," a man shouted, before raising both hands, quick as lightning, and shooting a hefty wad of spider thread at me. "Dear Diary, I'm in shock. I very nearly got totally webbed. Only thanks to a miracle and my quick reactions was I able to blink away. Although in truth, not all of me. My right leg is all sticky. What a fiasco. Same thing every time. 1 minute, you're the boss and potentate of life. The next minute, you're hopping down the stairs using Blink to help you and trying hard not to touch anything with your leg for fear of getting stuck fast. He's somewhere here. I can sense him. Search high and low. He must be taken alive." The man continued. "Has he lost it? Me? Alive? I'm gonna... just as soon as I break free." "Mother will be pleased with such juicy meat," shouted one of them. "You're toast. Just you wait." While I was being sought in the hall on the first floor, I hopped up to the third floor. Entering a room where I'd recently killed someone, I changed my clothes. Somehow or other, I managed to dump my boots in my inventory and pull on some sneakers. Shoot, it hadn't occurred to me to buy spare footwear. Using vision, I saw they were still a long way behind me. It was risky, yet worth it, for the test would begin soon, so I logged onto the trading platform and began buying up lightweight leather boots level 1. The whole process took up 2 valuable minutes, but I managed to create lightweight leather boots level 5. I even managed to make them 1 level higher, somehow. There were loads of them, and I scooped them all up, and the price was reasonable. 20 gray boxes or 5 red. "Varg, where are you? We're here." "Excellent. Shatan was here." "We're by the building. We killed a dozen motherfuckers on the way. Not nice chaps. We had a hard time peeling spider webbing off 2 of our soldiers. We were lucky to find some solvent." "Solvent! That was what I needed." "I'm inside, having a blast," I replied, keeping stum about my own spiderweb. "Be careful, they've got a sensor and people shooting acid. No protection helps. It even eats through bone." "Roger, we're clearing the grounds." And sure enough, a few minutes later a firefight began, although I had enough on my plate as it was. The damn sensor was wandering around my floor accompanied by a pack of spiders. How could it possibly have occurred to anyone to tame spiders? "Igor, all clear down here. Up here, too? I've got a big room. I can't clear it all." It must have taken quite some imagination to go through all the rooms and fill them with spider webs. The only thing to do with the building now was to burn it to the ground. One yarn spinner found himself in a former lecture theater and didn't have enough thread for the whole room, so he called his friends for help. "Maybe he's already escaped," said one of them. "We'd be better off helping our guys. They've got ripe meat. They sent help to the guys locked in the bunker." "No." "He's close. I can feel it," said the censor, turning his head this way and that, as though spellbound. It looked to me as if he could see through the walls. My invisibility did not conceal me totally, but he still wouldn't be able to find my precise location. Thwack! A person was launched. The second he opened the door, I struck him with my hammer. "You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 6 kilograms. Bow in hand, I ran out to the corridor and straight into the next room, where the window was already broken, making for an easy escape. On the way out, I released a dark energy arrow back at the doorway, blocking all routes for my pursuers. "You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 3 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 10 kilograms. They were so hot on my heels that they ran slap-bang into the dark energy. Shame Igor didn't suffer. I jumped out of the window and blinked straight up onto the roof, from where I observed blackened spiders jumping out of the window and plummeting earthwards. Not the smartest, these guys. But I wouldn't let them get away alive. I drew my bow and some basic arrows and began spiking the dumbasses with their newly smashed-up limbs. Then I went to join Shatan and Clubfoot squads. When I reached the edge of the roof, the battlefield opened up before me. Our soldiers were not taking unnecessary risks, firing on the yarn spinners from cover. I could not fathom where so many spiders had come from. I counted 30 heads in front of the building alone. Yet they were not setting on the people, but battling the zombies instead. Poor zombies. They'd run towards the building and now found themselves cornered. I continued to observe. Shatan now decided to risk it, and gave the order to attack after he released a number of fiery spheres towards the entrance. His soldiers provided backup with their skills. Only 4 yarn spinners remained by the entrance, the rest sitting by the window and looking on. One yarn spinner chucked a wobbly and ran out into the street with his arms outstretched, wanting to throw a net over all the zombies to allow the spiders access to the people. For obvious reasons, he was not permitted to do so, and instead was peppered with shots. Seeing their brother being killed, the other yarn spinners intervened with various kinds of spiderweb. One, tar black and viscous, I'd never seen before, and I couldn't imagine what was so special about it. Shatan, shoot at the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 8th windows from the entrance on the 1st floor, I wrote. He took the hint and unquestioningly ordered his squad to do as I requested. The plywood and sacks could not contain the hail of bullets. One soldier even battered it with lightning. That reminds me, I've got a lightning scepter. I should have used it to whack the censer. You are expected, so don't get too close. Otherwise they'll pour acid on you, I wrote. I had an idea. I found the window I needed and dived in through it. Now I was back inside the building. Nobody was looking for me yet. I found the censor bossing his people around on the 2nd floor. And who's that? He was speaking with a guy with black stripes on his face. It wasn't mud or a tattoo, but the skin seemed to have changed color and was rougher where the stripes were. Interesting group, I thought. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 5 kilograms. With my shadow blade, I perforated someone running down the corridor on his way to bag a spot by an open window. He had a spider with him, which was thrown into confusion by its master's sudden disappearance. I brought my hammer down on its body, striking it dead. All it was good for was smearing the walls with its innards. Then I ran up to the 2nd floor, where the yarn spinner's main forces were mustered. There were too many, and I doubted I could take them all. Not enough space. Inconvenient. On the other hand, I could play a very nasty trick on them. Smoky arrow number 1, number 2, number 4, number 10. The acrid smoke nearly made my eyes tear up. It was amusing to watch those fuckers coughing and banging their heads against the wall in their attempt to find an exit from their fumous captivity. What's happened in there? Wrote Shatan, noticing the smoke. Advance in 2 minutes, I replied, assuming they would cope. I've smoked out the 2nd floor. Now I'm going to distract the people on the 1st floor. Gotcha. I dashed like a bullet down to the 1st floor hall, not wasting time on easy targets on the 2nd floor. The main goal now was to let the squad in so they could do everything themselves. There turned out to be a lot of yarn spinners here, all hidden in anticipation of the attack. Anyone with a weapon stood by the door shooting the infrequent zombies and denying their approach. Their weapon situation was pretty crappy. Not only did they not have enough, they were also using it at my level. On the other hand, their skills were handled superbly. Although in truth they did not recall skills so much as new bodily abilities, the management of which they had honed to automatism. Personally, I wouldn't like to have to clench and unclench my fist all the time like that. Anyway, away with superfluous thoughts. Time was pressing enough as it was. According to my estimation, Shatan's storm would begin in 1 minute. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 4 kilograms. The rupture arrow struck a long-haired man just below the small of his back and exploded, separating his body into 2 halves. Painful, no doubt. The Invisible's back, came a heart-rending howl, compelling me to shut the howler up with an arrow. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. I was now forced to blink behind a column. And pretty damn good columns they were, too. Very protective against bullets. There was the other option of jumping behind a table, but I figured I would be easier prey there, considering they were shooting randomly and not just from traditional weapons. A piece of caustic spiderweb had just flown over 4 tables and fallen behind a barricade of sandbags. I produced my dagger and smeared the blade liberally with poison. Shooting was not an option, since the yarn spinners had changed positions and were now hidden from view. I blinked behind the back of one of them and made a careful incision on his leg. "Fuck," he hissed, grasping at his leg and tossing out spider threads. Toss away. I was already gone, as always, and now standing behind another. I wanted to cut him too, but he wore solid armor, and the only unprotected skin was his neck, so I simply stabbed his neck with my dagger, withdrew it immediately, and jumped away so as not to be splashed with his blood. You never knew, maybe it was acidic too. And that would be a dumb way to die. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. That was a rather quick death. "Set your familiars on him already, you idiots!" yelled a freckled kid in a light blue hood. How can you set spiders on someone you can't see? Ah, that's just who I need. I clocked a guy with gritted teeth, trembling as he tried to reload a machine gun. Seeing as how I was standing away to the side of him, I drew my bow and put an arrow in his side, this time an explosion. It was similar to a rupture arrow. Yet there were differences. Ruptures activated once the arrowhead was buried inside the body, whereas explosions went off on contact with the skin. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 12 kilograms. His twisted body flew out of the door and landed on the street. This, it seemed, served as the signal to attack, and hereafter everything happened just like in a fairy tale. The good old special forces came a-running to set about destroying the enemy. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 9 kilograms. Here came payback for the poisoned yarn spinner. Tearing ahead of everyone else was the powerful hulk of Clubfoot, holding a monstrous shield that concealed his entire body and half his squad. The enemy began to drop like flies as the soldiers fired on anyone they could see. I played it safe by hiding in another room. Otherwise, I might have taken a slug. Whoa, and where are you off to? One had managed to escape. But just as he ran past my bolt hole, I shot him with a sandy arrow. It was interesting to watch the sand slowly turn his insides to mincemeat. Indeed, it was an interesting arrow, period. I had not yet studied it thoroughly, but it appeared the effect was that of a blade, the grains of sand being torqued into a whirlwind. "Ah, it hurts! It hurts!" the man blubbered as he tried to crawl towards the exit. But it was too late. Nobody would survive those wounds. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 17 kilograms. 2 things surprised me. His cowardice, yet at the same time his kill tally. I now turned my attentions to Clubfoot, and was surprised. When they'd killed all the yarn spinners, only the spiders remained. After a moment's thought, Clubfoot began crushing them with his shield. I watched one of our guys have his leg bitten by a spider, which immediately fielded a machine gun volley from point-blank range and fell silent. I wondered whether he would become a Spider-Man, or simply die. I wrote a warning message to the troops. "I'm coming out, don't shoot me." They were on edge, after all. But they were already expecting me and remained calm. "I'm glad to see you're okay, brother," said Shatan with a joyful wave. Clubfoot merely grinned. Shatan continued. "The rest of the yarn spinners were on the 2nd floor. Are they still there?" I looked back up to see them still battling the smoke. Well, yes. The most astute among them had already dismantled the windows to access the fresh air, although I was afraid it wouldn't help. The smoke was being emitted from small arrowheads which they couldn't see for the smoke itself, which showed no sign of abating. Shatan issued orders, and the soldiers took up key defensive positions and prepared to repel any further attack by the enemy. A message to the general chat from Tactic. "Are you going to be long? They're nearly in." Shatan, Clubfoot, and I exchanged glances. Shoot, I'd completely forgotten about tactic. I thought we'd lured away all the enemy. Apparently not. How many of those fuckers were there? I asked. I didn't understand his humor. He was talking before about 50. What are the chances reinforcements have arrived since they've been locked in there? Shatan asked, gripping his weapon tighter. Brother, you stay here with your fighters. I'll go down to the bunker. Okay, Clubfoot agreed, clapping his hands and barking orders. What do I do? Not a word had been said concerning me. That's it. I'll go kill somebody. Chapter 18. The enemy on the upper floors remained there. I monitored the situation using vision to prevent a surprise attack, but it didn't happen anyway. They soon realized they'd lost the facility and were now attempting to abandon it via a window. Oddly enough, the same window I'd used earlier to access the roof. I wasn't best pleased with the situation, and while they were weaving the web that was to facilitate their escape, I hustled up there to hamper it. After all, why leave alive an enemy that had attacked us first? I may have hustled, but I was still late. Why didn't they get stuck to their own spiderwebs? Could they really spin thread with different properties to make it not sticky when necessary? They used the web as a trampoline, landing on it before fleeing in all directions, paying no heed to their broken-legged comrades wriggling on the ground. There were way too many to count. Damn, how I hated fighting in enclosed spaces. You couldn't shoot properly, and there was no room to swing a hammer. Worst of all was the lack of places to blink away to. By the time I got to the window, they had already put a fair distance between themselves and the building. Well, if you're going to be like that, allow me to surprise you. I drew 2 dark energy arrows and fired them into the crowd of escapees. The first one struck a baldy and killed him outright. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 13 kilograms. The second arrow I aimed at the second most dangerous yarn spinner after the censor. I recognized him by the black stripes on his face. How gobsmacked I was when he turned around and caught it in his hand, squeezed it between his fingers, and snapped it in half. We stared at each other for 5 seconds before he turned back around and ran off. I had even deactivated invisibility, especially so the bastards would know who had been their undoing. Spite and insult raged inside me, for I could not kill them all and avenge the ignominy of the spiderweb on my leg. They had persecuted me like a snot-nosed little kid. But there was no time for serious reflection, so I ran downstairs to give Clubfoot the sad news. The facility's cleared, they've gone. Bastards. He understood me full well and was also disappointed. In that case, we must go and help my brother. Together with another dozen soldiers, we hastened down to the bunker. The bunker was a riot of fun. On the way, we came across the bodies of dead spiders strewn everywhere. Loads of them. Plus, unfortunately, the decapitated body of one of our troops. I didn't know his name because I hadn't known him personally. Some of the spiders were burned to a crisp, which turned my stomach. Hang in there, little fella. We'll soon be home and we can have a bite to eat, I thought, mentally quelling my voracious appetite. That's a point. Food. I messaged Polina. We've got a situation here. I'm off on another test soon. Theoretically, it shouldn't take long, but the system likes springing surprises. She needed telling anyway, and preferably not at the last moment. Fix me some food. I'll be home soon. Polina replied, but not as quickly as combat would have. Her lack of practice showed. Or perhaps she was just busy. Nothing dangerous, I hope? How sensitive she was. No doubt worried already. That was why I didn't like telling her things like this. Even if something did happen, there would be nothing she could do. Of course not, the same as always. I was not going to tell her about the increased difficulty of the test. Okay, you prepare yourself thoroughly and I'll make some food. Don't worry about that. I had certainly struck it lucky with Polina, and I reckon she had with me as well. When I got to where I was going, I was late again and everything was over. Why are my eyes stinging? I asked. Smoke filled the room, stinking to high heaven and making my eyes water. We just conducted an operation to destroy an enemy using tear gas, said Shatan, smiling and leading the way. Sound idea. Only where did they find it? The second room was also strewn with the bodies of spiders and people, although fewer than the first. Until their very deaths, they had tried to open the armored door to get at our soldiers. They may well have succeeded, had it not been for me and my diversionary tactics. With the exception of our losses and my spiderweb-tainted boots, it had generally been an enjoyable operation. My inventory was nicely enhanced and now looked like this. Inventory capacity, 1,025 kilograms. Although, come to think of it, could I actually carry a ton? Toss the place again. Kill any enemy, alive and or wounded, Shatan ordered his troops. He was just making extra sure, that was obvious, but there was clearly no enemy left alive. I couldn't help but notice our soldiers had begun to act faster and more effectively in these storm situations. Previously, in the old dormitory, they had felt out of place. But given munitions and room for maneuver, they'd been transformed into a force to be reckoned with. Looking at the bunker door, I pondered whether it would actually open. It was totally melted, and in the center gaped the beginnings of a sizable hole, but it hadn't gone all the way through. Had it not been for my timely intervention, they might well have broken through sooner. I wrote to Tactic. He said they were going to open the door, but decided against it because it started making clicking and creaking sounds. But it still won't budge. Those bastards must have broken it, I said. It would appear so. What a bummer, spat Shatan. Maybe I should break it down, Clubfoot offered. Great idea. I would happily sit back and watch that. Shatan, however, thought otherwise. Not a great idea. You'll destroy it, he replied dismissively, and turned to typing something on an invisible keyboard. I spent another half hour in the academy, hoping for the enemy's return, but it wasn't happening. However, another 4 squads did arrive, 25 men in each, sent by combat to secure and protect everything. My group's caliber astounded me, even frightened me sometimes. When had they found time to beef themselves up like that? Don't get me wrong, they were still weaker than me and lower in terms of level, but their training and discipline were definitely delivering. For the nth time, I patted myself on the back for deciding to join them and prove myself, so long as they had need for me. I now had a reliable support network, and their enemies were only making me stronger. And there was no avoiding enemies in these times. Everyone had a grudge against their neighbor and was looking for a way to become stronger at the expense of others, and annihilating the opposition while they were at it. Although in truth it was all largely in vain. They'd be better off joining forces instead of everyone fighting with everyone else. But that was my voice of reason talking. My reckless nature could only revel in the way things were going. "Polina, I'm back and very hungry," I blurted, after running in the door and kissing her on the cheek. "Let's go then, hero," she snickered. "It's you who's going to be out there again risking life and limb while we stay here worrying." "Don't you worry about me. I'm not planning on dying." "And as you well know, risk contributes to personal growth," I replied. She was smart and understood well enough. "Please be careful and don't take unnecessary risks," said Katya, who was already aware of the new test, as she came through from the other room. "Don't forget, there'll be plenty of tests to come, which you'll also be eligible for. It's not worth giving your everything to just one, especially if the risk involves rescuing some elf girl or other. Katya, I've already told you, they paid me very generously for that mission, and if she died, I would have had to look for a necromancer," I said, remembering Niel. "Just be careful," she said, her eyes narrow. "As you wish," I said with a smile, before embracing her. "Don't worry. You know I'm the strongest, and I'm fast. So if anything happens, I can run away." I ate to my heart's content and still had time for some R&R. I also topped up my arrow reserves. I didn't know why, but it seemed to me that holy arrows might come in handy against the undead, so I took a dozen cards there and then. I gave my boots to the girls, hoping they'd be able to save them. They wrinkled their noses at the sight, especially when Polina got them stuck to her and flailed her arms amusingly in her attempt to shake them off, only to end up completely entwined. Although from the side it looked like they were holding her up. She promised to sort it out and get rid of the muck, while I passed on to Shatan what she'd said about solvent. When the system announced the 5-minute countdown before my transfer to the test, I was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, sated, and ready. I wondered what skill I would gain this time. I was 100% convinced I would survive, and certain I would be among the victors. And upon my return, I would bust some particular little asses, as well as paying a visit to the spiders. Transfer in T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have some fun then, I thought, managing a smile before my world faded. 1 minute, you're sitting in a soft leather armchair, and before you know it, you're falling and landing backside first on the damp ground. Huh? What about the loss of consciousness and the mild nausea? Not even a slight loss of strength? Hey, system, I think I'm getting the hang of this. What's different this time? Wait, I would contemplate those questions later, but first I had to activate invisibility and take a look around. Now then, what was this, the Amazon rainforest? A tropical forest? Sunlight very patchy, but just enough to see by, and it seemed to be daytime. No enemy in sight, just lots of greenery and trees, some massive, some not so. Oh, I stood corrected. Behind me, about 300 meters away, rose a mountain, or maybe just a rock face. I couldn't tell, the summit was scarcely visible. You have been transferred to a world called Ar-Ak al-Air. It is populated by an array of remarkable races, including yours. However, you are a long way from their lands. No human has set foot in this part for many centuries. There are reasons for this, which you will discover just as soon as your system screen deactivates. Task: survive here for the next 6 hours. Important note: if you survive, you will receive a reward. Important note: you may kill others like yourself if there is time. However, such kills do not earn rewards, unlike all other kills. I had no word to say, while my insides were screaming blue murder and tensing my whole body. The system wasn't telling us to kill, but to survive, right? Holy Moses, where the hell was I? Survive. The thought rattled around my head, and the tiny mechanisms made up of unseen cogwheels fitted together into a unified process. We were up the creek without a paddle. No, wait, not we. I. But I couldn't give a toss about the others. I hoped no one else from our group was here. I figured combat would have told me if anyone else had signed up. But what if? An interesting thought occurred, and I wrote a message to the group. Hey, anyone there? The response was instantaneous. Message undelivered. That meant none of our lot were here, which was just fine by me. I may not tolerate other people particularly well, but we did have some valuable talents whose loss would affect the whole group. So pull yourself together, Varg, and stop thinking about irrelevant bullshit. I was nervous because I didn't know what to expect or where danger might lie. And random thoughts kept crawling into my brain. I stood there for a minute, but sensed nothing out of the ordinary. And that was very, very strange. Okay, since I couldn't change anything and my bow wasn't effective here yet, I took my hammer in my hand, took a seat on the nearest fallen tree, and waited for unpleasantness to find me. In the meantime, I kept a lookout all around so as not to miss even the slightest hint of an enemy. I sat and watched and saw nothing. And then suddenly it occurred to me this was a joke from the system. It was pranking us. The thought did not last long. It lasted precisely until the moment I realized that trees were not supposed to move. Fuck! I panicked as though stung when I understood it was no freaking tree. It was an effing ginormous snake, and I had just woken it up. Okay, message received and understood. My suddenly useless hammer went into my inventory, and I raced for the cliff face at a speed previously unthinkable for me. And as if upon a signal, no sooner had I sprinted off than multiple shots sounded in the forest. 2 seconds previously, a deathly silence had reigned in the trees, boding nothing to be alarmed about, and now it burst into life. No, not life, but death. The system's protection had failed. Brrr, I hated snakes. Now I realized that until just seconds ago they had all been asleep, and now they were wriggling everywhere, freaking loads of them. They all had natural coloration, which provided good camouflage. I hadn't been able to spot them even with vision. "Fuck off," I shouted, hacking at a snake just as it sprang at me trying to bite my neck. No, my head. Geez, its head was the size of a calf's. How could it see me? System. Ugh, disgusting hisses everywhere. I ran, fast as the fastest Amazonian hunter, only faster. So fast, in fact, that it seemed I wasn't running but gliding, leaping with ease over snakes and trees. Along the way, I saw a beautiful tree wound around with liana tendrils. But no, these were no lianas, for lianas did not writhe like that. I ran all the faster towards the mountain, but the going was tough and I had to detour around a number of particularly snake-dense spots. Foul, creeping things. They were even slithering out of the ground. It just wasn't fair. Just when I was beginning to think myself king of the world, I got introduced to this place. I didn't have the faintest idea what I could do here, even if I killed 10 or 100. There were just too many to count. I ran on. Then I stopped. Up ahead, another log began to stir. WTF, it was even covered in bark, so it was definitely a log. It was too far to walk around it, and I couldn't use blink for fear of landing with my feet in a nest. My hammer appeared in my hand, and I ran up to its cute back and put every drop of ire and umbrage I could muster into a strike. I struck the snake's backbone so hard that my hands hurt. And unfortunately, it achieved nothing but waking the beast and incensing it. I wanted to take a second strike in the hope of a miracle, except with my sword this time. But I soon thought twice when a giant Angwin head appeared to my left. Yellow eyes with red pupils and a tongue like a howser. If that thing whipped me, it would break me in two. I blinked onto a safe-looking tree and went mental. I drew a basic arrow, and the beast hissed at me. Fuck it. I drew a snowstorm amok and put it right in one of its eyes. I was ready for anything, even the arrow ricocheting off and striking me on the rebound. What I wasn't expecting was it becoming stuck in the reptile's eye socket. My tree instantly felt the powerful thump of the snake's tail, which sent me flying, and I hardly found the wit to blink back to the tree. How I hated snakes. I thought I hated people, but no. I hated snakes way more. I could cope with, say, 10 snakes, maybe 20. But a whole forest full? What sort of place was this? How could such a place even exist? With my arms and legs wrapped around the tree trunk, I looked like a koala in a eucalyptus tree. I could not afford to fall. The snake down below was curling rapidly, dancing its dance, while behind me I heard gunshots, which quickly escalated into yells. Then I saw a tree fall, and I didn't even want to think about what might have been able to fell it with such ease. I stared at the snake, trying hard not to breathe too heavily. Ice was slowly covering its snout, but it simply beat its face against the ground and smashed it off. This came with a price, though, and soon its face bore several lacerations dripping blood. Fantastic test, I must say. Eventually, the injured snake wriggled away, leaving my path to the mountain clear. Wasting no time, I came down to ground level, and once again hightailed it towards the rock, hoping the snakes would have trouble climbing it. On the way, I bisected another smallish, meter-long snake that hurled itself onto me from a tree. I quickly blinked further ahead and almost ended up in a small pit seething with little squirmers. Out of curiosity, I used vision to look deeper beneath the ground and saw burrows full of the little bastards down there. Why did I do that? I was afraid that after these beasts I would now be better disposed to people. The next snake to hold me up was similar to a python and stretched between two trees like a tightrope. I could not pass up the opportunity, so I drew my sword and twatted it with everything I had. One snake became 2 snakes. If it could grow its head back, it would still have a half-decent life. After 5 long minutes, I eventually reached the mountain and was able to breathe easy. To my enormous relief, there appeared to be no snakes on it. I wasn't completely home and dry, however, for I did have a certain multi-reptile tail behind me. Ah, I see I'm not the only clever one around here. Away to my left, 50 yards or so, another person ran to the foot of the rock face and attempted to scramble up it. He was pretty much doomed to fail. His look was a horror show, 24 tiny snakes hanging from his body by their fangs. Dreadful stuff. And here was me planning to stop here for a bite to eat. I would have to try not to become somebody's lunch. The man managed 3 meters off the ground before crashing back down to it, lifeless but for the green foam dribbling from his mouth. Shame he had no weapons in his hands. He wore chainmail, but it hadn't helped. I was just planning to take his belongings when that plan was shot down in flames. I launched an explosion arrow at him. Consider this your vengeance, stranger. Although, why stranger? 2 blinks towards him and... Evaluation. Stefan Krause. Deceased. There you go, Stefan. Consider yourself avenged. More importantly, though, I'd killed all the little snakes, now scattered far and wide by the explosion. The only good snake was a dead snake. Note to self, after this test, I will revise my tactics and select my field equipment more carefully. Damn. Quick as a flash, I took my spear from my inventory and spiked the head of a beast attracted by the noise. Some were little, some were big. You stood no chance of keeping track of them all. Things would be a lot simpler if it wasn't for the masses of them at every turn. What did they feed on here? With such huge competition, you might die of hunger. Although I could have a good guess who fed them and with what. The system, by any chance? Chapter 19. When I saw a snake wriggling at speed towards me, I decided not to hang around the dead man for longer than necessary. I'd already given 3 the chop, 3 little critters, which probably thought that since they were little I wouldn't spot them. It was time to make myself scarce before their elder brothers came a-crawling. With the use of blink and handholds, the scrambled descent of the rock face presented no problems. In truth, one time the stone crumbled beneath my fingers and I took a tumble, but at the second attempt I managed to find a sturdy projection to grab hold of. Climbing as far as the small ledge, I found a cave, and my desire to stay here waned at once, although the options were few. Down below was reptilian hell, and the shots were becoming less and less frequent. After weighing out the pros and cons, I approached the cave and inspected it using vision. I'd gotten lucky again. It was small, a mere couple of meters deep, and displayed no signs of life, if you didn't count the ancient bones in the corner. I guess the previous inhabitant had been eaten by snakes, but now it was relatively safe. And so I sat down on the edge, my feet dangling down, and observed. After an hour, I understood I'd made the right decision. Before my very eyes, 2 gigantic snakes caught up with the man and ate him, each starting at one end and chomping their way towards the middle. He tried to freeze them, releasing ice from his hands, but it had no effect, and they ended up gobbling half of him each. One of the creeps spotted me, and soon lay dead at the foot of the slope, riddled with arrows. I can report that only elven and explosion arrows were able to make holes in it, and what finished it off was an explosion in an eye socket. Another man ran towards the cliff, apparently an Arab, dressed all in white as he was. How could he possibly run in that long robe? But what really surprised me was his ability to create a transparent sphere around him in a light shade of yellow, which protected him from all the beasts. He seemed to have every chance of making it to the rock face, and I even decided that if he got close enough I would help him out by killing a couple of slitherers. It was not to be. I followed his movements as closely as I could, although the leaf canopy did not always allow it. As he ran past a monstrous tree several meters in girth, he came up against the jaws of an enormous snake. The beast tried to bite through his bubble, but it wasn't happening. It seemed to have met its match, and I thought the man would now show it who was boss in this forest. The snake, however, had other plans, and its maw lit up with a bright light. Magic. although it wasn't the mouth itself, but the teeth. The man's bubble burst between its teeth, like a nutshell in a nutcracker, and the Arab was devoured in a single sitting. Incidentally, the beast had way too many teeth for a regular snake, like much of the local reptilian population. Soon I was all alone, and the woods were plunged into an unnatural silence. I had gotten lucky with my invisibility this time, although certain of the beasts were able to see me perfectly easily, which was strange. With approximately half an hour left to the end of the test, I decided to risk it and climb down. I was galled by the thought of returning home trophyless, and the dead snake lying there fitted the bill perfectly. There was always the chance it would be impossible to transfer with it, but it was worth a try, and if I could pull it off, I would hang it on the wall as a decoration. Once at the bottom, I was able to gauge its size properly, and began to doubt the wisdom of the plan. I mean, what if the bastard was playing dead? Or maybe it was just asleep? It was all okay, however, and it fitted in my inventory, weighing in at 730 kilograms. Nothing further of interest happened, so I climbed back up and waited for the test to end. Attention. Time to end of test, 10 minutes. You are the last survivor. Try not to get killed before the end of the test, and you will be transferred back. As I read the notification, my eye developed a twitch. Try not to get killed. That meant... Fucking off all other thoughts, I tore even higher up the cliff. I only needed to hear the terms once to be able to guess what was going to happen. Survive. And I was right. When I looked down, I saw hundreds of snakes crawling out of the forest towards the cliff. Among them, some seriously big specimens. One of them realized it wouldn't be able to slither up the rock face, so it coiled up like a spring and began jumping instead. The rest followed its example. "Fuck off," I shouted at them, still climbing. I was faster than all the snakes, and the poison they spat did not reach me. When the next system notification arrived, I was happy like never before. Attention, you have survived. Transfer in T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I arrived home in the same pose in which I'd been hanging on the rock face. I checked my surroundings using vision to find Polina and Katya sitting in the living room with the little ones. The table was laid, and they were no doubt waiting for me. Was this their way of showing their confidence in my success? I plonked myself down into an armchair and gave a huge, relaxed sigh. It took me 2 minutes to collect myself fully. The test had not been an enjoyable experience, at all. Fighting people was far more up my alley. In fact, not just people, but any humanoid race, so long as no snakes were involved. I would have no choice in the future anyway, and knowing my nature, I knew I wouldn't refuse missions like that. They were a part of me by now. A message from combat. "Varg, are you back?" Was he keeping track of my timings? When I left and when I should be back? "Congratulations on a test successfully completed. Are you in one piece? Do you require the help of a healer?" Definitely keeping track. When did he find time for everything? "I'm already home," I replied. He needed to know everything was okay. "I'm alive and in one piece. I'll stop by and tell you all about it in about 3 hours. I'll also bring you a present." "Good, I'll be waiting." After dealing with combat, I eventually decided to open my system messages. I could only busy myself with rewards after I'd wound down. "Congratulations on the successful completion of your task. You receive a skill book, Hunter's Mark, Level 3. Attention! Reward recalculated. Due to your being the only survivor, your reward is increased. You receive a skill book card, Hunter's Mark, Level 4. You have gained Level 25. Your body has become stronger. Your muscles have additional properties and increased power." Oh, just the one level? System, I nearly earned myself a heart attack, and you give me one solitary level? The skill was all well and good, but shoot. I was accustomed to gaining several levels per test, and frankly speaking, all my hopes were pinned on tests because leveling up from zombie kills had become too difficult of late. However, all my objections became moot when I opened the card and saw what I'd received. Evaluation. Hunter's Mark skill. Place it on a person or other sentient and you can see where they are on your map. Important notice. Number of potential marks increases with increased skill level. Exact quantity not specified. Important note. Placing a hunter's mark uses up internal energy. Important note. You may not place a mark on a sentient with a higher level or strength than you. Important note. Marks do not have a specific period of validity and may be removed. Important note. The higher the level, the more precise the radius of the target image on your map. Wow, what a lot of important notes from the system. I don't even know what to say. Why such generosity all of a sudden? I take it all back. An excellent reward. Thoughts immediately came to mind concerning how to use it. 3 days had passed since the last test. 3 long, relaxed days during which I had not sat around on my backside. First things first, I had a good rest. Then I went to give my report to combat. The report, to put it mildly, went wrong after I unloaded the enormous dead snake from my inventory onto the floor. Everyone's shocked faces were my best reward, so it was just as well I'd brought it with me. Later, I placed a mark on combat, unbeknownst to anyone else. I said only that the system's rewards had been a level and some gray boxes. The mark sat superbly on him, and he didn't even realize. When I placed it, I sensed an outflux of strength, the equivalent of 5 blinks worth. I understood what the system had said about training and working with your internal energy, and I began to feel it much better than before. All the key people in the skyscraper also received the same mark, including my 4 ladies. I fancied myself as a stalker, though not one who fought mutants and sought loot, but rather one who spied on people. I already had vision, and now I had a mark to boot. I could quite literally see everyone's whereabouts. For example, right now, Shatan was a kilometer from the skyscraper and wandering around a looted supermarket. I ran to Fedat's base and marked a number of his personnel. If they felt like attacking us, I would see them coming. Combat informed me that a squad had checked out the square where I'd run into the little people and found the portal back in the same spot. It was Dead Calm Squad, and they immediately engaged and felled over 3 dozen midgets, but were forced to retreat when they came under attack from charged bolts and magic. When they were gone, the little people did battle with the zombies again. The news seriously irked me. So that meant I'd busted a gut and spent a bunch of strength and arrows, all for the little people to just open a new portal? Well, it stood to reason that when my business in the skyscraper was done, I was going to head for the square to tell the midgets how wrong their behavior was. And thus I now sat on the roof of an apartment block, observing a situation there was nothing remotely funny about. The square was now home to 4 towers, wooden walls clad with stone in places, and gates. Teeny little gates, note. Of greatest interest to me was when and how they'd managed to build anything, and the portal was located within the fortress walls. Savvy, these little people. Everything thought through meticulously. Not only did the midgets spend their time constantly diving down into the metro, but they also roamed the square killing zombies. Was this their sandbox now, or something? No, this town was my sandbox. I did not run down and start killing them all, instead placing a mark on anyone I could reach, a grand total of 10 before I grew tired and needed to preserve my strength. I was hoping we were done with surprises, so you can imagine my shock when the marks began straying a kilometer from their base. But since they'd gone beyond the fortress walls, that meant they were just investigating the metro. I messaged combat. We've got a situation. I've done some reconnaissance. Not only have the midgets built a mini fort near their portal, but they also seem to have set up their main base underground. Dealing with headaches like this should be his business. My business was simple. Draw a bow, go kill. Are you kidding? When did they find time for that? It was news to him as well. It wasn't every day you discovered outsiders building bases on your turf. Don't know. I reckon they've decided to stay for a while, I wrote, sizing up the new construction. If they entrench themselves in the metro and build loads of little fortresses, I might even have to pass. I'll be of diddly squat use. I'll send a reconnaissance squad to film what's going on. We can all have a look together and then decide what to do with them," Combat replied. "By the way, Tactic's been looking for you for 3 days. He wants to thank you for your help." Of course he couldn't find me. I'd been busy placing marks and recuperating after spending a shit ton of energy. I jumped off the roof and flew down. It was a trick I hadn't dared try before, but after the snake hunt, I'd somehow grown bolder. A few meters from the ground, I used blink and landed. Then, invisible, I approached the fort. My task was very simple. Investigate what they were up to in the metro. Little people patrolled the square. I was beginning to think they placed no value whatsoever on life. They scuttled everywhere exposed, making sitting ducks of themselves as though their only task was to give warning of enemy attack by way of their own deaths. Shoot, WTF. An amusing little person shuffled towards me with a spear in his hands, his leather helmet not even covering his infantile curls. I couldn't stop myself pranking him. And while he walked past, I stuck out my foot and watched as he tripped over and hit the deck. His fellows immediately guffawed at him, and he blushed as he scrambled to his feet and dusted himself down. Shoot. How I would love to know what they're talking about right now. Unfair. "Why are you so bandy-legged, like a sharg?" asked a senior midget, giving him a slap around the back of the head. "Sorry, I tripped over," he said, making excuses. "On an even surface. If you survive, I'll find you a job in the barracks, you knock-kneed pillock," the man said, spitting his vexation. "You have access to the speech of the Shiketsi people." "Wow, don't mind if I do. My wish to understand is the system's command." "Your next 5 blue trinket caskets will be empty." 5 caskets for the Shiketsi language. Geez, if you piled 5 trinket caskets up into a tower, it would be taller than these guys. 2 of the caskets I've already got will be empty, and I'll be owed another 3. Gee, thanks. I wanted to shoot them all on the spot, and I would. Only later. Blinking over the wall was a cinch, no defenses or artifacts that I could find, despite checking everywhere with magic vision. The only thing of any interest was some twinkling runes on certain walls, invisible to the naked eye. The portal was working, and a large crowd of Shiketsi swarmed around it. The whole courtyard was piled up with all manner of stuff. Furniture, rails arranged in neat rows, a mountain of odds and sods. Who needs a music center? It stood alone on the ground, drenched by the rain that had fallen during the night. I descended using the same jump and blink combo. The walls were not high, approximately 2 meters. I stood there for a short while to make sure nobody had seen me and there were no booby traps anywhere. All clear. The little Shiketsi were bustling about the yard and carrying their stolen goods into the portal. My attention was attracted by a self-important midget with a bunch of papers in his hand, shouting, "Shishum! Where are you going with that iron, you dumb shorga? You were told we're sending the iron tomorrow. Right now, we're dealing with the outsiders and their stinking corpses." I wanted to shout, "Have you lost it? We're the outsiders. I'll make you a head shorter, you scumbags." But I didn't. "Forgive me, Master Ear, sir," said the loader, bowing his head. "I only just arrived and I wasn't given the schedule yet. There was an urgent collection on a distant hill called Irzima, and they didn't have time to put all the brothers in the picture." "You just arrived and you got down to work straight away." "Praiseworthy stuff, well done," said the old man with the papers approvingly. "Don't make any more mistakes, and you will be well rewarded for your tolls." I don't understand anything. What is going on here? Just in case, I placed a mark on the boss, reeling slightly as I did so. Those marks were taking their toll on my energy levels. On the other hand, how interesting it was to watch the little dots with names on the map. The metro greeted me in an unusual manner. I was expecting darkness and murk, but everything was clean, and the walls were hung with magic crystals illuminating the surroundings. Surprisingly, they had not dismantled the escalator. Did they really have the brains not to do that? I walked on, keeping my eyes peeled for little people with marks. I saw nobody for quite some time, and suspected they were a long way away, but then I saw the first signs of their presence. In the middle of a long corridor was a small wall with a door in it. Actually, it was more like a barricade, and I could easily leap over it without a run-up or blink. It was protected by a guard of 10 shiketsi. 5 stood at attention atop the wall, while the remainder were resting in a small stone structure. Why were they building everything out of stone? Did they think wood was an ineffective building material? They could do what they wanted, naturally, but wood was quicker and easier. I blinked up onto the wall and looked around. Aside from these little bandits, the immediate vicinity was void of life, which meant I could have some fun. 5 quick shots, and 5 bodies dropped down dead. The last of them had guessed what was going on and wanted to shout a warning, but was prevented from doing so by an arrow. I had the element of surprise on my side, while they had only inertia. They didn't think anyone would be able to sneak into their fort unnoticed, despite having done battle with me quite recently. It clearly hadn't taught them anything. Their bodies hitting the concrete produced nothing more than a dull thud, and I was able to climb down to the adjoining hut. Inside, 3 of the 5 were sleeping, while the other 2, I could tell by their tossing and turning, were trying to nod off. They had obviously just finished their watch. Luckily, the shack had no door. The 2 who were still awake received their poison injections first, but I didn't want to waste such a dear resource on the others, so I just knifed them in their sleep. Pretty undignified, I'll grant you, but screw it, at least I got the job done. I didn't leave straight away, but first collected all of their equipment which might have at least some value, namely their iron weapons. Evaluation. Needle-thin spear of the shiketsi. Antique spear of the shiketsi. Basic shield made from the hide of a bone cruncher. There were loads of such goodies here. Total garbage. I didn't bother taking their food and clothes since it was all of fairly dubious quality. Basically, I got the impression their world was full of stone, but at a deficit in iron and wood. Their shields had no wooden elements and looked like shells stretched over with leather. Anyway, there was nothing else to see around here, only disappointment, so I continued on my way. 10 minutes later, I came across another barrier, which I also cleared quickly and unproblematically. If one fighter managing to deflect 1 arrow isn't a problem, that is. And it really wasn't a problem because a second later I blinked over to him and struck him with my sword. Strange noises came to my ears, and the deeper I ventured into the metro, the more distinct they became. Hammerings and buzzings, clamor and shouts. I couldn't even begin to imagine their source. The next action I came across was fascinating. My further passage was hindered by construction work in full swing. Approximately 36 midget workmen had erected a wall of stone blocks right up to the ceiling, having seemingly decided to cut themselves off from everyone else. Beyond it, about 20 meters away, was another identical wall, and yet another beyond that. Triple protection. I took a couple of photos and filmed a short video for the analysts back at base to mull over while I moved ever onward. I did not kill anybody here, but blinked up onto an unfinished section of the first wall and down the other side, before hurdling the second and third walls in a similar fashion. Luckily, they hadn't finished yet, although they had installed some reasonable-sized gates. Were they going to use carts to carry materials out? How much more were they going to steal? Sooner or later, the rails would run out, as would the cables and other stuff. Another question was, if they were going to live in this underground town, how would we ever be able to flush them out of there? Considering their numbers, it was unrealistic. I accidentally overheard a conversation between 2 of them. "Did you hear Ars Irvin and his unit are going to be here soon to defend the fort?" "Really?" The second little bearded man was surprised. "That's excellent news. It's about time the local aborigines stopped slicing us up by the dozen. Get this. Yesterday, 3 squads got mown down by just 10 locals, 3 of whom were chicks. Don't exaggerate, we only lost a few. And those losses are nothing compared to the gains. Don't forget this is their land, and they'll fight for it to the very end as they will for their bodies, which are of no use but as fertilizer for our soil." The conversation continued while they secured a block of stone into its slot. "We've only ever taken serious losses once." "Yeah, I heard from the guys it was chaos. They came up against this really strange human who possessed disappearing magic." They were talking about me, so I just had to stop and listen in. "He got seriously lucky. They were ready to send 3 guilds of messers, but the human managed to close the portal and escape." "I just don't understand Arsmirsten," said the young midget. "He could have left the underground town with his guard and flattened the cheeky human with a single pickaxe, but for some reason he decided not to risk it, and stayed behind to help defend the town in case it got stormed." The old man snorted and smiled. "You don't understand because you're still very young. But the winds of the northern peaks are blowing in your head," said the old man. "I wonder which peaks those are." "Arsmirsten has done everything as befits him. He must protect the underground town at any cost. This town is more important than anything else. Any of us must be prepared to lay down our lives to protect it, if that's what is demanded. Everything for our people. In the name of the people," the young midget barked, and raised a fist over his head. It appeared the little people were one sandwich short of a picnic. Lay down your life for the sake of a town? Pfft. Maybe I should just annihilate them all? Nah, that would create noise. Never mind. Let them live for a while. I did not care much for what they were saying about us being aborigines. I would remember that. Progress further inside the metro was hampered by the increasing numbers of Shiketsi I met on the way, and had to either skirt round or stop to let past. There were also magi, but thank the system they did not sniff me out. My magic vision was switched on constantly, for there was no way I could maneuver here without it. Magic symbols adorned the walls here and there. One of them was approached by a midget who placed his hand over it and began conversing with someone. An interesting means of communication. Runology, as far as I understood, although I was no expert on magic. After this messenger, I came across a squad of Shiketski hurrying towards me on the way somewhere. That meant they'd found some corpses. I quickened my pace. After another 300 meters, I understood what they'd meant when they spoke of an underground town. They had built a little fucking town, and it bustled with life. The metro station was now 3 times larger, and they were obviously not planning to stop just yet. Everywhere workmen were hacking at the walls with pickaxes, while others removed the loosened rocks. No trace of the rails remained, and instead there was now a large flat area built over with a plethora of different stone structures. Watchtowers had also been erected, as had barracks, near which I saw squads of soldiers. I headed for the little town itself, and as soon as I did so, my nose caught a whiff of the pleasant aromas filling the air. Basically, the elf world within the Imperial camp smelled pretty damn rotten. The more I saw, the more I freaked out. How many of them were there? Where were we going to house them all? There were loads of them, and there were obviously going to be more and more. Judging by the construction work and the expansion of the station, they were planning to move their entire population here. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice a human just about to bump into me from behind, and he naturally had not seen me. My mind went into overdrive. I had to take action before he realized what had happened. I was standing in a quiet spot, an alleyway if you like, between 2 tiny buildings, and was not expecting to bump into anyone. The toothpick came in handy, I thought to myself, as I admired the body of the human with the local spear protruding. Let them think he'd been killed by one of his own. Having learned my lesson from the collision, I spent the next 2 hours wandering very carefully around the underground town and studying it thoroughly. And an interesting idea occurred to me. Since they were robbing my town, what was to stop me robbing theirs? Chapter 20. I already had a rough idea of what was where. Their most valuable assets were their food and weapons stores, and the town hall or whatever it was called. You know, the building where all the bigwig little people hung out. Knowing their love of metal, I decided to clear out the arsenal first, and by happy coincidence, it wasn't guarded. Well, why would it be if there were no outsiders around? Up top were barricades, and in front was a fort. The place was swarming with warriors and workmen, and the entrances and exits were all walled up. They'd even walled off 2 tunnels, turning them into many forts, now inhabited by a goodly number of soldiers. They had a deficit of iron, right? Excellent. Then I would take it all. Getting into the armory was a piece of cake. I waltzed into the barracks, as if into my own home, and used vision to sweep the room I needed, finding it empty. It wasn't even locked. How negligent. Leather armor lay on tables in even rows, each beneath its own sign, the sense of which I could not make out. Tellingly, the signs were made of stone, wrapped in leather. The weapons were racked on wooden stands, obviously loved and cared for, and their storage managed responsibly. Walking among the rows of tables and stands like I owned the place, nothing more of interest caught my eye, except perhaps the hundreds of fascinating bolts laid out in threes on a stone table. Probably nothing out of the ordinary for special warriors. Basic explosion bolt, 25 pieces. Weak paralyzing bolt, 25 pieces. High-quality speed bolt, 25 pieces. High-quality reinforced bolt, 25 pieces. Quartermaster would be pleased with such a catch. Unfortunately, they weren't for me, as I had a different profile, but it was still a good find. And since they had such interesting bolts, they must surely have arrows as well. All the weapons I found went into my inventory, a total of about 300 sets. Lastly, I nabbed 100 sets of armor, which I hadn't wanted to take originally, but I changed my mind, not so much for my group as to piss the little people off. Then I left the metro quietly and plodded home. Oh, for the skill of teleportation. "So it's you, the runologist," I said, giving the man in combat's office a thorough once-over. "Excuse me? Do I know you?" he asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow but remaining seated. "Is it common practice around here to burst into the chief's office without knocking?" This last question was addressed to Combat, who rolled his eyes and groaned. "Varg, please don't start anything in here. He's only just come around," said Combat to mollify me. "He wouldn't survive another round of treatment, and it would take ages anyway." Upon hearing my name, Maxim Ivanovich, for that was his name, if my memory didn't fail me, realized whom he had just addressed in such a haughty tone. But his words had no effect on me. So why should I harm someone for whom I already had grand plans that would make him suffer? Were he to place an explosive rune or something worse on several thousand basic arrows, he would come to appreciate the pain. It would not do to strike learned people. They simply needed putting in their place and on their own turf. However, I did have a reputation as a merciless killer to uphold. "Don't worry, Combat. I'm only going to break his legs and then pour a healing potion straight down his throat," I said, chuckling as bloodthirstily as I could and producing a bottle for effect. The man squirmed. "Don't worry, he's joking." "You are joking, aren't you, Varg?" said Combat with weary hope in his eyes. "Who's to say? Who's to say?" I replied imprecisely. It was nice when your reputation went before you. I suspect that he was well acquainted with my name. "Maxim, tell Varg what you just told me about your runologist skill," Combat asked the man politely. The man cleared his throat before looking at me askance and beginning his report. "I can use my power to place runes on objects, which endows them with various properties. The lifespan of a rune depends on the amount of mana I put into it. At present, I have just the one rune, which the system gave me along with the skill. That is all I can say, since I have not been given the opportunity to carry out my research and conduct my experiments. Should I know anything new about him? As you can see, he's still weak, but he has potential, said Combat, shrugging and leaning back in his armchair. For the next hour, we discussed various possibilities for how the scientist's life might now pan out and what he would have to do. I gave him my rune of Arno, which endowed objects with flexibility. Then I checked in on the trading platform again, but was disappointed to find no runes for sale. Leave us alone, I asked the runologist as politely as I could, while simultaneously demonstrating with my entire demeanor that it was no polite request. If you need me, I shall be in my room, he said to Combat as he left. When he closed the door behind him, Combat relaxed. We were not, after all, strangers, and we'd been through much together. Spill, what have you got for me? He said, getting right down to business. Watch and be amazed, I replied, happily handing him my telephone, on which I had videoed the midgets. There's a ton of interesting stuff there. The next few minutes made a very happy impression on me, like a child. Combat's face changed color as he watched the clip, emotions superseded by obscenities he could not hold in. Done watching, he sighed heavily. Fucked up. Us or them? The world, Varg. The world. If you asked me, nothing overly terrible had happened. I don't see a particular problem, and anyway, they're pretty harmless, I said, shrugging and thinking about how I had to pay them another visit tomorrow. He gave me such a look, almost like Polina's when I came home injured. You honestly don't understand what's going on there? Well, a bunch of marauders showed up and, well, they showed up. I shrugged again. It's more fun this way anyway. He spluttered, then rubbed his eyes in his habitual fashion. They are not merely marauding. They are setting up home down there. I see you still don't understand the situation. Have you seen how much track they've dug up? Several kilometers worth, which means they're making good progress while also keeping the place clear of zombies, of which there are no few. How much junk taken from people's apartments is lying around in the street? At this rate, they'll soon have built a number of bases and used the portal to transfer tens of thousands of their subjects here, and all that'll be left of the town will be empty boxes. Then they'll set on the people to boot. Getting a bit carried away, aren't we? I don't see a big problem, I said. Are you pissed off about the TVs they've filched? You still don't get it, do you? Look, I'll give you an example. We have Dog End. Poor guy, everyone calls him that now. And the systems even made it his official nickname. Anyway, in the future, there will be more master craftsmen who will require a constant input of raw materials. Where are we going to source them if everything's been taken away? Boxes are dropping twice less frequently now. And what if it gets even worse? Or the little people muster their troops and come for us? After all, we don't know how many more are going to come through that portal. Okay. It was time to stop pretending I didn't understand anything. I understood everything, and I had a plan that would finish them off once and for all. Okay, calm down, I understand. That's why I came to see you. I can't do this on my own. Are you suggesting I allocate you a group of soldiers to go and take their many fortresses by storm? Asked Combat. I would be afraid that down in the metro itself they would crush us with their sheer numbers. And if the portal opens again, they'll attack us insidiously from the rear, and I'm not sure my soldiers would be able to hold the portal if magi start coming through it. Nah, I said, waving the idea away. Teach me how to plant explosives properly, and I'll blast the living daylights out of their little town and the metro entrance. The plan off my chest, I smiled contentedly and waited for it to sink in just what a simple plan I'd concocted. The reaction I was looking for did not come, however, and Combat instead darkened further and rubbed his eyes so hard I thought he might rub his eyebrows away. Something wasn't right. Varg, do you read the reports we post in the group chat? There is also a secret section there to which only a couple of people have access. he said. The nebulous worm of suspicion began to wriggle its way into my mind. Don't strain yourself, I know you don't read them, although more's the pity. There's a very interesting piece about weapons in there. Shoot, it was true I didn't read their content about weapons, for the simple reason that it just didn't interest me. Though I had come across a couple of articles describing how best to kill zombies and with which weapons. For instance, a scent hound required a number of machine gun shots to the head because pistol rounds would not penetrate the tough skull, although a bullet through the eye socket would kill it. I don't read them. I don't like firearms, I admitted. He clapped his hands victoriously. That's why you don't know that practically no explosives work anymore, he said. The news made me jump in my seat. RPGs are useless now, and the only thing TNT is any good for is molding figurines. The only thing that's battle-worthy are grenades, and we don't think that will be for long. The first hint was when they announced the nuclear weapons had malfunctioned at a secret base we're in communication with. They admitted they were ready to use nukes against zombies, but the plan backfired and now they're all just garbage. Wicked, I said. It seemed we were in the shit. That changes everything. We are currently teaching the soldiers to use bladed weapons and crossbows. As soon as we get some trading coins, we'll buy as many crossbows as we can afford. But we're not alone in this, which is why prices are rising sharply. His words set me to thinking. Our chat continued for another hour. Then we were joined by a crumpled Fedya who informed us a Ripper had been taken out very close to the base. He almost missed it, and the Ripper was within arm's reach of the wall. By the time I got home, it was evening, and I didn't want to do anything after receiving combat's news. Of course, I didn't like all these weapons, but they helped us out an awful lot. He'd also laid another surprise on me, telling me necromancers had recently been spotted not far from us. They hung out in small groups of living specimens and large groups of dead men. The last squad consisted of just short of 100 Zs. So as not to provoke them, they didn't attack them, but when they retreated, they were spotted and the tame zombies immediately stirred to life. They scarcely managed to break away. Everything okay, sweetie? Polina, lying beside me, asked. She placed a hand on my chest. You've been a bit broody all evening. It's not like you at all. Yeah, I'm broody. It was as though the noose around our necks was drawing tighter. I had wanted an abundance of enemies, naturally. But with the arrival of the otherworldlies, there were just too many. I was lost in thought and didn't respond in time. Don't worry, everything will be fine. If something is worrying you, tell me. I'll always support you, she said, stroking my cheek. It worked. What the hell was I thinking? An abundance of enemies? That was just what I'd wanted. If there were hordes of them, all I had to do was reduce their numbers. The inhabitants of the skyscraper weren't children anymore and would cope, and all I needed to do was build up even more strength and deal with our enemies more harshly. The Urus had been on the receiving end of a good shoeing and didn't show their faces anymore. They were probably preparing to retaliate. I would break the necromancers' fangs so they knew who they were dealing with. The yarn spinners had already gotten their comeuppance, and when I discovered the location of their base, they would regret attacking us all over again. Sorry, I was miles away, I replied, pulling her to me. Everything's fine. You've got nothing to worry about. I was just thinking about the future. That night was not uneventful. At 4 a.m, we were attacked by flyers, over 400 of them. Katya and the children came running to the bedroom in a flash. There's nothing to worry about, I told them in an assured voice. Wait here for me. I'll go quickly sort everything out. I wrote to combat with instructions to send a couple of security men to our apartment before sprinting up to the roof. The flyers were attacking the yard and the windows. There were lots of people in the yard, and they were having a hard time fending off the zombies. Combat wrote that everything was under control and help was on the way, so I went up to the roof, which was so far void of people. Bow in hand, I ran joyously onto the roof. What I really needed now was a minor confrontation to mince as many beasts as possible and assuage my internal me. And there were loads of them, which chilled me out even more. For some reason, I wanted to laugh. My first arrow entered the skull of an enormous flyer like a knife into butter. That's what an elven bow is all about. The next beast was treated similarly, and since it was standing, unfortunately close to the edge of the roof, it was soon tumbling groundwards. I was only using very basic and bone arrows, although I'd stopped buying the latter because Quartermaster now supplied them. It had been a tad weak in conjunction with my previous bow, but with the new one, they passed right through an enemy body, sometimes even breaking inside it. Obviously, that was no problem for zombies. But for humans, 3 beasts were scratching at the surface of a helipad in an attempt to smash it up. Did they really think concrete was so fragile? 2 quick shots and 2 went down, while the third lost his head to a quick blink and a basic sword. I was now alone on the helipad and had a grand view of my surroundings. 5 flew at the door together. It may have been strong, but there was no reason to ruin it. 2 of them I took out on the wing, the other 3 as they were right by the door. Ooh, a red box. I'll have that. And a gray one, falling from the roof. Shame to miss out on it, but what could you do? I'd missed out on a bunch of boxes recently, being otherwise engaged or not wanting to risk getting swarmed by crowds of angry monsters. Aha. Now that's something new. I watched as a flyer shot at the door from its hands like an archer. Had they mutated again? I shot at it and missed. Holy shit, it hit the deck at the last minute, saving its skin. Not for long, mind. Varg, we've got problems downstairs. New zombies approaching overground. Not too many of them, but including archers and hulks. I'm afraid it'll be hard for us to fight on 2 fronts right now. How's it going your end? Have you got time? More great news. All quiet up here on the roof, so send 24 people as backup and I'll hustle back down to the street, I replied, stowing my bow as I ran for the door. Back downstairs, I realized I'd been missing out. All the action was down here, people hidden around corners and picking off dive-bombing beasts as the opportunity arose. While the beasts, even after taking a few bullets, did not capitulate but kept attacking. Several of them had lost their wings, or been otherwise seriously injured in battle, and I watched as a pair redeployed from the Air Force to the infantry. I was compelled to tranquilize 2 runners who were shouting way too loud. As it happened, they were all shouting, but these 2 just got unlucky by making easy targets of themselves. In the center of all this chaos stood Clubfoot, fully encased in armor and gripping his favorite long shield and broadsword. At his feet sprawled half-zombies who had been dumb enough to attack him. Like a berserker, he was intoxicated by the thrill of battle, and that was not good. The Hulk had also been invincible, yet it died by poison. Varg, they need help up on the wall, Dead Calm called out to me as he ran past. Gotcha, I replied, and sprinted after him. Using Blink to leap in the air, I soon saw the root of the problem. The terrestrial zombies had come running in their dozens towards the shots and general hullabaloo, and our sniper's work was being hampered by attacks from flyers. However, it was too soon for me to be working on all cylinders, and they were too far away, whereas the ones close by were few in number. From the wall, I tried to kill the fuckers flying down below, which wasn't all that easy due to the chance of hitting my own guys. Zowie, a lad fighting with a sword in the yard, whom I didn't recognize from among the newbies, was swooped down upon by a beefy beast. Who are you, warrior? Busy battling another flyer, he hadn't noticed the incoming attacker and was in need of urgent rescue. My arrow entered the beast's neck, not killing it but knocking it off course. No sooner had it plummeted to the ground than it was pumped full of lead, or whatever they say in the movies. A yell attracted my attention. Hulk on the approach. Hammer it, don't let it get as far as the wall. Whoa, it was running very fast and confidently. Was it going to jump onto the wall or something? Perhaps just ram into it? This was 50 shades of wrong, so I drew a dark energy arrow and put it in its head. It became lodged in its cheek, and it wasn't immediately clear whether it would cause any damage. But then the dark energy began to take effect, and it began roaring, then ran another 10 yards before collapsing to its knees and trying to tear its own body to pieces from the hellish pain. What sort of arrows were these that even dead men felt pain? But I had to forget it now, for there were new friends approaching, and I began methodically picking off the infantry, occasionally being forced to blink out of the way of the odd flyer. It became much easier when the soldiers switched on the spotlights and illuminated the whole area, outside and in, enabling everyone to shoot with greater accuracy, as a result of which the zombies' numbers went into sharp decline. Mind you, none of this was of any concern to me, for I now noticed the zombies were approaching from all four sides, as though someone was herding them towards us. I wondered whether it was mere coincidence, or whether somebody was purposefully stirring up the zombies against us. I informed Combat of my thoughts. Let the guys back at HQ share some of the brain work.
Blink. I so wanted to leap over the wall and collect some rewards, but if I had invisibility deactivated, there was a chance of being mistaken for a zombie and coming under friendly fire. And if it was activated, any stray bullet might hit me. I was concerned only for my head, really, because I wasn't so sure my regeneration would cope with a wounded noggin. Boom.
What the fuck was that?
A powerful strike made the walls shudder.
Uh-huh.
I saw where the soldiers were running to. The Hulk had been allowed to slip through. They were, in principle, doing good work and handling the situation superbly, but they were going through ammo at quite a fair rate. Not everyone had made the switch to crossbows and bladed weapons yet. Combat told me about their new tactic of always carrying 5 loaded crossbows in their inventories. I'd bought 10 myself, and, inasmuch as it was possible to guess, left the special bolts for occasions such as this. Though shooting a crossbow did not afford as much pleasure as shooting a longbow, it could always save your bacon in your hour of need.
Uh-huh, who's this I see?
His invisibility activated, Fedya dashed out of the building and towards the gates. The idiot. Even I didn't have it switched on constantly, just turning it off for a few seconds here and there and giving people to know where I was. Wait a second, where was he going? What the hell was he doing running out of the grounds? Without hesitating, I wrote a message to Combat. It would appear Fedya has deserted. Or maybe he got confused about which way the battle was? The reply was momentary. Don't worry, he's gone to test his theory about zombies. We need to know where they're coming from and who's herding them towards us. We think there might be an awful lot of them out there. Gotcha. What a bungler. About 10 meters from him, a ripper stood dead still, well camouflaged behind a mound of corpses, nigh invisible. I began raining down the fire of elven arrows on it. My marksmanship against static targets was spot on, and the first one landed where an eye should theoretically have been, but it didn't kill it. Another 4 arrows to the head put it out of its misery, and it collapsed to the ground, dropping a yellow trinket casket in the process. It had held out pretty well, mind. Wait, the box. Paying no heed to friendly fire, I raced towards it at full tilt, squandering blink after blink. Out of the way, I yelled, barging past a cur that stood by the Ripper's corpse. Oops. I'd gotten a little carried away. The whining mutt went flying and expired in the air. Don't you go coming between me and my reward. I was nearly moved to tears when I picked up the box. It was that long since I'd seen one. In recent times, I'd only received skills for completing tests. I had a strong desire to open it on the spot to see what awaited me inside, and it was only with enormous difficulty that I overcame myself and got back in position without touching it. Back on the wall, I was still smiling contentedly. I was simply delighted with the incursion, and despite all the arrows I'd spent, and the ones I was yet to spend, it had already paid off. Get ready, something's going on down there, said a soldier, pointing at something I struggled to make out. Something was indeed going on down there. The flying zombies had received reinforcements, and were now marching on our base as a quite serious-looking mass. Some of our soldiers activated everything at their disposal in preparation to strike heavily just as soon as the Z's got close enough. I myself had a frozen explosion fitted to my bow. Our first strike came from a soldier with a lightning skill, which killed at least a dozen beasts with a special chain reaction. Lightning? That reminds me. I've got a scepter. I let fly, and the explosion led to the downing of a throng of recently airborne bodies. This I followed with another 2 frozen explosions. Massive horde incoming! Geez, how many were there? Varg, there's a number of zombies advancing from the north, among them archers. I see. When the shit hits the fan, get Varg involved. Exact number unknown. The north it is, then. Inconvenient terrain up there. The soldiers had not yet managed to clear the area, and it was harder to target zombies. There was no way I could fight on both fronts, which meant they would have to figure it out for themselves and play for time. I'll deal with the flyers, I wrote. I would give them the chance to manage by themselves without my help. Transfer people to the northern section. 45 soldiers on their way to you. Not bad. All combat units mobilized. More importantly, keep an eye on my apartment, I reminded him. You never knew. Don't worry. Your apartment is under reliable protection. There was a ton of stuff to worry about, and here was me smiling. How strange. Why did I like these engagements so much? I had nothing to respond with, only arrows, lots of arrows. And as I observed the zombie air raid, I did not cease to shear them around. When they did fly too close for comfort, however, I decided to try my lightning scepter. As soon as I drew it and took aim, I realized too late that I should have carried out a test strike. But we are all wise after the event, as they say, so never mind, I would work with what I had. A mental command, and the scepter flickered with electric blue charges before unleashing a lightning bolt. It happened so quickly I didn't have time to register my surprise, except for the hairs on my arms bristling. My lightning killed 100 flyers in one fell swoop. Easier than I was expecting. Viewed through magic vision, it was a veritable tempest of various energies unleashed by the magic stick. I was also amazed at the damage caused to the flyers. They were approaching in such a dense mass that the lightning created a chain reaction. The wind was blowing in our direction, bearing the aroma of putrid fried flesh. I was very close to barfing, while the soldier covering me from behind could not help but bend double and bring his dinner back up. Now I would have to cover him. I swapped my scepter for my bow and shot down a beast flying at him. On your feet, soldier, I ordered, chivyingly. If you feel like throwing up again, go hide in one of the towers, otherwise you'll get eaten. I'm fine, he said, straightening up and wiping his mouth on his sleeve. Now that was sang-froid. He needed very little time to get a grip and was soon shooting zombies again. Checking everything was in order at the rear, I turned back to the main problem at hand. My lightning had not killed all of them. Not by a long shot. Chapter 21. We may have been able to put a dent in the flyers' numbers, but they were still coming thick and fast. I had hoped they might change direction after the lightning strike, but no, they continued to stubbornly dive-bomb us. Gritting my teeth, I drew my scepter once more and turned it on those assholes. I only had to fire 3 flashes before I was able to continue with basic arrows. Those that remained alive did not look like a cloud, which meant the efficiency of the lightning had decreased. Using magic vision, I noticed that the head of the scepter had begun to shine brightly, so there might be an explosion on the way. I replaced it in my inventory out of harm's way. We finished off the flyers in half an hour. Not all the soldiers had left the northern sector, and those that were still here continued shooting the flying motherfuckers, which barely gave them time to reload. One guy had been firing for so long, practically without a break, that his machine gun began smoking, something I would never have thought possible. A message from combat. Bad news. Surprise, surprise, when did combat ever have anything positive to say? He might at least write a joke every now and then. Fedya's been out on reconnaissance.
Apparently the zombies are coming from the portals, next to which are people pointing them in our direction. Let me guess, necromancers? I was nearly 100% sure they must be complicit in this. It seems so, but that's not all. Fedya is injured, but he did kill 2 necromancers by the southern portal. And now he says the uncontrolled zombies are not coming our way anymore, but just wandering the streets. Mark all the portals on the map and I'll go close them. I was not made to wait long, and the marks appeared soon, even with descriptions of nearby enemies. As I looked at the map, I noted Fedya was on his way back to base and avoiding zombies. A plan hatched in my head, and I leaped down from the wall. I would kill the necromancers, and the invasion would be over. It was precisely what was required. We shouldn't be spending days killing until we were blue in the face, when it was the cause that needed dealing with. Don't get me wrong, of course I liked all the shooting, but the losses... We may not have occurred any fatalities, but I had definitely seen 10 men injured. My blood ought to help them. On the other hand, there was little that could be done about the losses of ammunition. As I ran, I picked up boxes, lots of boxes. Fedya had neutralized the necromancers responsible for my section, and now the zombies had stopped coming here. I didn't get too carried away with the boxes, however, since I might not make it to the portal in time. Who knew what might happen in that time? A single wall separated our building from the zombies. I would have to propose demolishing more buildings in front of the skyscraper in order to build an additional defensive wall. It would be more dependable, although life would become more difficult for the snipers picking off targets from the skyscraper. I got to the first portal no problem and took up a convenient position on the mansard roof of a cafe, which was closed, for obvious reasons. By the portal stood 5 people in black hoodies. Because they were busy controlling the zombies, they weren't particularly keeping an eye on their surroundings. Even from here, I could see that 2 or 3 of them were stressed and ill-tempered. Yes, well, I realized they were necromancers, but was the cosplay really necessary? If it was, where were the skulls and the staffs decorated with the bones of babies? The necromancers really could command the zombies. When the Z's exited the portal, they froze for a few seconds before moving off in the direction of our base. My magic vision showed me no lines or runes, and that meant they were using a skill. So here was another group with rather a lot of identical skills. One thing I did not understand. Surely I can't have been the only one in the town not to have been urged to sell my soul. The Urda-Osh, the Urus, the Yarn Spinners, and now the Necromancers. Obviously, everyone had very different, but also very strong benefactors, so why had such a miracle passed me by? More than likely, there was no idiot alive who would want to take me under their wing. Not knowing what might happen, I wrote to Combat. I'll try and kill the Necromancers. It should make things easier for you. Be careful, he replied. Of course, what are the options? I drew my bow and considered what kind of arrow to use. The necromancers were surrounded by a protective ring of 10 hulks. Maybe strike them with an undead arrow, I thought, before immediately rejecting the idea because they were still alive. My choice fell on a serrated arrow. I loosed the first one just when one of the necromancers leaned slightly to the side and his head appeared between the torsos of 2 of the hulks. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 15 kilograms. I did not hesitate, and released the arrow with maximum bowstring tension. It flew with a whistle and got him in the neck. Not the most successful shot, I had to admit, and the serrates didn't help since it entered right up to the fletching. How amazing was this elven bow? Seeing his buddy fall, a second necromancer hurried over to help. Only how? Fuck knows. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 12 kilograms. The necromancers were prepared for attack. No doubt the incident with Fedya had not left them indifferent. They soon figured out where I was shooting from, and 10 zombie jumpers hightailed it straight there, while the hulks regrouped into a more solid wall to conceal the remaining necromancers. That said, another one got unlucky when I managed to shoot him while the hulks were still organizing themselves. Incidentally, I now realize they didn't have night vision given all their shouts and attempts to locate me. Machine-like, the jumpers raced over the rooftops in search of me, and the necromancers couldn't understand why they weren't tearing anybody to pieces yet. While they were distracted, I did not waste time in creeping closer. They would not expect such a move from an archer, much less from the rear, where they had loads of zombies. A few blinks later, I was standing behind the necromancers, who were, to all intents and purposes, unprotected. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 1 kilogram. Zowie, who's this small fry? A pacifist necromancer? Why such a stingy reward? It occurred to me they died too easily, so I drew a crystal-tipped arrow. They would have to suffer a tad for organizing an attack on us. Shoot, the zombies were getting in the way now. As soon as I killed 3 necromancers, their zombie puppets desisted their marching on the spot. Waiting for the right moment, I launched an arrow, which missed its target and came within millimeters of a zombie cheek. Fuck. Oh! Screamed a human, like a wounded walrus. The arrow did not enter his spine as planned, instead striking his backside and causing unimaginable pain. He squealed like a stuck pig and began pulling at the hoodie of another survivor, badgering him for a healing potion. I wondered how he figured that was going to help when the shards were already inside him. The last necromancer standing turned out to be the smartest, but maybe he was also a coward. He turned around and saw he was alone before unhesitatingly shoving a wounded comrade aside and sprinting for the portal. "Not so fast, cowardy custard," I whispered to myself with a smile. The sandy arrow flew after him like a zippy little bird. Unfortunately, it only struck the hulk's thigh. The sneaky little shit found time to react and erect a barrier of zombies in front of him. The moment was lost and he managed to escape, while all I managed to do was place my mark on him, which instantly sent a wave of weakness through my body. How unpleasant all these marks were. The moment he entered the portal, the zombies lost their self-control and transformed back into stupid, bloodthirsty beasts. Under the yoke no longer, they threw themselves on the injured necromancer and began ripping him to shreds. Although he actually died before they could kill him, riddled by a dozen needles from archer zombies. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 21 kilograms. All the same, there were lots of strong zombies around. It was probably not worth leaving them like this, although their complete annihilation would use up quite a lot of time. Invisible, I approached the bodies and checked them for the presence of grimoires or anything else of interest. Zilch. Bummer. The low-life necromancers vented their spleen by kicking one of the bodies, by pure coincidence the one who had provided me just 1 kilogram. You deserve it, you fucker. Then I had another idea, but I didn't know whether it would work. I ran to a safe distance and calculated the most convenient position from which to conduct my retributory attack on the zombies. Taking an old mechanical alarm clock from my inventory, I wound it up and lobbed it into a crowd of zombies, then waited for it to ring. That it might get broken did not concern me. It had been manufactured in a country that was incapable of making low-quality products, and such a minor fall would not damage it. As expected, the alarm clock attracted a significant number of Z's, and with a clear conscience, I launched 3 fiery explosions into the throng before running off to the next portal. There were too many zombies gathered there to ignore. They needed to be dealt with before they became a problem for our soldiers, whereas the portal after that wasn't even there. Had the bastards fled? Fedya couldn't have been mistaken, and there were lots of strong zombies here. There were 30 scent hounds alone, eating the corpses littered about the place. As it transpired, they lost 2 squads and decided to retreat. How disappointing, just as I was preparing to punish them. Following the fail with the portals, I returned to base and helped everyone finish off the rest of the zombies. Then I helped gather up all the trophies, of which a fair number were mine. I didn't take the piss too much, allowing the soldiers to collect a few boxes for themselves. After that, there was nothing to do, so I went home to placate the girls before taking a bath. The stink of the freaking zombies was becoming worse with every passing day. I wasn't tired. A decent fight was just the thing to banish the Sandman. The ladies couldn't sleep either, after worrying about me for so long, but they packed the children off to bed because, oh, wonder of wonders, nobody had canceled school yet, even on days such as these. The girls laid the table, and I ate everything within my reach. Blinks and marks helped me build up one hell of an appetite, and I was surprised to be able to fit it all in. Then we sat chatting for a while, until I noticed Polina yawning, at which point I sent her to bed. There was no point torturing yourself. Not everyone had high endurance and a high level. Thinking of which, I would have to take them out hunting again to level them up. After they left, I tended to my bow, giving it a good rub down and checking it for damage. The elves were the bow meisters, no question. It was still in ideal condition, as though straight from the shop window. Were it not for my fingers hurting from the constant grazing effect of the bowstring, everything would be just perfect. But that was a minor inconvenience, and I would just have to earn myself a higher level. I dreaded to think where the system might send me next. I could not get those damn snakes out of my head, and they continued their horrible derisory hissings. After my bow, I turned my attention to the rest of my equipment, checking my hammer and armor. Polina washed my boots, and now I had a spare high-level pair. I came to the conclusion that armor was of little use when compared with skills or weapons. I could easily make do without them, but still fresh in my memory was the time when my arm pads had saved me from zombie strikes. Perhaps they would come in handy again in the future. But there wasn't much of a choice anyway. Deep down inside, I dreamed of items with magic abilities. I did not believe there was no super armor which could keep you warm or cool as appropriate. Or boots which didn't rub your feet and were superbly ventilated. Done with this routine business, I realized my blood was still boiling and I couldn't sit still. So I decided to pay the little people another flying visit. I reckoned on going in the evening, but I sensed it might be more exciting at night. I understood this from the travels of the last surviving necromancer. In the last 2 hours, he'd visited 3 towns, which on my map were covered over with a black film. I was seriously fucking grateful to him for his survival, thanks to which I gleaned new info concerning the opportunities provided by marks. When somebody bearing my mark moved somewhere that was closed to me, that place would open. As a result, I could now see dozens of streets in an unfamiliar town. I should have realized it earlier, since there were marks on many hunters, but I hadn't paid it any attention before. There was always something on my mind, and somehow I never found time for the important things. The midgets had made good progress. I was shocked to look at the map and see that several of my marks were now several streets away from their town. At this rate, they would soon be kings of the underground world. If no one stopped them, that is. Me, for example. This time, it was harder to get to the square where their fort stood. There were hordes of zombies on the street, nearly as many as in the first few days of the apocalypse. Only these were stronger and more roguish, and so I was forced to distract myself with clearing the impassable streets. Freaking hulks, they used up so many arrows, and all it did was make them angry enough to start wrecking everything in sight. One nearly crushed me with a car, but I was lucky to blink out of the missile's flight path. Where did it get all its strength? It needed to get involved in an arm wrestle with Clubfoot. Fuck, I swore when I saw the madness. The walls of the fortress had become thicker and higher, and a second layer of protection was being built, along with foundations for towers. Had they been building all night? And were we the only ones in this freaking town being attacked by the zombies? Hey, system, tell your zombies we're not the only ones living in this town. Shoot, it was so unfair. If they were going to keep developing at this rate, the zombies would soon cease to be our main problem. And it wasn't as if they'd wiped out all the zombies. The closer I got, the better I saw just how many of them there were. They probably procreated like rabbits and dispatched their newborns straight here. When I reached the new wall they'd just begun, I overheard an interesting conversation. I told you to volunteer for construction detail, said a workman to a young soldier as he fussed over a newly laid brick. Life would be much more relaxed. The lad with the spear screwed up his face. How was I to know Arsmir would order me to whip the voivode? He absolutely deserved that thrashing, another Shiketsi, with a long gray beard, piped up, butting into the conversation. When the idea was conceived to allow an enemy into our territory to rob our stores, in my day the whole guilty clan would have been sliced up for that. They say it was the same phantom that attacked us the day our new comrades in arms arrived. Our servant will be here soon, and order will be restored everywhere. The lad's opinion of this Irvin was very enthusiastic. I even became interested in seeing him. Then we'll really be able to show what we can do with reliable support behind us. You'll show what you can do, all right. You can count on it. I didn't bother listening anymore and continued on my way. All was peace and quiet in the metro. I realized what an important thing magic vision was, because it enabled me to spot and avoid magic lines newly appeared on the floor and walls. Also, I decided to organize some dark for the new locals by collecting all the wall torches on the way to the town. Evaluation. Ildris crystal. Important note. This crystal grows in deep caves in the native lands of the Shiketsi and is enormously valuable. The lifespan of the crystal varies from 1 to 10 years. The more vibrant the color of the crystal, the longer and brighter it will shine. All the crystals were of a similar blue color, with minor differences in hue. They were fixed to the walls very firmly indeed, but, as the saying goes, it is easier to destroy than to create. And with a bit of brute force, the mountings came away easily. Fuck knows what outage they're talking about, but we've got to check anyway, came a voice echoing down the tunnel. That meant I had actually done something, and perhaps the crystal was under control, so they sent a couple of folks out to check. At that moment, I happened to be wrenching another torch from the wall. Geez, no peace for the wicked, huh? I dropped what I was doing and drew my bow to greet the guests. When they turned out to be 2 humans, I was ready for them, and also a bit bored, even though I hadn't been waiting that long. Where's the light? Asked one of them, just before taking an elven arrow to the head. The second scarcely had time to open his mouth in response before he took receipt of an identical arrow, only this time to the eye. The distance between us was just shy of 100 meters. I wonder, does that mean I got a squirrel in the eye? They're tiny too. It was a bit early to advertise my presence, so I hid their bodies in my inventory because, it had the capacity to do that now. My stroll into town took approximately half an hour, and on the way I collected all the crystals except those that were too close to populated areas. Once in the center, I scrutinized every shadow. They must surely have taken measures against me, yet I discovered nothing that posed any danger. Searching for booby traps, I found a cemetery. In a freshly dug patch of land approximately 20 meters by 30 lay the mangled remains of zombies, upwards at 300 at a guess. When are they going to open the portal? The stench of this fertilizer is doing my head in, said someone small. So little zombies were known as fertilizer, were they? You're doing my head in with all your whinging, replied his older colleague, clipping him around the ear. This fertilizer will provide our people with fertile soil for 100 years to come. I'm not saying I am against it, backtracked the younger one. It's just that the portal's being held up and we've got to hang around here. Youth and stupidity are frequent bedfellows, said the older Shiketsi. To them, people were also fertilizer. They had come to this world for one thing and one thing only, to empty it of anything that might be of use to their people. That was the last straw. Their greed, more than my common sense could handle. The die was cast, but first, I would pay a visit to the armory. The barracks were overcrowded today. Lots of folk had been herded out to patrol the streets, and by the entrance to the armory stood 6 little people, who were afraid to breathe, never mind move. So then let's play. I drew 2 daggers and anointed them with poison. Then I swooped on them using blink and began dishing out tiny cuts. 4 were struck down instantly and fell into convulsions on the ground. Their resistance to the poison was even worse than the earthlings, no doubt due to their miniature stature. Either that or the poison was highly concentrated. The other 2 jumped aside and were preparing to scream blue murder, but I blinked up close to them and drew a single continuous slash across both their necks. Or at least what I took for their necks. They looked comical from the side. Their necks were actually substantially lower than the others. Plus, they were also sitting down, and thus they died from cuts to the forehead. Even their helmets didn't help when the daggers left little, though fatal, marks. Inside the building, the weapons were no longer stacked on their racks, but carefully packed away in small wooden crates. How strange. Nearly everything of theirs was made of stone, yet the crates were wooden. Did they really value their weapons so highly, or was it too much hassle to drag stone crates around? I'd sure like to see them carrying stone crates. 2 minutes later, the store was cleaned out, and now came the most interesting part. They say that if you have an infestation of rodents in your house, the only thing to do is poison them. So, how are these Shiketsi any different from rodents, huh? They had come to rob my town exclusively for their own gain. So they weren't that much different from me, really, for I also thought mostly about myself. They were nothing but an experiment which would make me stronger, and it was time to do away with them. So with that in mind, I fitted a snowstorm amok arrow to my bow. Chapter 22. I fired my first arrow into the tallest building, the town hall, where it exploded and began to spread the snowy forces of nature. The second was launched towards the barracks, where a horn was already being sounded in notification of an unexpected attack. "Goodbye, Shiketsi," I said for all to hear, before about-facing and marching away. I walked unhurriedly, listening to the death howls and not looking back. In an enclosed space, these arrows were a deadly weapon. I spent my last 2 on the little people and regretted nothing. I hoped that if anyone was lucky enough to survive this wintry meat grinder, it would serve as a lesson to them. There were too many potential problems to be caused by them in the future, and I didn't care much for problems, or for running around the underground looking for them. It would be a shame to lose the opportunities for robbery, and many of the buildings I had yet to visit. The administration building, for instance, where there definitely had to be something of value, and the smithy, from where I could hear the blacksmith whacking his enormous hammer against the anvil, and where I saw stores of various metals. Splat! A hammer strike sent a midget flying into a wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks on it. What on earth was he doing running to the underground town? That's right, they run as well. What is wrong with these people? They won't give you any peace to think. You have gained level 26. Your body has become stronger. Your bones are now twice as strong. I chalked up lots of kills today, yet no satisfaction, as none of the fights led to extreme exhaustion or new horizons. Nothing more than basic genocide, although that was necessary too. The only positive was that no women or children got killed. If they didn't take the hint that they weren't welcome around here, then I would ask the system to send me to the home of the Shiketsi, where I would show them what was what. In the meantime, the patter of feet and the chunter of voices drew ever nearer, and an icy chill blew at my back, making me shudder. Bow in hand, I bowled along. Since I'd accepted the job, I would work as effectively as possible to annihilate the enemy. The first 2 had no idea what killed them, but the remainder quickly guessed who'd killed their friends and began casting spells on me. One even threw a spear. Get it? A spear at an indivisible. What was going on in his head? Moreover, how did he manage to hit me? I was lost for words. I blinked away from the magic and appeared in a new place at just the moment when the spear arrived and made contact with my leg. Fuck. I clenched my teeth, not from the pain, but from the affront. The same leg struck again. The spear scraped at an angle and cut my trouser leg and skin, narrowly avoiding the flesh. Now they were definitely fucked. The thrower was already grasping at his balls and trying to remove an arrow from his groin. Although it wouldn't help because the arrow was a crystal one, and he was already riddled with glass shards. In my considered opinion, the Metro was an inconvenient venue for a battle. I found myself firing nonstop and constantly retreating. Then the Magi appeared, the devil take them. Some had barriers that deflected my arrows with ease. Another shot at the head of a Magus. Another arrow rebounded off his barrier at an angle. Luckily, there was a midget in the way who was now grasping at his eye. Right, I've had enough of this, I screamed inwardly as I drew an airstrike arrow. However, there was one meddlesome Magus who just would not give me time for a breather. It occurred to me that my invisibility had weakened since my injury, and I could now be seen. The bastard Magus still refused to surrender and released another 2 jets of fire, which I dodged by somersaulting away. What the freak was going on here? The bastard wouldn't let me get a decent shot off. And then there was the fucking fire, which burned even rock. How the hell was it so hardcore? I waited for him to discharge another fire jet, while he likewise was waiting for me to act. Clever fucker. On the other hand, his friends weren't waiting for anything, instead trying to pummel me with crossbow bolts, compelling me to bound like a hare and use blink to evade them. Screw it, I'm sick of this, I thought, about turning and sprinting away. Definitely the last thing they were expecting of me. As I ran, I turned back a couple of times to check on the Magus to see that he himself was not on my tail, having ordered a bunch of midgets to give chase. But of course, no mercy for the meat. I rounded a corner and lay in wait for them. They somehow didn't appear to be rushing, probably trying to guess where I'd gone. Shoot, there was no point in retreating further, as my trail had already gone cold. Now then, vision enabled me to see one of them leaning against the wall in preparation to take a peek around the corner. My bowstring was taut and similarly at the ready. His head appeared for a brief moment before flying away, inertia dragging his body behind it. Subsequent events followed in a wild and bloodied cascade which saw me shooting, cutting, and dealing hammer blows. 30 men down, and a bolt protruding from my shoulder. At last they had found a way to get me. It was for this reason that I didn't fight in enclosed spaces. Too great were the chances of being injured or worse. Had they had firearms, I would not have engaged. Such was the way with anarchists. I would have sliced them all up long ago were it not for them immediately going on the defensive, an area where I had little strength. Still, the Magus didn't show his face. No doubt he was waiting for a new batch of little people, or news from this lot. Their attitude to life astounded me, the way they were prepared to sacrifice their own without compunction. That said, anyone with a high status who valued their own life would not join in an attack. I would have been surprised if he hadn't already scarpered from the corridor, which, it transpired, was the case. I'm here, and you're not. Where have you gone? Cough, cough. Fuckery, way too smoky here. I decided not to hang around and made for the exit to see what they had in store for me. On the way, I came across a number of squads, but I let them pass without picking a fight with them. Let them run. What's it to me? I've had my fill of rumbles for one day. Although one 5-man squad did strike it unlucky, but that was chiefly down to their numbers, as well as the presence of a Magus in a long, loose robe. I didn't shoot him, instead making do with a hefty hammer strike, which, not unusually, flattened him. The remainder I sliced up. Accuracy of hammer blow was essential here if you wanted to avoid twatting anything you didn't want to. I did not enjoy locking horns in places like this. While there was time, I poured 2 bottles of healing potion down my throat. Regeneration was a good thing, and regaining my previous form was vital. A significant number of enemy lay in wait for me out in the street. Pity they couldn't see me. The Magi, however, knew their stuff, and had thrown a bizarre net over the metro entrance. I had no clue what might happen should I touch it, and their only miscalculation was that it left a gap over the top of the entrance. And so, 3 easy blinks later, I was standing to the rear of the rear guard, whose eyes were trained down the sights of their crossbows in search of me. "I think I heard something," said one of them, paranoia beginning to creep in. "Silence!" a senior officer shouted, listening out intently before soon violating his own command. "Dispatch another 3 squads." "A bit early, don't you think? We still haven't heard from the last lot," one of the Shiketsi said, attempting to talk him out of it. "Do it!" The commander was unshakable and gripped his crossbow all the harder. Incidentally, his crossbow was different from everyone else's, flickering with magic like a sparkler. Oh, how I would not want to field a bolt from that thing. I was just preparing to make myself scarce when a portal opened up in front of my very eyes. "Combat formation," the officer roared, charging ahead. Shoot, only a second ago I'd wanted to go home. Now I didn't. I was dying to know what had happened of such importance as to make him run hither and thither like he'd been stung in the butt. Some of the little people monitored the portal entrance, while others formed up into even ranks in front of it. Nothing of interest happened, the portal ticking along calmly, and I began to think it was a false alarm. But a minute later, everything changed when the portal started vibrating and radiating a magic aura. Then from it came a tall and fervently striding Shiketsi, 1.30 meters in height and all wrapped up in metal armor. An axe hung behind his back, and from his waist a long sword that nearly dragged on the ground. But much more of a picture than his equipment was his face, which, crisscrossed with scars and bearing a tenacious, forbidding, and willful stare, was just like combat's. Apparently the heavy artillery had arrived. "I am pleased to see you, Ars Irvin," said the commander, running up and bowing low before the Shiketsi. "I trust your journey was not a hard one, Voivode." The response was a mere grunt and a swift once-over of those gathered. Then he spoke. "Is that all you have achieved in the time you've had?" This was followed by a reproachful shake of the head and a stroking of his sword handle. "For such pitiful results, you should be sent to clean the mushroom house for 30 years, or even better, to defend the Actium Rim." A real tough guy, this one. "I beg your forgiveness, Voivode," the commander said, repeating his bow. "But we are subject to constant attack here, even when the enemy is ensconced in the palaces of the underground town. We have lost contact with the town. It has probably been cut off by the enemy." Oh, he doesn't know how right he is. He obviously wanted to parry the blow and pass it on to me. "That is vexing to hear," said the Voivode, his eyes twinkling his anger. "My squad will be along soon. Greet them befittingly. But for now, assign me a guide, and I will look for and kill the rat I've been told about." Rat, huh? So cavalier and self-assured was he to look at, but a mere 1.30 meters, of which at least 5 centimeters were made up by the magnificent ponytail on his head. I don't know what moved me to such a notion, but I was upset for the rat, and an instant plan hatched in my head. It was a perfect plan, and I tried not to imagine what might happen if I couldn't pull it off. "Why go looking for me when I'm right here?" I asked, stepping nonchalantly out of invisibility. "In that case, fare thee well." My bowstring had been drawn all along, and just as soon as I'd spoken, I let fly with an airstrike arrow. Naturally, he had time to react and was immediately enclosed in a transparent bubble, just like those of the Magi. The arrow struck the bubble, and what happened next fucked with the heads of everyone present. Like a cork from a bottle, Ars Irvin was jettisoned from this world right back to his own via the open portal. "You may be a great Voivode, but to me, you will always be a tiny Shiketsi." Wasting no time, I blinked over to the commander of the fort and grabbed the crossbow hanging by its strap from his back. Then I skedaddled, using blinks, lots of blinks. I ran so fast they could not catch me, although bolts and curses flew all around. I hoped Irvin enjoyed his flight. Personally, for me, it was etched onto my soul, the flight of a wounded hummingbird. Now my only destination was the base. However, I had not gone 3 streets before my gaze fell upon an interesting picture. 4 Shiketsi, trying to fend off a group of zombies that had them cornered. All 4 zombies were tall, so driving them back was hard, and there was no way the Shiketsi could reload their crossbows quickly enough. I couldn't just walk on by, so I decided to join in the jollity, blinking high onto a small balcony and thwacking a sandy arrow into the leg of one of the midgets. He squealed and let his guard down, prompting the zombies to throw themselves upon him. The remaining 3 held out, but not for long, and soon another one fell prey to the zombies' gnashers, leaving approximately 24 Z's against just 2 little uns. One of them went apeshit and launched himself at a zombie, successfully managing to get a grip on its head, while the other raised his arm and released something that looked like air blades, which swiftly relieved the zombie of half its height. So that's how it is. One of them is a magus, but he's all out of mana. They were playing for time so that he had enough for his spell. And here was me killing one of the midgets. Everything went tits up after that. In the end, only 2 were left alive, 1 magus and a regular soldier. I drew my bow and fired. The sole remaining survivor was the soldier, who was currently crawling hard to escape the slashed-up zombies. I joined him on the ground and finished off the few remaining Z's before taking him out with a single kick to the jaw. I am now in possession of a prisoner who will surely share some essential information with us, I thought, smiling my delight at such good fortune. I was about to sling him over my shoulder and haul him home, when from somewhere close by came the sudden sound of shots and explosions. Damn, what am I going to do with you? I asked myself. With him on my shoulder, I couldn't use blink, not to mention invisibility. And no way was this reinforcements for us. The gunfire meant it wasn't our guys. To ditch him or not to ditch him, that was the question. I was tired and had no idea how many and of whom had arrived. I thought for a brief moment, before my gaze fell upon a dumpster, and an idea was born, all by itself, in my head. I handcuffed the midget. Then I realized how dumb it looked, and that his midget hands would slip out effortlessly. Fine, plan B. I've still got those clamps. I clamped his hands and feet, so he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, and just to make sure he wasn't preyed on by a stray zombie, I dropped him in the dumpster and shut the lid. Then I clamped the lid down so tight he wouldn't be able to open it. The main thing was that the zombies shouldn't get a whiff of him. I ran towards the explosions and the column of smoke. Otherwise, I would miss out on all the fun. As it happened, the Z's were also wending their way there. But funniest of all were the 10 meatballs rolling around at the zombies' feet. I could have gotten a better look at them in the daylight. They rolled along on account of the contraction of their muscles, and it was not a pretty picture. Bottleneck. Never mind, I'll use the rooftops. Again, I found myself having to spend energy. How hard it was to blink for transportation. It guzzled so much energy. And then there were the marks I was placing left, right, and center. Speaking of marks, I noticed the little ones had become very active. Geez, and their big boss man had survived and returned and was now pacing around the fort in not the most receptive of moods. A short run over the rooftops, including one near slip when a roof tile went from beneath my foot, and I was in position. Up ahead were 20 men, some of whom I even recognized. Anarchy. It was definitely them, their mugs all deranged. Most likely they'd been attracted by the noise and run into trouble. Right now, an enormous, squealing arachnid that had attacked them was being riddled with missiles and skills alike. Dear Diary, where did they get all the weapons in this town? I can't believe it all came from boxes. How is it that everyone I meet has reserves of ammunition that would make John Rambo jealous? Some of them were changing, one after another, magazines from their inventories. The meatballs stopped, and the humans now turned on them. But when they caught sight of food, they accelerated and paid no heed to the gunshots. One of the humans sprinted into a building to take up a new position. It was his last mistake. After watching the humans and the meatballs grapple for a short time, I followed him into the house and crept up close to him. Obviously a sniper, he'd ensconced himself at a window and was picking off distant targets with a rifle, and had already taken down 2 jumpers approaching us at speed. Quietly I approached, and easily I slipped a needle into his neck and left it there. I wanted to wait, but he died almost straight away and collapsed onto the windowsill. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 32 kilograms. Hey, is that even legal? How many kills did he have? Clearly no pacifist, this one. That's what we'll write. I don't like snipers. His death had so far gone unnoticed, and his rifle found its way into my inventory, as did the loaded magazines he dropped onto the windowsill. He had nothing more of interest. For the sake of good order, I rummaged through his pockets, although it was something I very seldom did. Who in their right mind kept things in their pockets when they had a perfectly good inventory? Work that beast over already. Where's Church? Why isn't he firing? Asked a croaky voice down on the street. Church. Evaluation. Name: Vitaly Chershov. Status: dead. By all appearances, Church was done shooting. I looked out of the window and saw what all the ruckus was about. Standing at the window of the house opposite, a zombie archer had shot an anarchist. He'd found such an advantageous position that they couldn't get a decent strike on him. Only one arm stuck out, and I was clueless how he could possibly take aim. He'd shot the guy in the leg, and his victim was now yelling and rolling around on the floor in pain. I did not envy him the 30-centimeter spike jutting from his thigh. Crack. Suddenly, the commander pointed his pistol at the injured man and pulled the trigger. A practical fellow, in my book. Why lose inventory if he wasn't one of the living anyway? It wasn't as though it would be surplus to requirements for him. With only the archer zombie to hinder them, the anarchists gradually took the upper hand, dispatching 2 of their people to deal with it. Excellent idea. I might just join them. He's up on 3, and he may have company. Be careful, one warned. My barrier will deflect a couple of strikes. What a cocksure young man, and such an amusing haircut. Did he fall asleep in front of a lawnmower? I gave the whole house a close inspection. The Z's here were indeed different, but there were few enough of them. The humans wandered lazily in and plunged their swords into them as they came out to meet them. So I decided to join in the second floor action. No surprises there, then. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 8 kilograms. An elven arrow slipped in through the armpit gap of the senior man's armor and buried itself in his heart. His corpse had not yet hit the deck, but I was already standing behind his junior and gagging him with my hand as I drove my dagger into his chest. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 8 kilograms. Too few anarchists remained on the street to put up a worthy resistance, and the zombie archer was not alone in shooting at them, so everything was over in good time. As a result, my inventory grew by 80 kilograms, which was quite a turnout for the books. Perhaps I would soon reach 100 tons and be able to clear enemy bases, leaving only the bare walls. Out of the blue, a message from combat. Varg, you haven't been up to no good today, have you? Were the anarchists complaining about me again? Most unsportsmanlike. In case you'd forgotten, we are fighting alongside you, you know, I thought to myself. I replied, how come it's always blame Varg? We've got almost 800 people. How does it get to be Varg every time? Attack was the best form of defense. Are you trying to say that the system notification I received to the effect that certain Shikatsi have declared our group mortal enemies is incorrect? Maybe. You never know. I replied vaguely, simultaneously wondering what all this might snowball into. Varg, you did visit the Shiketsi, didn't you? Hilarious. He was getting to the root of the matter. Tell me, what can you possibly have done for us to be declared the mortal enemies of an entire people? The entire council is sitting here wondering, and we can't think of anything. Have you kidnapped the king or something? Deflowered the princess, both together? Surely you can't have killed them all. Oops. Of course I couldn't. Who do you take me for? You never knew it might work. For Christ's sake, how?
Chapter 23. Life equals pain. I lay in the jacuzzi, drinking a collection wine and reflecting on how life was basically unfair. I'd done everything superbly today. I had destroyed an entire underground town, learned a new language, and killed a pair of anarchists, earning from them a none too shabby inventory extension. Things are looking up, I thought, right up until the moment I went back to check on my captive. That degenerate had regained consciousness, bitten off his own tongue, and choked on his own blood. What a twat to kill himself to avoid being taken prisoner. Whence such fanatical fidelity? How could you fight with people prepared to die in droves for the cause? And their cause, if I understood correctly, was the flourishing of their people. They lived in such a dreadful world that their brains had been well and truly washed. Were it not for the conversation with combat and the time spent on the meeting, everything would have turned out most unfortunately. As it was, I'd at least had a rollicking time, judging by the astonished faces resulting from my tale. Fedya, wounded, all wound up in bandages, and cursing like a trooper, danced a very amusing jig. It really was something else. But I was not about to lose heart, not just yet. Not while I still had a skill casket, which I was deliberately not going to open until such time as I found myself in a comfortable environment. Come to Daddy, my dear, I whispered with a smile as I took out the trinket casket. A mental command opened it, producing a yellow glow, which then faded, enabling me to see a book card. I was about to discover whether I'd won a mind-boggling bonus, or yet another skill that would lie idle in my inventory. You receive skill card, Uzi, level 3. The Uzi skill is a magic skill that produces energy strands capable of tying themselves around a target. The skill may be used against living or non-living targets alike. Important note, Uzi has no expiration date. However, they can be torn or cut if sufficient force is applied. Important note, the skill works most effectively if powered by mana. Since you have no mana, it will use your internal energy. Your energy consumption has increased. Important note, this is a rare skill for this world. Something's changed. After I'd unwrapped the book and swallowed it, my knowledge of the skill was at the minimum level for working with it. In the past, knowledge was either not dispensed at all or existed in extremely small amounts. What the hell have I been given here? I summoned Uzi to my right hand, and in the air materialized a dimly glowing yellow strand of energy, which proceeded to entwine itself very tightly around my arm. Another mental command and it was gone. I summoned it back and everything repeated just the same. I tried to pull it apart with my other hand. It was soft to the touch, yet not pliable. Not rubber, that's for sure. Just a drop more elbow grease and... It snapped. Excellent, just what I needed, a snappable rope. Bummer. Polina, break out the cake. As a result, I spent the next 2 hours training and trying to imagine how the skill might be used. If it was level 10, it could be employed to kill people, but as it was, being worn as a tight collar was pretty much its limit. Unfortunately, it consumed an awful lot of my internal energy. At this rate, I might be able to activate all my skills in a battle, but I would be leaving myself powerless. Why didn't I have any freaking mana? In what way wasn't I a magus? Never mind, we'll work it out. It could be worse.
Right now, with all current business taken care of, I could get some shut-eye. At first, sleep was reluctant to come, which hinted at my stamina, but when it came, it came. I perceived myself standing on a high mountain. Fine yellow sand beneath my feet, deserts and magnificent canyons all around. A strange sensation. My body was mine, yet I could not control it. It was definitely a dream, but a very realistic dream, in which I could smell smells and feel the burning sun, making me want to hide in the shade. My body turned slowly around, and I realized something wasn't quite right. In the distance, I spotted a town on fire, and my nostrils were struck by the smell of burning, predominantly burning flesh. I understood nothing, but I continued to watch the flame-enshrouded town. It began to move closer to me. Or maybe not. It was merely my incredible vision expanding the picture so I could see it in detail. No outer walls, just houses, lots of houses. And people being burned alive. It was as though the fire was alive, indiscriminately hunting and wolfing down anything that moved. Then suddenly my hearing switched on and I heard shouts, moans, wails, and even prayers. People were kneeling. Burning people were kneeling and offering up frantic supplications. I grimaced at the spectacle. Why pray? Who's going to help you if you don't want to help yourselves? Stand up and save yourselves. Extinguish the fire. Fight it. Do something, anything. The cries were followed by laughter. Laughter that came not from the town, but from everywhere at once. Space itself was laughing trills of jangly laughter tinged with notes of lunacy. And chillingly, it was female laughter. I did not know how much time had passed, but I grew used to the picture. A simple picture of strangers burning in a fire, a situation in which I could change nothing. It might even have been an insane game being played out by my imagination. Who knows? I hoped I hadn't fallen into a trap set by a mentalist playing games with my brain or even my body. I did, after all, have protection against such shenanigans. It was all very bizarre. The laughter showed no sign of abating. The people in the town continued to burn, and my only thoughts were of how long I would be here and when I would be fed. Perhaps the midgets had cursed me? I'd destroyed their town, so now I had to watch the show. The worst thing was the laughter, which penetrated the depths of my soul. But I saw no point in being concerned or frightened since I couldn't do anything anyway. And I didn't even realize when it was all over. I was simply blanketed in fog. And when I awoke, I was in my bed, with my alarm clock ringing loudly on the nightstand. The only thing I could hear at the very brink of consciousness was a female voice saying, "He regretted his actions. Do you have room for regret in your heart?" The things you see in dreams, huh? It was a mystery to me who was supposed to be regretting what, and it wasn't just him, but the whole dream that was a mystery. There must have been some reason for it, but if the system was trying to get through to my conscience, then it was wasting its time. I jerked myself upright and swept the apartment using vision. Nothing suspicious, no one unauthorized. Then I opened my system messages to find there weren't any. If it isn't the system playing games, then who is it? Is there something you're not telling me, system? Who showed me that movie, for instance? I wrote. You never knew, I might get a reply. My hopes weren't high, but blow me if it didn't respond, there and then. And quite some response, too. This information will cost you 1,000 blue boxes. Important note. This knowledge may come with consequences. Without having taken a single step, I sat right back down on the bed. Thank you, but if it's all the same with you, I'll decline. And here's me thinking nothing would surprise me. Correct decision. My dream must have violated my psyche, for I imagined the system's response to be normal. It was my imagination, wasn't it? I sat for a while and recovered my senses, before shrugging and going to the kitchen to find myself some food. A sleepless night lay ahead. Nighttime. Cool, fresh air, brightly shining moon. and just the odd zombie to breach the idyll of a perfect night. It was with good reason that I'd slept during the day. No sooner had I returned than combat informed me of a group decision to set up ambushes in those places where the portals had appeared. They were convinced the incursions would repeat, and I wanted to launch surprise attacks on the enemy in locations where we would have the upper hand. "Are you sure you haven't changed your mind? You are coming with us, aren't you?" Combat asked, approaching me from behind. "When did I ever pass up an interesting spot of bother?" I replied, raising a surprised eyebrow and smiling. "The real question is, how did you manage to leave your lair?" It was true, his desire to join us had come as quite a shock. "I need to unwind. The walls in there are closing in on me, and I want to see what's happening out there with my own eyes, not just hear reports and look at photographs." I had sometimes gotten the impression that he'd actually become a part of his office and physically unable to leave it. "I've been telling you for ages you should get out for some fresh air. There are plenty of people here who can take care of business for you." He really had gathered a whole cadre of folks that beavered away tirelessly. "You take everything on yourself. You should take my example." Combat's voice faltered at the suggestion. "Take your example?" He shook his head and gave me a strange look. "If I did that, where would we bury all our enemies?" We both burst out laughing. I remembered saying the same thing. "If you want peace, prepare for war." "Too true. And we are prepared." Combat continued his perambulation, while I stayed to keep an eye on the neighborhood, or in other words, chill. I sat there doing nothing but relaxing. Just 5 groups were out on the sortie, 1 per portal location, and another in reserve in case of emergency. The base remained protected, meaning all our forces were currently mobilized, even those that hadn't completed their training. Everything happened suddenly, just when we thought the danger had passed. At 5 a.m, without fanfare or fuss, the first portal opened in my location. Then messages from the other squads came flooding in. So they were right. I hadn't been convinced the necromancers would dare to launch a second intrusion, but that is undoubtedly what was happening right now. And somehow, I didn't like it. "Combat, this portal is twice as big as it was yesterday." I wrote a quick message and drew my bow. Instead of waiting for a reply, I whacked a fiery explosion arrow into the portal, swiftly followed by an airstrike and 3 ruptures. Since the portal was so big, it meant the beast or beasts likewise had to be massive. I had no desire to wait for them, deciding instead to be proactive. 20 seconds passed with nothing emerging from the portal. Surely I hadn't done anything stupid and exposed us. In any case, it was better if they didn't show themselves. It had been a hard day as it was, and I wasn't fully recovered from the freaking marks and blinks which had drained all my strength. "Varg, our portal is 2x2. Excellent news. It was just me who'd gotten lucky. "And the other squads say theirs are also the same as before." Freaking fantastic. It's like they sensed the hottest spot and opened a bigger portal here. Not to worry, we'll cope. You just make sure you don't let them break through our defenses. The minutes ticked by unbelievably slowly as nothing continued to happen. The enemy was in no hurry to exit the portal. Are they trying to frighten us or something? "Combat, is it all quiet on your front too?" I asked. I needed to know the state of play in the other locations. Pity he'd just left to check up on Shatun's squad. "I can't talk now. Too many zombies. But we're managing for now." That was all clear then. He was up to his ears in a brawl. The old man had gotten what he wanted. "Maybe I should come and help you?" I could not afford to lose Combat. No way. It was his iron will that kept the whole group together. If he was felled, I would have to find more time for the group so it didn't disintegrate. I would not abandon it, come what may. Never once had I regretted joining it. I had undertaken so many tasks meant for members of the group, and slept well and in safety for so many nights. Keep Combat alive at all costs. If anything happens to him, knock him out and remove him from the battlefield. He's smart, but you can't be sure he won't get carried away. I reckoned Shatan would understand and not indulge combat.
It will be done.
Another few minutes passed by in the same silence. How fucking long can this go on for? I was beginning to lose it, so I produced another arrow, only this time a frozen explosion. I drew the string and unleashed it right into the portal. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 15 kilograms. Hell yeah. I gave a quiet shout and a little skip of joy. I did it. Bullseye. Are you going to show your faces or what? And so they showed their faces. Fuck. The new Pokémons came flying from the portal like a spray of machine gun bullets and headed straight for the humans. Tall, muscular, legs bent, flimsy yet flexible bodies, thin but flexible arms that bent to an unnatural angle as they ran. And they ran very fast. At first I didn't notice their fingers, which were most bizarre. Their left hands bore little sharp razor-like blades, while the digits of their right hands were hooked claws, which no doubt made it easy to grab hold of an overhang or cling on to prey. Their main advantage, however, was their speed. These infecteds moved fast, exceedingly fast, and they didn't run in a straight line, but wove a slalom. My first few shots were strictly range-finding, before I got the hang of it and things became easier, by which I mean very fractionally easier. I eventually managed to strike a body, but headshots were still evading me, so I felt compelled to produce a rupture arrow. It stopped a Z in mid-flight towards a soldier in the first rank of the rear guard by the portal, penetrating its chest and blowing its insides to bits. The body landed at the soldier's feet, accompanied by a shower of viscera. And that's not good either, I thought, when I spotted 3 zombies galloping towards Mikhail, a.k.a. Feeler. Unable to get a decent shot in from distance, I blinked closer. But just as I was preparing to fire, a bunch of gruesome tentacles suddenly grew from the ground right in front of the zombies and hastily curled themselves around the beasts, crushing them. Verily a fearful opponent. Then another zombie was struck in the side by a whipped tentacle which sent it flying towards the gateway to another world. Outshining everyone, naturally, was Clubfoot, who was in command of the squad. Enfettered from head to toe in solid system armor, he gripped a broadsword in one hand and a scutum in the other. The shield, it occurred to me, was the object of a fetish, employed as a deadly weapon more often than his sword. I was no slouch either, trying to down as many Z's as possible. The only problem being that I was running low on rupture arrows. "Hang in there! No pasaran!" Clubfoot roared for all to hear. Gunners took up position in the skyscraper and delivered fire without let-up. Pity the dark was a hindrance, allowing too many shots to hit torsos rather than heads. The portal now began to discharge regular zombies, which were obviously easier to take down than the speedies. Evaluation. Mutated speedy zombie. Not much to write home about, as it happened. The system had not exactly splashed out with information this time. Perhaps the problem was a matter of debt? I still owed it 3 blue trinket caskets. "Get the hell away from me," I said to a passing zombie as I diverted it with my hammer. Never to take flight was a regular Z that had crept up behind me. I came down to ground level, where my invisibility might work against me. I might fall prey to a stray bullet or one of Feeler's tentacles. I wonder which would be the better of those two evils. Then things got worse. Centhounds and arachnids began to make their presence known. They brought with them a slew of problems, not least the rawness of my fingers from the incessant pulling of my bowstring. I would soon have to switch to close combat. The elven bow was truly superb, but the string was so taut that even my enhanced body wasn't coping well. Freaking canines. While I peppered a zippy arachnid, a hound sank its teeth into a soldier's leg and attempted to bite off a chunk of flesh. The dog was shot, and the injured man was quickly removed to safety by 2 soldiers. He urgently needed my blood. "We cannot retreat, Varg," said Clubfoot, turning towards me and simultaneously taking out a hound with his shield. Poor little doggy. I'll try, but there's freaking loads of them. The guys are running out of ammo. Bad news. So many corpses lay strewn by the portal that there was nowhere to put your feet, and the arachnid bodies obscuring our view of the area in front of the portal wasn't exactly helping. Clubfoot decided to take matters into his own hands and ran towards the portal, screaming wildly. Who the hell is this man? Still, you've got to admire his enthusiasm, I suppose. I took up my hammer and sprinted after him. I launched Uzi at the feet of a fleet zombie, and the beast's inertia made it fly forward while also severing its feet. But a fall is a fall, and my head strike was the end of the zombie. Thus, Clubfoot and I progressed. Just so long as I don't get shot, was all I could think, despite our soldiers' experience and the efficiency of their covering fire. On a number of occasions, they took out groups of regular zombies that were trying to surround us. Have a heart, will you? I shouted at Clubfoot. I couldn't stand behavior like that. Leave it to die in peace. He'd severed all the limbs of a medium-sized spider and was now smooshing it to porridge with the aid of his shield. I might be a 1 or 2 shot killer, but I was no torturer. Shoot, if only the midgets were here. Definitely a scuffle I wouldn't want to miss. 10 minutes later, we were nearly up level with the portal, but with just 20 yards to go, everything changed anew with the arrival of the hulks. When a hulk grabbed a scent hound by the scruff of its neck like a puppy, I completely lost what was going on. Was it hungry or something? Apparently not. The bastard lobbed the bitch right at me. I was so shocked that I struggled to dodge the whimpering missile. It's all getting a bit out of hand, this. Here's a rupture for your eyeball. Bang on target, instant death, collapse back into portal. I could only hope it wouldn't be resurrected in there. The infecteds kept coming, denying us further target practice. My hammer was not the most convenient means of killing zombies, so I drew my broadsword and began slashing and chopping. A message from Dead Calm. We've lost the 4th portal and are retreating. It's spewing out necromancers. Get back to base and regroup there, came the command from combat. You could always count on him to have his say. We were already moving out. The question now was, where would the zombies go after exiting the portal? And they were exiting the portal in a never-ending torrent. Clubfoot and I found ourselves hemmed in, and Mikhail had to come along with his tentacles to help us. That was good for approximately 5 minutes. A mana skill eats a lot of energy, as he himself was known to say. Things were getting all the more difficult for me. I dodged the claws of 5 beasts together, and in the same movement attempted a swipe at them. When you're surrounded on all sides, there isn't much room for maneuver, and we were forced gradually backwards. Varg, we're pulling out. We can't hold them off anymore, ordered my wingman, before telling his own guys, retreat to base. What a fiasco. Very soon, after shutting ourselves in the house to continue firing from the windows, we realized it was a mistake. So many freaking Z's. And that was before the necromancers came pouring out of the portal. At this point, the zombies fell under human control and ceased to be dumb animals, instead organizing themselves into ranks, regulars at the front, jumpers behind them, archers at the back. This does not look good. What are we going to do? Clubfoot and I, along with some other folks, had gathered in a room. We can't hold off an attack like this for long. I see 3 rippers, I said. A silver lining of sorts. Well, that's just terrific, cursed an old man with an electricity-hurling skill. Do we wait for help or do we flee in disgrace with modest losses? And rest assured, losses there will be. While they're busy, we've got time to think, said the commander with a sigh of relief. I see 10 necromancers, I said, continuing to share my observations. The necromancers roamed around near the portal, casting glances at our building. Occasionally their hands glistened gray and black, and phosphorescence showed around their shoulders. But that was all I could make out, which meant it was under their clothes. 10 already? Mikhail asked in surprise. It was 5 just about a moment ago. Sorry, my mistake, 9 now, I announced joyously as I lowered my bow and watched a necromancer collapse onto his side with an arrow protruding from his neck. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 6 kilograms. That'll teach you to be so curious and creep so close. The elven arrow was quite something, even at a range of 100 meters. Why are they waiting so long? People's nerves were beginning to fracture. They'd be better off attacking and being done with it. What's the point of playing for time? What difference does it make when they die? Gennady, be a pal and shut up, huh? It's getting boring, said Clubfoot, who was stressed and trying to focus. But Gennady had spoken, and the zombies emerged from the portal. And so battle commenced. I selected exclusively heavy targets, such as a ripper who apparently considered himself the town's most invisible. Bent low, he ran towards the skyscraper, so nimble and invisible that 4 basic arrows stopped him dead in his tracks. And over there, I saw a jumper easily keeping level with the speedies. A frozen explosion arrow was launched at its feet, followed by a basic at its head, and it was all over, another creature done running. Things were looking up, apart, that is, from the hulks that gave us no rest by constantly bombarding us with zombies. The occasional well-aimed shot would take out a window and injure a soldier. Clubfoot would soon be down to the last vial of my blood. For this reason, a legend had been concocted to the effect that rarely, though it wasn't unheard of, potions would crop up that healed monster-inflicted bites and wounds without making the victim turn. The soldiers believed it, each hoping he would be the recipient of such a valuable product. Clubfoot, listen, have you noticed something weird going on with rewards? I asked. He was standing right by me in the next window, shooting zombies with a rifle. What rewards? What are you chatting about? He was clearly clueless. My eyesight might not be as keen as yours, but I haven't seen anything drop. I waited for the penny to drop. It didn't happen. That's the whole point. We've killed a shitload of zombies and for no reward. They're just not dropping. You're not wrong there, he said thoughtfully, before taking another shot and striking a scent hound in the foot. And the ones coming out of the portal should be dropping rewards, but I suspect they're being gathered by the necromancers. I was particularly upset about rewards going to waste. I reckon the system doesn't give rewards for zombies under control, and that's why we're not seeing them. We'll have to inform the analysts so they can do some brainstorming on the subject, said Clubfoot dismissively, not breaking stride in his shooting. Then he added, if we get out of here alive, that is. Well, Varg will definitely get out of this scrape alive, said the smiling feeler, whom we had stationed close to us to allow him time to regenerate some mana. Half an hour into this brutal standoff, the soldiers were running low on ammunition, and those who possessed skills were draining their strength reserves. It could not continue like this. I exchanged a couple of communications with Combat and the other commanders. They were all having a difficult time, but they still held the remaining portals, although the beasties that emerged from the one they'd lost had gone on to attack the skyscraper. The emergence from that single portal did not create massive problems for the base because they were expected, and thoroughly so. Kudos to Combat for not taking every last soldier with him. What fool would leave a house full of his nearest and dearest unprotected? I'm fed up with all this. I'm going to break some faces, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, before leaping out of a window. Stop! Was all I heard of the response. Chapter 24. Despite their thinned numbers, zombies were still pouring forth from the portal. I urgently had to hatch a plan for freaking necromancers. On the way, I shot the most dangerous zombies, not allowing them a single chance to get close to the guys in the skyscraper. There were so many here that the loss of a couple of necromancers wouldn't be noticed, but I tried to keep track of them all, especially the wiliest zombies that jumped from building to building, or were invisible like me. Even meatballs, sleazeballs more like, were rolling into our world. But since I couldn't imagine what danger they might present to my people in the skyscraper, I let them be. They may have been strange, but they were harmless enough, only their speed and small size being problematic and making them difficult to aim at. I ended up staying downstairs longer than I expected, and using up nearly all my fiery and frozen explosion arrows. I was waiting for their ranks to thin significantly, but had to accept it was pointless. No matter how many I killed, replacements kept arriving, and since we were making no headway, we would have to eliminate the cause. Maneuvering between zombies on my way to the portal, I did not touch them. As I skirted around a hulk, I spotted a ripper hanging from its back. A temptation that was damn difficult to resist, but how could I kill it unnoticed? In order to follow it, I was forced to stray from my route. When the hulk accelerated, tripped, and lurched forward, I used Blink to jump on it before striking it in the head with my hammer. From the side, it appeared that it had simply fallen and crushed the Ripper with its bulk, never mind that it was me who had killed the Ripper by decapitating it. I hoped they would receive a message informing them who had actually killed their pet. So, with that little side mission behind me, I could return to my primary target, the necromancers who had taken up residence right by the portal. The key thing was that, while down here they were plainly visible, it was impossible to kill them from the safety of the skyscraper. On the ground, they'd drawn a strange line, which buzzed with magic as though it were a spell, which it may well have been, and all our bullets slammed into an invisible barrier. I even fired an arrow at them, but again, the barrier appeared and protected them. I skirted around them in a wide arc, extremely cautious and focused, and trying not to attract undue attention. There were so many zombies milling about that a single salvo from our shooters might hit me, something I was keen to avoid. 8 necromancers remained near the portal. There had been 10, but I'd taken one down, and a second had fallen to a fighter whose skill allowed him to impart acceleration to any missile. I honestly didn't know how it worked, but his firearm discharged its bullets further and more powerfully. I was jealous. All the necromancers were hardcore and dangerous looking. They did not talk among themselves, but simply looked ahead and directed the zombie onslaught, which had nearly reached the skyscraper. Our soldiers would certainly hold out for a time, and I would try to deal with the necromancers as soon as possible and get back to help them. Combat and Company had given serious thought to the bladed weapons provided by the system, and the discontinuation of work with explosives had forced them to reconsider many things that had previously been understandable. I'm playing for time with superfluous thoughts, aren't I? Okay then, here we go. In a wink, I snapped out of my reverie and was fully prepared for battle. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 5 kilograms. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 7 kilograms. Daggers in hand, blink, and 2 swift flourishes nearly sliced right through the necks of 2 necromancers standing by the portal. Pansies. Blink to the side, and a rupture arrow flew towards the back of the head of someone standing by the skyscraper. In a bizarre case of bad timing, he turned around, saw his comrades dead, and copped the arrow in his mouth, where it exploded. An interesting splat of blood spread out on the wall behind him, which in a previous world might have been passed off as art. I would have called it the last lapsus. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 10 kilograms. He was stronger than the rest and had a higher kill tally. Mind you, it was still a long way short of mine. It was at this point that my entire plan went up in smoke. I was banking on them sending a zombie after me, but instead, it was a watermelon-sized clot of darkness I was forced to blink to avoid. When the clot hit the wall of the building, a small piece broke off and struck me. To be on the safe side, I blinked away 4 times, while they were still targeting the place where they'd last seen me. Now their archers and zombies joined in the fun, running about in search of me and firing spikes here, there, and everywhere. This was no way to go about things. If I gave myself away, the heat would be back on, so I drew some smoke arrows and organized a jamboree for them. Accuracy not being an issue, I fired the arrows in pairs. The main idea was to hit anything at all. "Kill him, in the name of the mistress!" came a battle cry that made my eyes roll. What is all this bullshit? First it's master, now it's mistress. Was there anyone left in this world who hadn't sold their butt into slavery? Retreating to a safe distance, I let another 5 smokers fly before waiting to see what would happen next. No more than 2 minutes later, the first necromancer ran coughing from the smoke. My customer. I loosed an elven arrow at him. It crashed into his barrier and dropped to the ground. With the little people, my arrows had rebounded off. Evidently, different beings had different operating principles. I did not give up, however, continuing to shower him with arrows while he was still coughing and trying to recover his breath. After a dozen strikes, his barrier burst like a soap bubble and ceased to exist. So I quickly put 6 arrows in him, just for good measure. The fact of him having a barrier in the first place meant he might not be the simplest of folk. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 13 kilograms. The loss of one of their necromancers did not go unreported for long, and a variety of whizzing gray clots soon filled the air, exploding on contact with zombies, primarily their own. Then I noticed something happening with my smoke. A gray mist appeared and quickly began to swallow it up. I didn't care for that, so I added more. If they were shooting speculatively, then so would I. I fired explosion arrows and frozens in random directions, and on the last shot, Lady Luck smiled on me. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 6 kilograms. 3 to go. Fantastic. The only downer was that the zombies were still storming the building, although admittedly not quite so assertively now. Not to worry. Clubfoot was quite the berserker, and I trusted he would cope with them. I wondered how everyone was getting on. I requested to be informed immediately if the base was taken or something else unforeseen should happen. If anything threatened to put my loved ones in danger, my head would flick off all its safety catches and I would sprint back there for all I was worth. At which point our assailants would be in a truly enviable position. The next death had them properly riled, making them pump out greater quantities of magic and making me beat a hasty retreat. I blinked up onto the roof and looked down on them, which caught them somewhat off guard. I noted the direction of their clots and began firing that way as well, getting lucky after a few shots. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 9 kilograms. 2 to go. Another increase in airborne magic. What was going on? It wasn't really a problem, though. In fact, it made them easier to single out, and I soon added another kill to my tally. Easier than I thought. You have killed a survivor. The capacity of your inventory is increased by 10 kilograms. I waited for more clots to arrive. But they didn't. I was thinking of changing position, but the portal began to behave strangely, twinkling for a while, before dying out completely. What is this all about? Have they run out of mana? I blinked down to the ground to take on newly arriving zombies. Unfortunately, they were in no hurry to emerge, and so I kept one eye on the portal and the other on the last necromancer. I shot at him a couple of times, but to no avail. Had he fled or something? No, he hadn't. The mist dissipated, and I beheld him standing calmly, protected against my arrows by a gray cocoon. I was not going to pass up such a chance, and I went on the offensive, shooting him first with basic arrows and then with special ones. To my chagrin, it was mostly in vain, as they all turned to ash upon contact with his cocoon. But I was not one to throw in the towel, and I sensed I could wear him down with just a touch more pressure. 100 arrows later, all I had achieved was the opportunity to keep looking at his yawning mug. 2 more shots, 2 more negative results. And to add insult to injury, he began returning my fire, launching gray spheres which caused unpleasant explosions similar to my fiery ones, only 5 times more powerful. This is going nowhere. Extreme measures are called for. This guy was clearly no rank and filer. He controlled his zombies without any effort whatsoever, and they kept on coming, exiting the portal one after another. After a moment's consideration, I moved closer. You are strong, to be able to kill all our novitiates." "He was not lying," the man said, looking straight ahead at a spot I had already vacated. "You don't have to hide anymore. I know you are here." "He's lying. He can't have seen me. Or can he?" "You are standing in front of the portal," he said, contradicting my wild guess and proving that he could actually see me. I was indeed standing approximately 20 meters in front of it. Did that mean he'd been waiting, especially to speak with me? Pfft, what a fool. I produced my scepter and let fly with some lightning. It crackled as it flew, then smacked into his barrier, which did not suffer in the slightest. Besides which, my invisibility appeared to be fading. Another bolt of lightning. Another failure. "Pointless," he said in a dry and emotionless tone. "You killed all our novitiates, and I absorbed all their power. And that is without factoring in the replenishments my mistress bestowed on me for the completion of this task. You cannot vanquish me now." He spoke as though already victorious. "However," he continued, "you have one chance for a quick and easy death. Give me the grimoires you took from the disciples of Urus." "You don't ask for much, do you? Perhaps I should empty my inventory for you," I replied. The nerve of the man. "That would be most sensible of you, and only to your advantage," he said with an encouraging nod. He was obviously not afraid of death. I felt like sputtering my indignation, but then it dawned on me that he genuinely wasn't afraid. Bizarrely aloof, this lot. No emotions. Since he wanted to talk, I was not against the idea. "Why are you having this conversation with me if you're so confident in yourself?" "I am waiting until your people come to your aid, at which point I will kill you all together." My people? Did he think I was in charge of everyone here? Was I so important that they would come running through a crowd of infecteds to rescue me? They were up to their necks in a flood of zombies that just wouldn't desist. This chat with the necromancer was playing right into my hands. "In that case, while they're still hurrying here, perhaps you could tell me why you attacked us?" I reciprocated his nonchalant tone, indicating my readiness to engage in dialogue as opposed to fisticuffs. He shrugged his shoulders and sat down on the hood of a car. So they get tired as well, do they? Just like us. "No doubt you think the reason lies in you and those grimoires, am I right?" he asked, presenting a crooked smile. "I must disappoint you," I replied, "for that is not altogether true. Your rabble has crossed the line on many counts, and by some miracle, you have become a force that in the future may disrupt our earth-shattering plans." "Whose plans are we disrupting, pray tell?" he asked. I understood we were surrounded by a multitude of enemies, and most of them were the result of my actions. The necromancer took out a cigarette and lit it with his finger. Except there was no flame. No, that's not true. There was a flame, but it was gray. While it's true I've rejected much that is human in nature, I can't shake off this particular human habit, I said, explaining my behavior. "Your friends do not seem to be in a hurry, so—" He stopped to take a drag before continuing. "We could continue chatting, but you will die soon enough anyway. Your group is located in a town, inhabited by other strong collectives led by their own masters. But even they sign agreements and make compromises. What was to stop you giving half your women and children as a gift to the Urus? Why sustain useless garbage when it is fit only for the sacrificial altar and is of no other value? But, anyway, even that is not our main aim. That, unfortunately, I cannot impart. I can only drop the hint that a motley mix of forces are gathered in this town, and you are only obstructing them." I get it, another head case. Perhaps it's worth thinking about moving to another country? It would seem everyone around here is one beer short of a six-pack. Why would we want to give our people to a bunch of garbage? I inquired. There was no harm in getting his dander up a little bit. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and he remained absolutely serious. Garbage, you say? If I kill you right now, who will remain of your group? Another 10 or so people, and they are not as dangerous as you. We have learned much about you, possibly even more than you think. How long can your group survive without you? Here he was mistaken. My people were not the same as they were before. Now they could spring a surprise on whomsoever they chose. Do you think I wouldn't be able to kill you? How are you any different from the hundreds of others? In my opinion, you even speak with the same pompousness. But where are they now? I threw up my hands in a helpless gesture to show there was nobody around. I killed them all. Anybody who tries to take my life ends up as merely another stepping stone on my path. How bombastic does that sound? I'm no crackerjack to spiel like that. I saw no reason for his assuredness. I could place a mark on him and he wouldn't even notice. He was weaker than me. That is enough conversation, methinks. Your people have not come, and that means they have deserted you. Perhaps you are such a dullard that you ordered them not to come, the necromancer said, discarding his cigarette, rising from the hood of the car and approaching me. I assessed his protection. His shield had repelled all my various arrows, and was stronger than others. I could tell that by the richness of its colors. This would be an important clash, but I reckoned fleeting. One last thing. Perhaps you could tell me why you sold out to your protectors. Is it really so much fun to be mute slaves? I asked out of genuine interest. My question made him freeze and fix me with a contemptuous look. You are an imbecile. In suggesting that we serve her, Mistress Mirages afforded us a great honor. She gifted us a sliver of her truly unimaginable power. Just like the elves, his mask of superciliousness had cracked, although he soon regained his temper. And when we hijack your skyscraper and stick the knife into half your people, the other half will readily switch over to serve our mistress, and then she will select the worthiest. And now, you die. Mirages? What sort of a dumb name was that? Was she a gypsy or something? The necromancer threw up an arm and wove it in the air. A viscous gray energy formed around it before transforming itself into a spear. Cool. Why do I get the impression I won't be able to blink away from that shit? There must be some reason for his confidence. Not wanting to be the guinea pig for his weavings, I drew my bow and began showering him with arrows. The dark energy arrow seemed to survive marginally longer than the others, but even that soon settled as ash at his feet. 24 different arrows and nothing doing. At moments such as this, I felt very uncomfortable. Why could I not touch him? He wasn't that strong, was he? No, there was something else at play here. His strength was cumulative. He'd said so himself. I wondered how much longer he could sustain his cocoon, and whether I would be able to live that long. Judging by the intensity of the magic, he was creating a truly powerful object, and I was beginning to feel out of my depth. You may run, if you wish, he said forcedly. The mistress's spear will find you anyway, even if you are invisible. Nobody has ever managed to evade it for long. Damned fanatic. I wanted to break his face. Had he added a target-seeking element to the magic? If the perspiration on his face was anything to go by, he was struggling to hold the spear in his hand for so long. He regarded me with a superior air, then launched it. Fuck. The asphalt began to melt and bubble to a good half-meter depth. How much radiation was there in that thing? 2 blinks to the right. It followed me. 2 to the left. It adjusted its flight path to keep up with me. Shit. I had to stop that thing somehow, but I was clean out of snowstorm amok. Our battle turned into a bizarre duel in which the protagonists only got one chance. It would appear your time has come. With a heavy heart, I took out a new toy, a crossbow to be precise, which I'd snaffled from one of the midgets. Frankly, it hurt to be wasting it on this guy. I had wanted to save it for the little people should they pay us another visit, but we had ourselves a situation here. I took a good look at it. Gra-Ram Explosion Crossbow, Level 8. Its construction was incredible. The crossbow and the bolt were one integral unit. It was impossible to remove the bolt because it was fixed fast to the bow, and I couldn't see how you were supposed to fire the weapon. Important note, blast radius 30 meters, not for use in enclosed spaces. Important note, this particular specimen has enhanced stopping power. The system was clearly concerned for my safety. Everything would be decided now. I raised the crossbow and fired. With my little finger. It was, after all, designed for a little hand. I don't know how to describe what happened next, but it seemed to me that time slowed, becoming more sluggish. I literally observed the bolt flying towards his gray magic. In the first second, the bolt was losing the battle for showiness. However, it wasn't as basic as it may have seemed, and soon began to burn with a bright red flame. Also, bolts did not fly so fast as longbow arrows. I knew that for sure. This was what that important midget had wanted to treat me to, the one I'd sent flying. Recalling that flight, I smiled a wry smile. I could probably take out half the anarchist's base with this little number. After the shot was fired, the crossbow ceased to exist, turning to ash in my hands. Obviously, what I really needed to do was run. Yet I stood and watched with bated breath to see what would happen. The anticipation could not last forever, and our two missiles eventually met. When they did so, they seemed to resonate together. That was all I had time to think before my feet were torn from the ground and I took off. I did not see what happened to the necromancer. Instead, I saw the world bloom into red-gray auroras. And I saw the explosion snowball and envelop more and more of the surrounding space. Just so long as it doesn't reach the soldiers in the skyscraper. Time really did slow in flight, and looking ahead I saw where I was flying to. But of course, I had gotten lucky, as always. Destination, portal. Blink. 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 Fuck! Blink wasn't working. I didn't know why. With 5 meters left to the portal, I reconciled myself to my fate and did the only thing I could in the given situation. Hold my right arm out in front and imagine myself as a superhero. And thus, I flew into the portal. Then, passage through portal, blinding white light, and blackout. This concludes An Ideal World for a Sociopath, Book 3, by Oleg Sapphire. Narrated by Matt Godfrey. Copyright 2024 by Oleg Sapphire. English translation copyright 2024 by Colin Parker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.